Okay. Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Let me, okay. Oh, welcome to the IRCEELT-2020. Opening session will be led by Professor Dr. Nick Parjananda from International Biloxi University. Mr. Nick,
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you. Thank you so much for joining us on this early morning. For some people, it's late. For some people, for example, Kevin Hershey, it's too much late in the US. But thank you so much for your dedication. And yeah, let us officially open our International Research Conference on Education, Language and Literature. We do understand that these are difficult times for everyone, but once again, I would like to thank you for your dedication and enthusiasm, because this kind of dedication and enthusiasm keeps all these processes up and running, and this is why we are educators. This is why we do what we do. So once again, thank you very much for your support to this conference. And now I would like to give floor to Professor Dr. Natella Dokonadze, who is the founder of this conference, and she's the professor at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Humanities, and Education, and she will give you more information about the conference. And later I will give you some technical details. Kalbaton Natella, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear friends. Glad to meet you. My name is Natella Dokonadze. I am professor on behalf of my university and my faculty. It's not by chance that I mentioned you as my friends and not my dear colleagues, because I believe that nowadays all teachers and all researchers on education are friends, because friends in need are friends indeed. And nowadays we're having very difficult days in connection with pandemic of COVID-19. And it unites people, especially motivated to do good teaching and to study how good teaching has to be done. And this conference tries to contribute to these issues. This conference had to be the 10th and correspondingly kind of jubilee, and we were planning it as a special event, but all these events connected with COVID-19 happened, and more important events than this conference were being shut down, and we were thinking what to do, but we came to conclusion that it's much better not to surrender in front of the virus, in front of the enemy, humanity's enemy, and to hold the conference on the time planned, but to hold it online, which is a general trend nowadays. And we are very glad that you are here, somebody presenting, somebody just listening. By the way, it's very good that this conference can be listened to not only to people who physically come to it and who register and pay the money, but also to anybody who enters the website and who is interested to listen to it as a whole, or to certain presentations on the topics which are important for them. I was the organizer and initiator of the first IRCEELT conference and all further conferences, including this one. But of course, the conference team is also very important, and without it, I would not be able to have done this job. And I thank them very much for their wholehearted participation and desire, enthusiastic desire to promote education and the language teaching in particular. And I want to say that we were planning some round tables for the traditionally held conference, like around the table for teachers and for school teachers and for university teachers, discussing the significant problems of the day. But we understood that we could substitute it by the webinar. I recommend you very much to listen to the webinar, which will be part of this conference and which will be held with participation of mostly of our PhD students of our program in education sciences, who will share their ideas and their experiences in connection with distance learning. But of course, the conference will contain traditional topics dealing with education, with language teaching, with literature. So everybody will find some topic interesting for them. And I wish you a good listening, a good discussion. I wish you to earn some new knowledge and probably even some new friends, because when proceedings are published, there will be mails of participants whom you will be able to contact personally if you have some personal questions and some offers for cooperation, etc. So I hope that this conference, although instead of 21, 22 countries, this time 16 countries are represented, but I think it's also great effect. And by the way, the countries are from all continents except probably Australia. And this means the still growing scale on the conference. And I'm happy that conference initiated by me 10 years ago is so successful. And I hope it's useful and interesting. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for coming. Have a good conference. Bye.
Thank you so much, Professor Tornadze. Now, again, once we have to go online and it's connected to some technology, we might face some complexities. That's why Professor Tornadze's speech was recorded, just in case we face any technical issues. And our university rector will join us very soon with welcome speech. Yes, our rector is here. I would like to give floor to Professor Dr. Safiyet Bayraktutan, the rector of International Black Sea University. Mr. Rector, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Rector, we are online. We are listening to you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organization. Dear distinguished guests, dear professors, dear teachers, dear conference participants, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's event. It's a difficult time for everyone in the world. This is why I would like to a special thank to you, all of you, because of your enthusiasm and support. I'm sure that the world will soon defeat this virus, and I believe all of us will be more supportive, caring, and respectful to each other, to the people around us. Education and research. This is what we at International Black Sea University are dedicated to. We do understand modern trends in global and regional politics, economics, culture, society, and of course, education. Among these trends, most valuable ones are wider democracy and more emphasis on social needs, more inclusion, more participation of the society in the decision making directly affecting them. Current situation in the world vividly showed the urgency and actuality of these issues. To achieve that, what has been mentioned above, strong system of education can play a pivotal role. Thus, the role of education cannot be overestimated in the modern knowledge-based society. It's not a novelty if I say that majority of modern living states manage to build their statehood the moment they succeed in the formation of efficient system of education. Today, Georgia is the same crucial moment as it is on its way to building a modern democratic state. And the Georgian universities have to assume the responsibility to respond to the state in its efforts. This particular task is in line with our university vision and mission. We are among top Georgian universities, and this is because of the quality of teaching and learning. Our efforts to support students and academic staff in academic initiative, our attempts to support students' employment, and of course, our interest to support academic freedom and research. Once again, I'd like to greet all the conference participants of the 10th International Research Conference on Education, Language, and Literature. With respect, wishing you all success with the conference and your personal and professional lives. Stay healthy.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us early this morning. And let me use this chance to say thank you to International Lexi University administration, because without university support, we cannot actually administer and organize and administer this university. Administration has been extremely supportive to all of us, the conference organizers. So thank you so much,
thank you,
Mr. Rector. I would like to give some background information to the conference and the supporters of this, I would say, great event. And one of the top supporters is U.S. Embassy to Georgia. We have a long-standing relationship with the U.S. Embassy to Georgia, and we have enjoyed their constant support throughout all these years. Be it different educational initiatives, different projects, cooperation, sometimes a piece of advice, sometimes professional support. And we are extremely thankful to everyone at the U.S. Embassy to Georgia. I would like to highlight the role of Cultural Affairs Office and the English language programs and representatives from these programs. And I would like to thank Dr. Julius Tsai from the U.S. Embassy Cultural Affairs Office, who has been, again, extremely supportive to all of us throughout these recent two years. And I would like to thank Lika Gumberidze from English language programs and all other members throughout all this cooperation that we have had with the U.S. Embassy to Georgia. Now, I would like to give floor to Dr. Julius Tsai, Cultural Attaché from the U.S. Embassy to Georgia. Dr. Tsai, the floor is yours. Could you please welcome the participants?
Thank you so much, Dilam Shidobisa. Good morning, everyone, or good evening, wherever we may all be gathered from around the world. Nicholas, Eka, Dr. Doganadze, Mr. Rector, Professor Brown, Dr. Brown, all the participants, and everyone who is online. It really is quite a remarkable community that IBSU has gathered. So we are very grateful, always honored, but more than that, always feel like I'm with not only neighbors, but partners and friends. So on behalf of the ambassador, on behalf of DCM Ruud, and also our whole team, including Lika and myself, I really want to just say how delighted we are to be at the kickoff of this annual event. I know that one thing I do want to applaud IBSU and everyone here is that the circumstances relating to the pandemic have in some ways thrust us into the future. With not only Zoom and other kinds of technologies, I really want to recognize all of you at IBSU and everyone involved in this conference for how resilient and innovative everyone has been. I really do believe that despite all the difficulties and challenges we are facing, if we face them together, we also will learn many valuable lessons and new ways of really connecting with each other. As Nicholas mentioned, the embassy's partnership with IBSU, with this wonderful scholarly community, is longstanding and is very deep. I won't spend too much time, but I could spend a lot of time just talking about the different areas that we've partnered on. But I just want to highlight a few things. I think IBSU really has been at the forefront in gathering this community in, for example, in teaching and learning. You've worked with us on the Access Micro Scholarship Program, which is a very innovative program that reaches across Georgia to socially or economically underserved youth in all kinds of vital regions. You're also involved in not only kind of teaching and learning. We can see this through the Civics and Tech in English Language, through the English Language Fellow Program, English Language Specialists, the list goes on and on. But I would say, aside from teaching and learning, you've also been very, very engaged in advancing the field of English language pedagogy, of linguistics, and not only in research, I would say, but also in terms of application, the way that your students who are becoming advanced and professional users of English language find professional applications as well, whether it's in the field of interpreting and translating, public relations, and all kinds of other fields. So not only teaching and learning, advancing the field through scholarship and research, but I would say also a third really strong pillar that we've been proud to partner with you is in terms of serving the public at large, elevating the level of the ability of people across the world to communicate with each other through the English language. And I think that's things such as the Taxi Talk project, which even years afterwards remains kind of fresh, funny, and innovative. I see Kevin is on this, and their work is really, it's not only legendary, but it continues to have meaning and relevance and application today. We still use things that we have developed out of our kind of collaboration. And this is not even to mention all the things the strides you've made in American studies, in international studies. So I think that, on all fronts, everything that the embassy here stands for in terms of working with our Georgian partners to promote a more inclusive democracy and economy for the region and for Georgia in particular. I think that there are many, many more things I could mention, but I think what is most important for each of us, whether you're one of the distinguished speakers for today, or you're one of the students or professors, the teachers participating online, in the end, even despite all the challenges of this pandemic, what matters most is what is in our hearts. If you are a scholar, your heart and your passion for advancing the limits and stretching the limits and boundaries of your field. If you're a student, the desire to keep learning and to keep growing. If you're a teacher, the way that you can continue to find new ways to reach students and the people that you serve. So I definitely feel that everyone here, your heart, not only your heart, but your mind is in the right place. And I applaud everyone for this really forward-thinking program. It looks like a really wonderful program, and I look forward to hearing about all the success and the connections that come out of it. So once again, thank you very much, and wishing everyone a marvelous conference.
Dr. Tsai, thank you so much. Again, thank you for joining us. And once again, I would like to say how thankful we are to the U.S. Embassy to Georgia for their support. Dr. Tsai mentioned various programs, American Studies Bachelor Program, U.S. Foreign Affairs Master's Program and PhD programs. And they have been supportive in connection to other programs as well. Through the support, I personally was lucky to take some BA English Philology students to Applied Linguistics Conference to Thessaloniki, Greece, the conference Language in Focus. And you all well know how big this conference is and how difficult it is to actually attend that conference. So thank you for this particular initiative and for many other initiatives that we managed to administer through your support, Dr. Tsai, and everyone at the U.S. Embassy, especially at Cultural Affairs Office and English Language Programs Office. I would like to thank all of you for your constant support. Now, I would like to give floor to our dearest friend, Nana Yoseliani, who is the Director of English Language Programs from PH International. Again, this is one more initiative that we have been involved in through U.S. Embassy support and through PH International support. This is the project. Nana will give you more details. Just briefly, I would like to briefly outline this is a very crucial project in terms of language development and in terms of civic development. And we, as one of the leading universities in Georgia with much, I would say, social responsibility, we are happy to be engaged in this very special project. Nana, the floor is yours. Please welcome the participants. Thank you for joining us.
Nana, we cannot hear you. Please unmute your mic.
Right now.
We can hear you, Nana.
Hear me now?
Yes,
can you hear me now? Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, good morning, dear participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nana Yoseliani Meissner. I'm the Director of English Language Programs at PH International, an American organization that counts over 35 years of working towards building stronger global communities by fostering civic engagement, cross-cultural learning, and enhanced opportunities in the digital age. PH strives towards the world where individuals and communities can communicate across borders to resolve global challenges, and pursues this vision by incorporating innovative programs for youth, individuals, and communities around the world by using in-person and online engagement, by building practical skills and coalitions globally to support global communication, collaboration, learning, and advancement. Given this background and representing such an organization, I'm especially happy and very much privileged to be part of such a wonderful opportunity to share, to research, to explore, and to discuss in a circle of like-minded individuals and a community of people who are united with common goals and interests. PH has had some brief interactions with the International Black Sea University in the past, but it wasn't until last September that our very close partnership started under the U.S. Embassy funded Civic and Tax through English Language, CETL program. The program focuses on content-based language teaching and hence integrated teaching and learning techniques and methodologies. I'm especially happy to see that our own Ekaterina Pipia will be leading a whole session about the CETL program and its impact on teachers' professional development. So I will not bore you with a lot of details right now. Throughout this partnership and through experiencing hard times, difficulties, stressful situations together, we've been continuously impressed by enthusiasm and professionalism of this truly hardworking and goal-driven IPSU team. And keeping all this in mind, I'm not the least surprised that even in the current COVID-19 stricken world, the wonderful team of the International Black Sea University has pulled together such a wonderful opportunity and a large-scale project that is very important for the whole education community. So big thank you to the IPSU and to all the funders and organizers of the program. With this, I will just say thank you very much for the invitation. Good luck to all the presenters and happy conferencing to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your trust and support. And I'm sure we can achieve more, and we can do more and more interesting projects in the future. Once I mentioned different projects that we have been doing together with the US Embassy through their support. One of the programs is English Language Fellow program, and we had English Language Fellow for 2 years in the past, and through the US Embassy support, next year we will have an English Language Fellow at our university, which is, of course, a remarkable event for all of us once we have a chance to be exposed to modern trends in education, and it will actually help us to enhance the quality of teaching and learning and research at our university. Another great project that we are involved in through the US Embassy support is English Language Specialist Program. And this year, again, we are lucky to have Dr. Charles Brown with us. So he's participating in our conference. Thank you so much. He was supposed to arrive in Georgia and physically be with us and deliver some training sessions for the academic faculty, I would say the faculty at International Black Sea University and for other universities as well. But unfortunately, again, due to this current situation, he could not arrive. But thank you, Dr. Brown, for joining us today, and thank you for kindly agreeing to actually deliver online training sessions for us later on. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you all the participants who are present now at this online session. And once again, I would like to thank International Black Sea University Administration, and I would like to thank my colleagues here, Professor Dr. Natela Dogonadze and Professor Dr. Ekaterina Pipia for organizing this event. And I would like to say special thank you to Professor Dr. Mehmet Shahiner, who is in Canada now, but he's enthusiastic. He's part of our faculty, but he's in Canada now, and he's helping us again to organize this event. So thank you, all of you. I do appreciate your enthusiasm and yes, willingness to be with us and to make an event out of these online sessions. Thank you, all of you. In terms of some technical details, all of you have been notified about the technical issues, how to access different sessions. But I would like to once again very briefly say that on our conference official website, you have the links for different sessions. You just please click on those links and you will be directed to different rooms when we have to go to different sessions. Now the official opening ceremony is over, and it is my pleasure to give floor to Professor Dr. Charles Brown of Applied Linguistics and TESOL from Meiji Gakuin University, Tokyo, Japan. Dr. Brown, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name of the university. Could you please correct me if I did not say it in a correct way? Thank you once again for joining us. And Dr. Brown will deliver a speech, a keynote speech on modular approach for the systematic development of the second language vocabulary. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me okay? I've actually put up a virtual background because I'm in a very small bedroom. I can't even use my university office because of the pandemic. So hopefully this will be okay. First of all, I want to say how happy I am to be here and how grateful I am for the invitation, both from the Georgian government and from the US State Department. It's a joy to be with you, if only virtually. I also want to say all of us around the world are struggling with how to deal with this pandemic, especially educators. And I think for many, many years, the role of educators and the role of online learning has been sort of ignored or overlooked. And I'm very, very happy and proud that you decided not to cancel this conference, that you decided to go forward. Many of the conferences I was supposed to speak at this year have been canceled. People didn't know how to deal with it. And I think that right now, many eyes are looking to us. They are looking to educators, they are looking to universities, they are looking for answers. And as we think positively in this difficult situation, as we reach forward and do our best, even if we make a mistake, even if we don't do perfect, we are setting an example. We are showing everybody that how important education is, how important teacher education is, how important student education is, and this is our time. This terrible pandemic is our time. So I encourage you to keep on working hard. I know you're tired, I know you're stressed, but don't give up, because many people are looking to us, and the more positive we are, I think the more people will look to us for answers in the future. So anyhow, thank you very much for having me. And what I will do is I would like to speak by PowerPoint. So let me share my screen. Let me see if I can get my PowerPoint up. And let's see if we can start the slideshow. Okay, is the PowerPoint visible to you now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Brown, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm pretty well known for my work in second language vocabulary acquisition and also extensive reading. And over the years, especially the past 10 years, I've worked very hard to develop many open source free resources for teachers, including vocabulary word lists, and many tools to exploit those word lists, and tools for extensive reading, and tools for creating extensive reading materials. I will briefly share, we only have 45 minutes, so I will just only briefly share some of these. But I hope to speak more about this in the coming days when we have a little bit more time. But to begin with, I should ask a very simple question to all of you, and that is why? Why should we focus on vocabulary? And I like this slide because it shows words as kind of building blocks. And I think that vocabulary, more than any other aspect of language, really makes up the most important building blocks of communication. And I mean much more so than grammar. I think that vocabulary is really foundational. And where I became interested in vocabulary was as a graduate student many years ago, and I was able to study underneath the direction of Paul Nation. And Paul is one of the really huge influences on the way we look at vocabulary in second language learning. Back in the 90s, when I was a graduate student, he wrote a book called Teaching and Learning Vocabulary, which later became Learning Vocabulary in Another Language, published by Cambridge. These books are almost, we often call them the Bible of vocabulary learning. These are wonderful books, especially the second one is the one you should get. It's now in second edition or third edition. It literally tells you everything you need to know about vocabulary acquisition, and it's a very, not just theoretical, it's very practical. So this would be a book I recommend for you to look at in the future. As I said, I believe that vocabulary is very, very foundational to our knowledge of language and very important. And I also believe that many of the problems that second language learners struggle with is related to weaknesses in vocabulary, gaps in their vocabulary knowledge. So as I said, you know, vocabulary is a very, I think is very important. So let me ask you a very simple question. And that question is, how many words are there in the English language? Please think about it for a minute. Put a number in your mind.
26.
26? More than 26, more than 26 maybe.
I think it's around 100,000.
100,000 is quite a good guess. If you look at the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the largest dictionary of English right now, they list about 600,000 words, but actually it's in the millions because 600,000 words means word families. So if we take the word accept, accepts, acceptable, unacceptable, accepting, those 5 words would be counted as one word in the dictionary. So 600,000 if we were looking at word families, millions if we count each word separately. So quite a huge number of words in the English language. Now, the second question to ask is, of these 600,000 words, how many words does a native speaker know? So when I say native speaker, I mean someone like me who was born in an English-speaking country, somebody who grew up and went all the way up to college level. So a native speaker who graduated from college. How many of the 600,000 do you think? Well, it's probably less than you imagine. It's only 30,000. So somewhere between 25 and 30,000. So we are talking about only 5%. So only about 5% of the English language is known by the average native speaker. So as an English teacher, or as an English student, that's kind of good news, because it means we can ignore 95% of the English language and focus on just 5%. It's not quite as simple as that, but in a way it is. So this is kind of very good news. But for me, you know, I've been in Japan for 30 years. I'm a director of a teacher training program. These are some of my students who are training to become certified junior and senior high school English teachers. My concern is not native speakers. My concern is non-native speakers of English. And I want to help them to become very fluent in the English language. And so the next question is, how many words does average non-native speaker of English know? And the number is surprisingly small. After many, many years of study, what we see is that the average Japanese student, even after 10 years of studying English, only knows somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 words. Native speaker, about 30,000. So there's a huge, huge gap. And this is true not just for Japan, it's true for Japanese people and people from countries learning English as a foreign language all over the world. There's a huge gap. So this is problem number one. But the second problem, and especially in Asia, this is a very closely related problem, is the problem that English reading materials that are given to second language learners are often far too difficult for them. So this causes many difficulties in terms of student motivation and student confidence. So we'll talk a little bit more about this later. But we said previously that Japanese students know about 2,000 words. So let's think about 2,000 words. If you know the 2,000 most frequent words of the English language, how many words do you think you would, what percentage of an English magazine would you think you could read? So for example, Time magazine is a very popular magazine in the United States. If you tried to open a Time magazine and tried to read it, and you knew only 2,000 words, what percentage of the words in Time magazine do you think you would know? The average is about 80%.
Charles, we are receiving the responses in chat as well. They're posting their answers in chat.
Oh, okay, great. And let me see. I think I can't see chat when I'm so when I'm in slide mode, I can't see chat, unfortunately. Okay. So I will just, actually somebody who has voice, for example, Eka, if you could read out some of the responses as they come in, that would be helpful.
Okay, I will.
That would be very nice. That will make it a little bit more interactive. Thank you. So what we have is about 80% coverage of Time magazine if you know the first 2,000 words of English. That sounds pretty good. But what about an English newspaper? If you tried to read an English newspaper, do you think the percentage would be higher or lower than 80% if you knew 2,000 words?
I think it will be lower, actually.
I think it could be depending on the newspaper. Depending on so different newspapers have different difficulties. So that's a good guess. Where I live in Tokyo, there are about 4 English dailies, and the English dailies in Japan actually are easier than Time because they're written for non-native speakers as well as native speakers. So we would get about 85% coverage for Japan Times, which is the #1 newspaper in Japan. So a little bit higher. But if you tried to read New York Times or Washington Post, probably the percentage would be lower because those are written for college graduates. If you tried to read USA Today, it would be much higher because the target is about a high school 10th grade level. So it depends on the newspaper, but on average about 85%. Now, what about novels? Here in Japan, we have many departments of literature, and students read novels in English at the university in their university studies. Can you guess the name of what's the #1 selling novel in Japan for the past 10 or 15 years? It's Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, yeah, we had
Harry Potter is very popular in Japan. Even after many years, it's still the #1 selling novel. For Harry Potter, what do you think for 2,000 words? 80%, 85%, higher, lower? Any guesses?
I think lower than, yeah, for sure lower than 85.
Well, that would be a good guess because in Harry Potter there are many fake words. For example, Kiddish, the sport where they fly on brooms. They fly on brooms like soccer. There are many fake words in Harry Potter, but actually, you'll be surprised. The coverage is 90%, and with my word list, the NGSL, it's 94%. The reason is that J.K. Rowling, the author, she targeted 10-year-olds. So she wrote with very easy English, even though there's difficult words here and there, overall, it's quite easy. Now, that's with 2,000 words for 3 different kinds of native speaker material. So we looked first at Time magazine, second, we looked at newspapers, and third, we looked at Harry Potter. Those are all for native speakers. Now let's, as I said, in non-native speaker reading materials are very difficult. And this is some research I did a few years ago, but this is the Ministry of Education approved #1 selling high school textbook in Japan for teaching English, and the coverage is only 75%. So in other words, trying to read a high school textbook in Japan is harder than reading Harry Potter or Time magazine or a newspaper. And this is why we have a lot of difficulties in Japan, because the state approved English teaching materials are quite difficult. Now, connected with this is another issue, which is that many teachers tell their students, when you're reading a book, please do not use a dictionary, right? They say, please don't read a dictionary. Please instead try to guess from context, right? So if you are reading a magazine or if you're reading a newspaper, here's another question. What percentage of the text must you be able to understand to be able to read and guess from context? 50%, 60%, 70%? What do you think?
Might be 60.
At
Maybe
least
we have the
65
answers.
to 70.
70.
Yeah.
So
70.
60 or 70% is what most teachers will guess. 50 or 60 or 70% is what most teachers will guess. Now, this is a plenary, and I'm supposed to be just speaking to you, but maybe you'll be surprised, but I'm now going to give you a test. Are you ready for a test?
Yes.
Now, the next slide is basically what a college textbook looks like if you know 75%. So this is higher percentage than all of you guessed. You guessed 60% or 70%. This is 75%. There are only 25% missing words. The 75% you see are mostly the first 1,000 words of English. So they're very high frequency words. What I'd like you to do is guess from context. Read and guess from context. Can you? Can you read easily?
We'll give it a try.
If blank planting rates are blank with planting blank blank in each blank and the forest blank, easy to guess? I don't think so. Is it like maybe a little bit difficult to guess?
It is quite difficult.
It's quite difficult, I think, is very, very generous. I would say it's almost impossible.
Yeah, we have the answers, no way.
Yes, and I think no way is correct. And so 75%, would you agree with me that this is what a high school textbook looks like for a Japanese student, 60 or 75% coverage. So you can imagine that they struggle. Now, this is the first 1,000 words of English. Now, let's jump up to the top 2,000 words. That means the percentage should go above 75%. And indeed, this is what we have. Now we're at 85%. The yellow words are the words between 1,000 and 2,000. So now we have less blanks. It should be easier to read and guess from context. Can you read and guess from context now, or is it still difficult? Still not so easy, right? 85% is actually not enough. Let's look at a little bit higher percentage. Now, this is 95%. At 95%, the blue words are now added, and we can see only 2 blanks. Now, if you were reading a text and there were only 2 words you didn't know, probably you could read much more easily. So this brings us to the research on vocabulary thresholds, and it also brings us to the reason why I'm doing so much research in this area. What we know from the research is that if you know less than 80% of the words when you are reading, it's basically impossible. And I think most of you could experience that. Batya Laufer, who is based in Israel, another very famous vocabulary researcher, found that at 90%, that's a tipping point. About half of the learners will be able to read and half of the learners will still struggle. The reason that it's half and half is it has to do with schema theory. So if learners have a lot of background knowledge on the topic, they might be able to read at 90%. If they don't have background knowledge, 90% is still too difficult. But at 95%, we can see that most learners can read and guess from context without the help of dictionaries. So 90 to 95% are really important thresholds. And to read for pleasure, to read and enjoy reading, you need 98 or 99% coverage. So these thresholds are much higher than most teachers would guess. And I think this is very important for us to understand in terms of reaching out to our students and in terms of goal setting for vocabulary goal setting. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So as I said, Japanese high school students, when they read a text, it looks like that. And that's a very, very difficult problem. And I did some research on all of the major best-selling textbooks in Japan, ministry-approved textbooks, and what we found is that all major textbooks had very, very low coverage in terms of text, and it means that they have lots of difficult vocabulary. So why is this the case? You know, if the Ministry of Education, the Japanese Ministry of Education, they know my research and they know the research of others about this, but they continue to have very, very difficult reading materials. Do you have any idea why they might allow such a thing?
If I may, I believe very many governments and very many teachers still think that that should be certain level of struggle in every material that you deliver.
That's a very good point, and that's traditionally that is actually the origin of Japanese education, and especially English education, is that they feel that students should struggle, and they set the bar very high. There's a myriad. There are quite a few other reasons. You know, this is my area of expertise. I'm working very hard to try and help change the situation in Japan. But what you just mentioned is actually, you know, one of the very important origins of the difficulty. And the other one is we call a backwash effect from Japanese university entrance exams. English is a required subject at Japanese universities, and it's a required subject on the entrance exams to universities. And so what happens is that all of the major universities have English tests that you need to pass to enter the exam and enter the university. And these are some of the top 10 universities in Japan. And what we can see is that every one of them has coverage of less than 80% with 2,000 words. So that red line at 80%, all native speaking materials would be above the line. Time magazine and newspapers and Harry Potter would all be above the red line, but Japanese university entrance exams are below. They purposely include a lot of difficult words, and because you know, they want to make it difficult to enter Japanese universities. So what we have is the negative effect of test English. The first few thousand words of English language are known as high frequency vocabulary. I just wrote HFW for space saving. So those are the words that second language learners should be studying because they occur everywhere in our daily life. But because of entrance exams and school textbooks, students are studying very low frequency words like exasperate and abstain and emigrate. All of these words are studied by second-year high school students in chapter 1 of the easiest vocabulary book for entrance exam preparation. So they're studying very low frequency words, and they are studying it at the expense of very high frequency words. So words like ace and bid and some are very simple words that most high school students don't know. They're wasting their time studying low frequency, difficult vocabulary that they'll actually never meet. And this is a problem in Japan, it's a problem in China, it's a problem in Korea, it's a problem in Taiwan. The entrance exam backwash effect is very, very big problem in Asia. But I think the problem of studying low frequency vocabulary and difficult reading materials is true in most countries where English is taught as a second language. So if that's the problem, what's the solution? And this is really where my research comes in. So what I'm concerned about and what I'm thinking about is trying to create lists of vocabulary words that are very short. And those short lists of words would help learners to be able to understand most English, most general English, and most English for specific purposes. So basically what I'm concerned with is trying to make shortcuts for second language learners. Native speakers, so if we go to my first list, which is known as the New General Service List, we published this in 2013. Now, if you remember, there's 600,000 words in the English language, 30,000, about 5%, are known by adult native speakers. 90% is the minimum to be able to read and guess from context without a dictionary. And what we have in the New General Service List is 2,800 words, and it gives 92% coverage of general English. So this is quite amazing because it's only 10% of the size of a native speaker vocabulary. So 90% less words than a native speaker, but covering 92% of the words that they will meet in their daily life. So if they try to read a newspaper, if they try to read a magazine or a book, if they try to watch TV or watch a movie, the coverage will be 92% or higher. So this is very, this is quite an important thing. Now, how did I do this? This is the science of corpus linguistics. And the first list that I developed, called the New General Service List, was based on the Cambridge English Corpus, the CEC. And what we did is we took a subsection of the CEC of about 273 million words, about 10% of the corpus, and we tried to take subsections that we thought would be useful for second language learners. So books and magazines, fiction and nonfiction, radio and spoken English, learner English, and so on. And we were able to come up with a very, very short list that offered tremendous coverage. Now, why is this possible? The reason that we can do this, the reason that this is possible is because of something called Zipf's law. And Zipf's law is a mathematical model created by George Zipf more than 100 years ago. And if I put it in words, it's this. It basically says that frequency decreases with rank. And more precisely, frequency is inversely proportional to rank. Got it? No. Most people, even if they read this, even if you read it in simple English, it's still kind of hard to understand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you one or two slides to try and help demonstrate what it is. Does anybody know what the most frequent word in the English language is? Any guesses? Well, if we're talking about written English, the most frequent word in the English language is the word.
So we have here personal pronouns listed. He, I, the article.
Yeah, well, the definite article is given in the answer. If you look at written English, the word the will cover about 6 to 7% of most written texts. If you go to spoken English, usually the word is I. I is the most frequent, but for written English, the word the. But if you know just the top 10 most frequent words of the English language, you know about 25% of the words on the page. The top 100, very close to 50%. The top 1,000, close to 75%. And that's kind of amazing considering there's only 600,000 words in the English language. So if we look at this graphically, here is a sample
of 10 million words of English from the Cambridge English corpus. This is a slide that a good friend of mine, Mike McCarthy, loaned to me. And what you can see from this slide is if you look at the Cambridge English corpus, a 10 million word sample, and you were to just count the frequency of the first 2,000 words in the Cambridge English corpus for this sample, it covers 83% of all the words. So that's 8.3 million words out of 10 million words are the same 2,000 words over and over again. If you learn the next 2,000 words, that gives you another 5%. So 88% total. It's the blue one plus the green one. 83 plus 5 is 88. If you learn the next 2,000, you get another 3%. The next 2,000, another 2%, the next 2,000, another 1%. So if you were to draw a line, from the top of the blue one to the top of the green one to the top of the yellow one, it's a very, very tall on the left and very, very flat as you go to the right, right? That is called a Zipfian curve. The Zipfian curve means that the high frequency words are extremely high and the low frequency words are extremely low, right? So we will meet the high frequency words everywhere and the low frequency words we will not. So if you are a student of English, or here today, most of you are teachers of English. If you're a teacher of English or a student of English, which of these 2,000 words would you like to teach? So let's say, for example, the fifth 2,000, would you like to teach the yellow words? Of course not, right? Because those you teach 2,000 words and students will only know 1% of the words on the page. Now, if you remember from my previous slide, students in high school in Japan are studying words this is the first 10,000 words. Students in Japan are studying the words from the 20,000 and 50,000 and 100,000 word level with significant gaps in their knowledge of high frequency words. So this is a huge problem. So Zipf's law in a nutshell is that it's essential, it is absolutely essential for students to master these high frequency words because they occur everywhere. The first several thousand words make up the core of everything that we read and we listen to and the videos that we watch. And the problem is that if we don't master these words, it doesn't matter if you learn 50,000 low frequency words. You can have 50,000 low frequency words. If you don't know the first 2,000, you can never reach 95% because those high frequency words are so important. It's mathematically impossible to reach 95 or 98% if you don't know them. Right? So this is the basis of my research and the basis of my approach. So what I've done over the years is I've created not just one word list, I've created, it's now 7 or 8 word lists. I'm going to introduce 4 or 5 of them to you right now. 2 of them are not published yet. They might be published in the next week or 2. So I'll just show you the ones that are already out there. And what we have, as you can see, on the left-hand side, there's 600,000 words in the English language. The yellow, it says 2,800. That's the new general service list, the NGSL. Those 2,800 words will give you somewhere between, I said about 92%. 92% if you're looking at general English, but if we start talking about specific special purpose English, it drops down a little bit. So somewhere between 87 and 94% for those 2,800. So step 1 for every language learner must be to learn high frequency general English words. That absolutely is essential, okay? But the step 2, it depends on the student. So step 2 will vary from student to student to student. So if you are a student who is studying at an English-speaking university, so for example, if you're from Georgia and you go to the UK university for school, there is a kind of English that's used inside of universities called academic English. And academic English is very different than general English. We use many, many difficult words to describe academic phenomena, certainly in the sciences, but also in every genre. So what, if you need to listen to academic lectures, if you need to read academic textbooks, you absolutely need to master academic English. So what we've developed is a list of 960 academic words that gives quite good coverage in academic settings. So let me just move. So this is our new academic word list, which was published in 2013 as well. The academic word list is based on a slightly different corpus. We took about 248 million words of academic English from the Cambridge corpus, but we also added 3 million words of oral academic English because we know that students struggle with lectures. So we used the Michigan Corpus of Academic English, the MyCase corpus, and we also used the British Academic Spoken English corpus called BASE. We also did a survey of textbooks, and we created a corpus out of the 100 top selling academic textbooks, and that was the makeup of the academic corpus. And so when I say modular in the title of my talk, what I mean is putting together different pieces. Here in academic English, piece number 1 is the NGSL, piece number 2 is the academic English. So if we look within the 283 million word academic corpus, we can see that we're getting only 86% coverage for the NGSL because academic English is very different, but the 960 academic words brings us back up to 92%. So very nice, solid coverage for a very small number of words. The same thing goes for our TOEIC list. TOEIC is a very important test of English, a proficiency test made by ETS, English Testing Services out of Princeton, New Jersey. And many people in Asia and other countries need to pass this exam. It's supposed to be a test of business English. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's a high stakes exam that many students struggle with. So a few years ago, I and my colleague, Dr. Culligan, we worked on another corpus of TOEIC English, and we published something called the TSL, a TOEIC service list. So here we took many TOEIC examination books and many other kinds of TOEIC preparation materials and made a corpus. And what we were able to get was extremely high coverage for the TOEIC exam, 99% coverage if you know step 1 of the modular approach, the NGSL 2,800 words plus 1,200 TOEIC words. So only 4,000 words, 99% coverage of the TOEIC exam. Why could we get such a high coverage compared to academic English? Because TOEIC exam is test English. It's not real English. Test English is very narrow and very easy for us to define as corpus linguists. It's not the same as general English, and certainly it's not the same as academic English. Academic English, if you look in your university, probably you have 20 or 30 different departments, right? Each department has its own vocabulary. So it's very difficult to get high coverage because we are covering so many different genres. With TOEIC English, we're not doing that. It's very narrow. But TOEIC is supposed to be business English, but it's not. So the same year that I published TOEIC to help students to pass the TOEIC exam, the same year I published another list called the business service list for real business English. TOEIC is test business English. This one, the business service list, is for real business English. So what we did is we created a corpus that consisted of business magazines, business newspapers, business web pages, business textbooks. And this is business English as it's experienced in the real world. And we were able to get about 97% coverage for the new general service list plus the plus the BSL. So again, 4,500 words, very short, very efficient set of word lists, and we got very high coverage. If you're curious, there is overlap between our special purpose lists. The new general service list does not overlap with any of these. We always consider the new general service list as step 1. So if you can see the next slide, new general service list does not overlap. That's always step 1. Those are general English words. But the special purpose lists, students usually only learn one of them at a time, so it's okay to have overlap. So that's why we do that, okay? Now, we also have, within the new general service list, there are 3 corpora that are related to spoken English. And we had many requests for a list of spoken English. And so we published the spoken English word list, the NGSLS, as well. And what you can see that for to get to 90% coverage for the NGSL, we need 1,500 words, but for the spoken, we only need about 700 words, because in spoken English, we tend to use more high frequency words. And in written English, we tend to use more low frequency words. So those are the 5 word lists we have published right now. We are also, in the next few weeks, we're publishing a brand new list of children's English for second language learners of English that's focused on the needs of children. This will be a replacement for the Dolce list. And we are also publishing a fitness English list. So that will be out very soon too. What I also want to introduce to you very briefly, I have about 3 minutes left. What I want to do in those 3 minutes is to at least tell you about some of the other resources that I've made. So the word lists was really not the finish point for us. It was really only the starting point. There are many word lists that are published in academic journals, but teachers don't know about them. And the word lists are not in the format that teachers can use. I'm a teacher trainer, and I'm always worried about the needs of teachers and the needs of students. So publishing the word list was just a starting point. After that, I wanted to spread the word about the word list and to give tools that can help people to use the word list. So I created this website called the New General Service List website. And if you go to newgeneralservicelist.org, you can basically see all of the various resources that we've created. And I don't have time to introduce them one by one today, but I will just at least tell you what kinds of resources are on this web page. So if you go to the web page, you can download all of our word lists there. I've created them under a Creative Commons license, so that you are free to use any of these word lists in any way that you want. They're free and they're open source. So all of the word lists are downloadable in Excel sheets. But word lists by themselves are not useful. We need definitions. So I spent almost a year writing definitions in simple English and also simple Japanese for all of the words. You can download those as well. Those are downloadable from the website. There is a link to all of the research articles that have been published by either myself or many other researchers around the world. These word lists are well known around the world now. And there's a growing amount of research. And so for people who are interested in the research using these word lists, I've tried to keep an update set of links on the website. I've also created a number of free online learning applications. I like to utilize websites that are free, so that teachers can actually help their students to learn. Let me go pull back. English. So for example, I think some of you might be familiar with Quizlet. Quizlet is a free flashcard application website. You can upload any word list, and there are games and flashcards. All of my word lists are on Quizlet. You can go to the links from my website, or you can do a search. There's another website like that called Memrise, and all of our word lists are on that website. Kahoot is another very popular word quiz application. We've done a lot with Kahoot as well. So there's a lot of free learning applications. We also have online assessment and placement tools, because assessment is very important, especially we need diagnostic assessment for finding out where students' gaps are. So the new general service list is 2,800 words, but students have knowledge of some of those words, and we need to find out which words they already know, so we don't have to teach them. And we have 2 tests called the New General Service List Test, NGSLT, and NAWLT. Those are free, and those are downloadable from our website. Very high reliability, very high validity, a lot of published research about these tests. Please use them. There's many research tools that we online corpus-based research tools that are free that utilize my word lists. I'll explain about some of those in my upcoming seminars. There's text analysis and grading tools, also free, and those are available as well. I've also made many free applications, iPhone applications and Android applications. Maybe the most famous one is called Word Learner, Word-Learner, and that has all of the word lists available with an online dictionary and lots of games and flashcards. I also try to maintain a blog of NGSL news. So on the website, there's a blog, and also if you use Facebook, we have Facebook pages for all of the word lists. So I'm just at 45 minutes right now. I think this is probably a good place to stop. There's a lot of tools. If my speech helped you to feel you want to do more with vocabulary, you just need to go to the website. There's much more detail. I've also done a TED Talk about these word lists. If you like TED Talks, there's a link to it from my website as well. And hopefully my word lists, my tools, and this research will be of some benefit to you. So thank you very much for inviting me once again. And it's a real pleasure to be a part of this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Dr. Brown, thank you so much. Thank you for your interesting speech. And I'm really happy to observe our conference grow from year to year. And every year we see more and more people with more rigorous research participating in conference, which really makes us all conference organizers very much happy. Thank you for your participation and for your contribution. Thank you, Dr. Brown. I know it's really interesting. You will have a chance to ask your questions through chat, but now through this online communication, I could allow only 2 questions. Could you please just 2 questions only, right?
Sure. Yes. Please go ahead. I'm not sure who I should call him, but please speak out.
Dr. Nikachita wanted to ask a question, please.
I think the mic is off. Professor Nika, I think you have to turn on your mic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Best of all, Dr. Brown, thank you very much for so interesting presentation. Yes, I really apologize. My mistake when I mentioned 26. I was meaning 26,000 words because I remember the first Georgian English dictionary, and I was reading the introduction where it was written that there are 26,000 words. Accordingly, I thought there are about 26,000 words in the English language, and it's thank you very much for the, giving us interesting information related to the existence of 600,000 words in the English language. So it's what do I want? It's partly comment and partly question to you related to the English language. Yes, it's I think that's very important that English language after the World War I has become as the first diplomatic language in the world, because we know here that till the middle of the 17th century, the Latin language was the first diplomatic and international language in the world, and within the period from after the Westphalian Treaty signing in 1648 till the end of the World War I, the first diplomatic language was the French. But today, by this way, English language is the first, that if we take into consideration the data of 2010, according to which there were only 7.8% of the native English speakers in the world, but with regard to the number of the people who speaks English with a second or third language, like me and my many colleagues, yes, from our universities, there were as to the 2010. There were 1.5 billion people who were speaking English. So accordingly, by this way, English language, by this way, promotes globalization. What do you think? Why, what's your opinion in this regard? Why, for example, English language has become the first diplomatic language and international language in the world? Because it's more easy, it has more easy grammar because of this factor, or because of political factors, or what is your point of view about it? Thank you.
Well, that's a very difficult question. But what I would say, first of all, is it's absolutely not because it's easy. I would say that English is an incredibly difficult language to learn. And one of the reasons for the difficulty of English is because English was one of the first languages to have a dictionary. And once the language was put into the dictionaries and the grammars, it kind of locked the language into a stage where it couldn't develop as easily as languages in other countries. So I think that learners around the world struggle with archaic, difficult grammar rules of English language. But it's very true that English is an incredibly important language, and I think it's connected to the point, as you said, that the number of native speakers of English is much less than the number of non-native speakers, and this means to us as teachers that we need to shift the way we teach English. When 30 years ago, when I arrived in Japan, the focus was very much on students and teachers together wanted the goal of perfect native speaker pronunciation, like American pronunciation or British was very popular in Japan. And I think this is no longer an important goal. We're in the era of communicative language teaching, and communication is the goal. So comprehensibility, whether or not the message is understood, is far more important than whether or not it's pronounced perfectly or the grammar is perfect. So the measuring stick is becoming different, and this frees us up to come up with more innovative, more positive, more useful teaching techniques.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Brown. I think it was George Bernard's show who said that English is really easy to speak, but to speak it perfectly and accurately, it's one of the most difficult languages in the world. Thank you. Next question is to our Armenian colleague, Zara Sogomian. Could you please, but please keep your question
sure.
very brief. I would like to ask you.
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting information. You mentioned TOEIC, that there is a list devoted to TOEIC. I was wondering whether you're planning to have any list for TOEFL or for IELTS, because these are very, very famous and well-known exams, and it would be really very helpful for both the trainers and the teacher and the students.
Absolutely, and TOEFL has been on our agenda for the past year or two. We've built all of these word lists and all of these tools basically as people ask us. So we build the TOEIC list before the TOEFL list because there were more people asking us for TOEIC. But the TOEFL list, absolutely, we will be building it eventually. For me, I don't really like these kind of tests because I don't think they're a really good measure of English proficiency, but they're so high stakes and our students' lives are so affected by their scores that I feel obligated to develop them. That's why we developed the TOEIC list, because the two quickest ways to improve your score on a proficiency test like TOEIC or TOEFL is not to study English, because it's very insensitive to small gains in English proficiency. What it is sensitive to is decreasing the error measurement. So when you take a test, there is a certain amount of error in the score, and part of that error is related to not having good test taking skills. not having a good sense of timing. And so if you practice test-taking skills, you can decrease your error and increase your score very quickly, like in a period of a month or two. The second way is by systematically studying the words, the vocabulary that occurs just on the test. So the reason I made my word list is it's kind of a cheat. It's kind of a way to quickly raise students' scores on the test while they're on the journey, the longer journey of increasing their English proficiency. So eventually, yes, we will be developing a TOEFL, but for me, the children's list was much more important because my word list, the first word list, the NGSL, is new general service list, is a replacement of the old general service list published by Michael West in 1953. So the new general service list is replacing a 60-year-old list. So it needed to be updated. The same is true for children's English. Companies, publishers, schools around the world are using a 75-year-old list known as the Dolce list. It's not, it was okay at the time, but it really needs to be updated. So I felt an obligation to publish the children's word list first, and that's we're just weeks away from announcing that. But we're basically putting out fires. Whichever fire is burning the most, that's the next word list. But TOEFL will be there soon for sure, and IELTS maybe eventually. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions. Dr. Brown, is it okay if our conference participants ask you questions in the chat so that they communicate with you? Thank you so much.
I'll be here throughout the whole day of the conference, and I'm happy to answer questions throughout the day, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know all of us have many questions, but we need to follow the conference agenda. Now, I would like to give floor to a very good friend of International Black Sea University, Professor Dr. Jarosław Krajka, from Maria Curie Slawowska University, Lublin, Poland. Dr. Krajka has been cooperating with our faculty, supervising PhD students, co-supervising students. So we do value your enthusiasm to support us and cooperate with us. Now, Dr. Krajka will deliver his keynote speech on cultures of learning in the classroom, on challenges on teaching multicultural classes. Dr. Krajka, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, Notella, Dr. Brown, all distinguished guests. I'm very happy to be here with you. I hope you can hear me well. I hope you can see the title slide of my presentation. I hope the Georgian script of my name and the university is at least resembles Georgian. So it's a great honor for me to be here. We have a special day today in Poland. It is the day of the national flag, and it is just tomorrow that we have the national day that commemorates the first constitution in Europe and the second in the world that was adopted in Poland in the 18th century. So it's a very special time for me, and I'm happy that I can be with you on that special day. Just as Nicholas rightly said, I have been collaborating with IPSU for quite a few years, and it's an immense experience for me, supervising, co-supervising PhD dissertations and helping and teaching doctoral students. I'm very happy to be able to deliver my talk. The talk that I was asked to make slightly more general, rather than pertaining to English language teaching in particular, which of course would be my preference because I'm an English teacher myself and teacher trainer. But since I was asked to make it slightly more general, I thought it might be useful to reflect on the concept of cultures of learning in the classroom, and in particular of challenges of teaching multicultural classes. I think that it is a very important topic nowadays that we see globalization of every single sphere of life. Some would even call it McDonaldization of language teaching methodology or methodology in general. And I think it's a useful topic to share with you, to inspire perhaps you, or perhaps to pose some questions that that perhaps we'll together try to answer. So I would like to start saying that if we look at the picture, educational picture nowadays, of course, we see it much more challenging than it used to be. Myself, 25 years ago, when I started my career as an English language teacher, was very easy and safe, even though I didn't know about that at that time, because I was a Pole teaching English to Polish students, and we all shared the Polish language. And Poland was so homogeneous at that time that it was a very safe teaching and learning environment in terms of language, in terms of culture. Nowadays, we see increased student mobility, we see migrations, we see all those social processes that make it much more challenging for teachers. We see European policy influencing national policy in terms of language learning to a great extent for those countries that are the member of the European Union or the Council of Europe. We see also differing attitudes towards English. Those of us who are teachers of English, we also experience different attitudes, sometimes also not necessarily plausible or sometimes even hostile attitudes towards English as a killer language, not necessarily liberating language, but as a killer language. At the same time, we see inequality of access. Access to learning resources, access to the aspects of the learning environment. We see quite a lot of studies into how to deal with cultural competence, intercultural communicative competence, but much less into intercultural teaching competence. If we think about the problems that teachers of the multicultural classes face, then we can group them into a couple of areas: methodology, personality, language, and culture. And of course, the cultural related issues are most probably the most visible and the most obvious for us: how to encompass learners from very different cultural backgrounds in mixed ethnic classes, how to adapt to the local culture of learning, how to think about the third space that is created when learners are trying to acquire the second language. But at the same time, also those other areas that you can see in the slide are quite important for us to think about. Again, which standard to assess students? Dr. Brown was talking about native speaker versus non-native speaker language, about frequencies. That is, of course, the question of what standard are we using for assessment, and to what extent assessment, for instance, is going to be centered on British or American standards, to what extent assessment is going to be focused or related to English as an international language, or even English as a lingua franca standards. If we look in more practical terms at the language teachers' reality, or teachers' reality, who deal with such international context, multicultural classes, then of course we see a number of problems. Some of my previous research indicated the major problems that you can see. The obvious thing is, of course, the unavailability or lack of the channel of communication, how you will deliver instruction without the student's mother tongue and without necessary proficiency of the students in the second language. How will you go into more abstract terms? How will you use? How will you go into grammar? How will you go into explaining rules if there is not this common channel? Discipline is a very interesting problem that appeared in this research. Discipline, the concept of discipline, the standard for discipline in the classroom turns out to be culturally related. Whatever is misbehavior for some cultures might not necessarily be misbehavior for other cultures. There are different philosophies, for instance, of grammar learning, different philosophies of vocabulary learning. Dr. Brown presented a very interesting concept in which learners work, we encourage learners to work with data, with frequencies, making generalizations. Not in all cultures is this kind of learning actually appropriate. Approaches and techniques are globalized to such an extent that they are exported from some countries and imported to other countries. And again, the question arises, to what extent will they be actually relevant? How short or long-lived are they going to be? So a number of problems that were perceived, of course, stem from the fact that cultures differ so much. I'm not going to explain those different classifications. I'm sure you're familiar with Hofstede's dimensions. There are a number of other scholars that you can see in the slide who came up with their own classifications. It goes without saying that cultures differ. And the teacher, the students will differ in terms of the background, will differ in terms of expectations, societal expectations. It's useful, of course, for language teachers to think about comparing cultures, finding out more about those dimensions that differentiate us. And of course, there are a number of tools that can help us. I'm sure you're familiar with Hofstede Insights and, for instance, the Culture Compass tool that enables comparison of cultures across Hofstede's dimensions. This is a graph that I made for a class that I'm teaching, the master's seminar class that I'm teaching, in order to understand better my students and my attitude and my own attitudes towards deadlines, towards submissions, towards plagiarism, and all the others. Multicultural classes are also difficult to teach because we communicate differently. And another interesting theory that can be evoked at this point is that of culturally conditioned communication styles. Different cultures communicate directly or indirectly. There is a continuum between those two extremes. And indirectness can be considered as vague for some cultures. However, it can be a preferred mode of communication by some other cultures. And again, it is important for us to keep that in mind and to be aware of how and which nations and which nationals communicate in what way. As you can see, it's even interesting that Americans from different parts of the United States may communicate in a slightly different way, according to Katz. This again calls to us the question of, for instance, the native speaker and the native speaker teacher as the model of communication that might not be necessarily in line with the communication style that is accepted in the society where learning and teaching takes place. All of these difficulties, all of these challenges call for an ability that started to be called cultural intelligence. We saw the proliferation of multiple intelligences starting from Howard Gardner. And most probably, following the same vein, we have seen cultural intelligence proposed a couple of years ago that involves an individual's capability to function effectively in situations that are characterized by cultural diversity, that is critical for expecting and addressing the unexpected intercultural encounters. And this particular skill comprises such aspects as metacognitive awareness, metacognitive cultural intelligence, cognitive, motivational, and behavioral. And again, if we think about that, this is much more than intercultural competence or intercultural communicative competence that we are used to thinking about. That is the major part of teacher, that is an important part of teacher training programs all over. We get to the point, which is the major part of my talk, and my major focus, namely a reflection on methods. I've been reflecting on methods, English language or language teaching methods, and in particular within these assessment methods in the cross-cultural perspective, because we see that there is quite a lot of variability here, and there is quite a lot of interesting space for investigation. Methods turn out to be culturally relevant, and some scholars claimed that because there are different perceptions of methods, traditional, alternative, there are different, the methods are accepted by cultures to a greater extent or lesser extent. Sometimes we find it hard to understand why certain methods are so long-lived in some cultures and short-lived in other cultures. That this is a fascinating room for investigation. Just to give you a tiny example, in the late 1990s, when I was starting my teaching career, Poland saw a great fascination with something called Kalan's method. Kalan's method, which was one of the versions, one of the instantiations of the audiolingual method that was pretty much invented in 1960s in the behaviorist scheme. And it's very hard to understand how and why, after so many years, it suddenly gained such great ground, and pretty much most of Poland was learning English through Kalan's method for a few years, and how it was forgotten and abandoned after those few years. So all this takes us to the point where we need to think about cultures of learning, certain frameworks of expectations, attitudes, values, and beliefs that shape the way that we teach and learn, that influence the extent to which we accept, adopt language teaching approaches. There has been some problems. There have been some problems with methods of teaching English, because just as we could expect, just as exams, English language exams that you mentioned in the previous session, IELTS or others, are exported from those NABA countries, North American, Britain, and Australia, to the whole world. Similar applies for methods. And we have seen a number of examples in which those TEFL courses shaped by exams, shaped by course books, shaped by the whole English language teaching industry, turn out to be in conflict with the local values, with the societal expectations, with the perspectives that are dominant in particular contexts. In my final part of my talk, I will be happy to give you some examples. Because instructional methods, just as I said, needs to be at least partially in line with social cultural expectations of learners. You can see some quotes from some authors who report how communicative teaching, some aspects of communicative teaching, such as group work, discussion, games, debates, presentations, and others, happened to be viewed either as not serious, as a waste of time, or even challenging students' sense of security or the social-cultural status of role or roles. So that's, of course, very interesting, because it brings us to the point that we would need to carefully consider not only the method as such, its major assumptions. Most probably we would all agree that no matter where you are, you need to learn how to communicate, but more specifically activities, more specifically techniques, more specifically materials that lead us to this overall aim of developing communicative skills. Just a couple of examples from different countries: Bangladesh, Vietnam, Chile, Southeast Asia, with communicative language teaching viewed as time-consuming as unrealistic to achieve in those contexts which are under-resourced, in those contexts where the classes are overcrowded, in those contexts that do not really accept the teacher-centered approach, in those contexts that, just like Vietnam, rely on recitation and memorization due to a certain oral tradition. So this, of course, brings us to the point where we as teacher trainers, we as teachers need to think about different cultures when choosing materials. We need to avoid focusing on the cultures of native speakers. We need to try to cater for the needs of all the students, not only linguistic needs, but also cultural needs in terms of how they prefer to learn, in terms of how comfortable will they be following certain kinds of activities, certain assessment standards. This topic becomes especially interesting if you have multicultural classes to teach. How and to what extent can you expect collaboration? How will you establish standard for assessment? How the discrepancies, cultural discrepancies between those different cultures, and we can have quite a lot of cultures, not only cultures among students, not only the discrepancy between the teacher's culture and the student's culture, but there is, if you're language teachers, there is yet the third, fourth, or 15th culture, the most important one, namely the culture of the language that is taught. And Claire Cramsh was talking about the third space, but if you have a multicultural class, which space is it actually, and where do those different students meet with the target language culture? So these are, of course, very interesting and very difficult topics. Also, in terms of evaluating course books and evaluating activities that course books and methodology books promote in terms of cultural sensitivity, cultural relevance. You can see a couple of questions from Brown that are a very useful checklist for course book evaluation. Belief systems, values, stereotypes, the attitude towards the student's native language, native culture, the degree of willingness to participate, the roles of males and females in the society, the extent to which the technique draws on the rich background experiences of students. I think that we need to add such cultural sensitivity check to course book evaluation in order for teachers to become more aware of how they need to adapt their instruction to the cultural sensitivity. And of course, there is most to be made by us teacher trainers in terms of making teacher training much more open, much more prepared for those challenges, in terms of teaching trainees how to diagnose needs and interests in order to help them gain the knowledge of different teaching contexts, different preferred methods, even different systems of education across the world, being ready to adapt fast to the classroom reality, true, and being ready to prepare survival materials that can be used in different contexts, also in terms of dealing with this kind of language issue. But most importantly, thinking about assessment and having a range of assessment schemes that would be useful for different contexts in which we can be actually in which we can actually face. And the last part of my talk, I hope I'm doing fine with time. Nicholas, do raise your hand or whatever, or show me the 5 minutes. No.
Yeah, yes, Dr. Kreiter.
Good.
You have 5 minutes to finish.
All right.
Summarize your speech. Thank you.
Just the final
for
5 minutes.
being careful with time.
For me to show to you some of the 3 problems where we can see this cultural sensitivity. Translation and mother tongue use. in Polish education, that was a grammar translation method based for a number of years. We used to have a prominent role of translation and L1 in assessment. This is a very bad test of English, a very bad test, not because it was made by Headway authors, but it was made by a beginning teacher called Jarosław Krajka 22 years ago. My first test, a very bad one, a very grammar translation one. And this way of testing was popular in Poland due to the grammar translation method influence. Nowadays, luckily, we have much less of translation and testing, although due to the current trends in the European language policy, we see translation as mediating from one language to the other, responding to the English text in a Polish message. This is what you see on the slide. This is a task from the Polish primary school leaving exam. And this is this new way of translating that students are learning right now. However, if you look, for instance, at Turkish secondary school leaving exam, you can see a completely different role of L1 and translation, where you have to decide which of the 4 sentences most closely is the closest equivalent to the Turkish sentence that is given. And if you do a cross-cultural project, teacher training project, confronting Polish teachers of English and Turkish teachers of English, as I did, this is quite a revelation for both sides to see how differently assessment of the same language, of the same level of proficiency can look depending on the cultural conditions. It was quite amazing for Polish students to find out that in a Turkish classroom, they have to avoid using too much L2 because students won't understand. And if they don't understand, parents will think that they are bad teachers. On the other hand, it was quite a revelation for Turkish students to see that in the Polish classroom environment, the more English you use, the better teacher you are, and parents' complaints will be the opposite. Parents would complain when teachers use too little English and do not expose learners to the target language as much as it should be. And this, of course, is also applicable to testing and the role of L1, the role of translation in testing, in assessment, during lessons, as well as in summative exams for a summative assessment is a very interesting indicator of this cultural difference. The second concept, learner autonomy and learning strategies. Again, in the Western world, we are accustomed to learner autonomy, and most probably nowadays, due to the influence of the Council of Europe and all those different publications starting with CEFR, much of language teaching nowadays is actually heading towards autonomy. But again, if we think about learner autonomy being that strong in different documents across Europe, but of course documents that have exerted huge influence on the whole teaching world around, we cannot forget that learner autonomy is in conflict with, for instance, Asian classrooms, where the respect between teacher and student, the role of the teacher in society has a completely different understanding than in the Western world. There's no equality, equal teacher-student principle. That is an inherent feature of CLT, where the teacher becomes a participant at times, and the culturally and socially constructed image of the teacher in Vietnam does not accept this role of the teacher, does not accept, for instance, error tolerance. So this is another example that we can, of course, give more and more examples. Learner autonomy. This is 2 final slides, Nicolas. So learner autonomy is very closely connected with alternative assessment. And again, if we look at perceptions of teachers from different countries, I will show a couple of teachers that I observed and listened talking about alternative assessment. You can see how different assessment can be, and perceptions of assessment and perceptions of applicability of alternative assessment can be, how the balance between summative and formative assessment, how the preference for certain forms of alternative assessment are in different countries. For instance, Japan and South Korea. Dr. Brown was talking from Japan. These are the countries where, due to huge role of summative assessment and test results exerting such a huge influence on learners, this of course makes the whole teaching process subjected to summative assessment. In other countries, due to greater amount of centralization, due to greater role of the curriculum, perhaps more limited choice of course books, the possibilities for using other assessment, alternative assessment, or formative assessment might be much more limited. Just the final slide and the final conclusion. I hope you can see that cultures of learning play an immense role in language teaching and learning process, and it is necessary for teachers to be aware of that. It is necessary for coursebook authors, for exam providers to be aware of that as well. And the teacher in the multicultural class needs to carefully navigate through those rough waters. And there are certain areas, there are certain concepts. I hope you saw that in translation, in L1 use, learner autonomy, alternative assessment, that are particularly, that are like rocks that we need to navigate around and avoid. And of course, there is much to be done by us, university trainers. There is much to be done by teacher trainers in local contexts. And most importantly, cultural intelligence and intercultural teaching competence should gain much greater ground. Thank you for your attention. I took 3 more minutes, so my apologies, Nicholas. Thank you.
No, it's not a big issue. Thank you so much, Dr. Krajka. Once again, my question is, would you mind if the conference participants actually communicate with you over the chat?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. I'll try to be here today, although I have my family duties, so I'll try to respond at least a couple of minutes later. But yes, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interesting speech, and I do apologize to all the participants. We cannot allow any questions here as we are slightly behind the schedule. So I would like to present the next participant, and while we have some concurrent sessions throughout all these online communication, you could ask questions to all the participants, and I mean, everyone you could see, including myself and other organizers of this conference. Now, I would like to give floor to Professor Dr. Natella Dogonadze from International Black Sea University, and she's the founder of this conference and the editor of conference proceedings and editor-in-chief of a scholarly peer-reviewed research journal that we publish at our university. So if you have questions concerning these publication procedures, you could address Professor Dogonadze with this question. Now, I would like to give floor to Professor Dogonadze, who will present her speech, How Viral is Distance Learning?
Hello once again, dear friends. Today I'm going to present to you the topic, How Viral is Distance Learning? This is a paper prepared by 5 authors, including myself, but I'm alone presenting it. My co-authors come from different countries, such as Lyudmila Knodel from Ukraine, Huda Halawachi from Iraq, Samuel Adebayo from Nigeria originally, but he lives in UK and he has part about both countries. And finally, Aydin Aliyev from Azerbaijan. So first I need to define what distance learning is. Distance learning is learning done by students and teachers who are not physically presented in one place and probably even in one time. Distance learning, though people think that it's something very recent, but it started approximately 180 years ago in the UK, where the first shorthand courses were delivered by sending by mail printed materials to students who wanted to learn shorthand. Since then, it has gone a long way of improvement, technical improvement, while technology was improving. After using mail, they went on radio and television, and finally they went on computers, on intranet of some American universities in 1960s, and on internet as it is nowadays, and it became available practically all over the world. And of course, distance learning today is very important, and much research has been dedicated to its advantages and its challenges. And among advantages, we speak about learner autonomy, which is incredibly important because learners learn to be responsible for their learning and to develop their learning strategies. Without it, distance learning is practically impossible. And distance learning is flexible in time and place because contemporary technology permits to study whatever time, especially if it is done in asynchronous regime. It permits to combine work and study, which is very important for people who need to increase their professional knowledge or who want to develop a new profession while continuing working. It's cheaper because no accommodation expenses are added and no traveling expenses are added, as well as the tuition fees are lower than for traditional learning. It provides the package of materials, so there is no need to, so to say, find some materials which sometimes may be unavailable or too expensive. And of course, the main achievement of distance learning is for students with special needs, because these students some 20 years ago were practically devoid of normal high quality education, but today they can receive education on even international level, especially if their knowledge of English permits them to do so. Of course, it has some challenges as well, such as technical skills of teachers and students, especially teachers. Today, students are the Y generation, so usually they have the appropriate technical skills, at least for entertainment, but then they can transfer these skills on their education. But many teachers, especially teachers of humanities or elderly teachers, do not possess quite adequate skills, which may be a problem. But not only technical skills, but pedagogical skills, because many teachers think that distance learning is just teachers speaking head on the screen, while it can be much richer. It can be connected with hands-on activities, with group work, etc. But a serious limitation of distance learning is some specialties like medicine, where only certain part of educational process can be done through internet, through technologies, but much of it has to be done in hospitals, in labs, etc. Without it, it cannot provide high quality. Generally, they speak a lot about distance learning being of lower quality than traditional learning. This is and this is not true, because it can be done on quite a high quality, but for these teachers need corresponding knowledge and corresponding skills how to do it. And of course, it depends generally on pedagogical and specialty qualification of the teacher. So there is no guarantee that face-to-face learning is good, as well as there is no destiny about distance learning to be not very good. Of course, distance learning cannot provide as much cooperation and as much rapport between teacher and student as face-to-face communication can. Not so much emotional exchange can exist, because in the classroom, you know, sometimes there is energy that rotates if a teacher is full of that energy. And lack of individual approach can be provided, and lack of cultural sensitivity due to the same reason that the teacher cannot know so closely his students and their culture. And one of the big problems is lack of educational materials online which are not in English. And it means that if your English is not at least at B2 level, which is not typical for national schools, for example, for majority of national schools, correspondingly, this is a problem to use those internationally developed materials. And the quality and the quantity of and variety of materials in native languages have to be improved. But some positive solutions have been found. For example, in the post-Soviet countries, in our study, they apply television lesson for children from rural area where quality of internet and sometimes even quality of electricity is not of desirable level. And of course, one of the achievements of contemporary application of distance learning is that parents became more involved in their children learning, and they developed more understanding, especially those parents who were ready to follow the tips provided to them by teachers and by experienced theoretical specialists in the field of education. Legislation is a big problem because legislatively in many countries still today, diplomas received through distance learning are either not recognized or recognized legally but neglected by employers, and this question has to be settled. And legislation has to develop the approaches to how to make distance learning with higher authority and higher employability possibilities. The research that I held was involved teachers from the named countries, from Georgia 132, from Iraq 47, from Azerbaijan 35, from Ukraine 33, from Nigeria 128, and from the UK 20, and from some other countries like US and Poland and Hungary and Romania. Just few teachers, not enough for statistics, but good for providing the variety of opinion. And it's very interesting that opinion of the teachers involved in the research, and it looks like they reflect the general situation because we compared their opinions with already existing publications on the issues in the corresponding countries, that teachers underwent a great stress. That was definitely a big problem, and also that though the teachers recognize that according to Likert scale, 6-point Likert scale, which I used, and positive result began with 4 points. So only on some items they gave positive answers. Mostly the answers were either hesitant or even negative. And it means that teachers have a feeling that neither them nor the students were well enough prepared for the situation which was created, and that much has to be done to improve the situation. And of course, this research is far from being representative, and a much more serious research has to be done. And I address, if they will listen to me, to the ministries of education and even to the parliaments, or to educational committees in the parliaments, that they work on better legislation concerning distance learning, and that they develop plans in case such urgent application of distance learning again becomes a necessity, which unfortunately is quite possible, taking into consideration the epidemic situations of recent years. Like you remember, in previous years there was the so-called birds flu and SARS and some other epidemics. So such danger exists, and the need of total movement to distance learning may again become a necessity. But besides, distance learning possesses so many advantages that it has to be developed, and it has to be applied on a wider scale, if not on such a wide scale. 185 countries, according to official sources, moved to distance learning nowadays due to COVID-19 pandemic. But even if we don't apply it on such a large scale, but we need to develop, we need to improve its quality, we need to be ready in case of necessity to use it on such large scales like now, or to use it on more modest scales, but when it is necessary, like for students with special needs and for students who live in remote from cultural centers, places, to benefit the level, the quality, the availability, the right of education to all children, because education is the future of all our countries, it's the future of humanity, and we need to think about beneficial and efficient application of distance learning. And I hope that this little research can contribute at least on some level on pushing forward a larger scale research and bringing a higher quality in the future of distance learning, which will improve the whole situation with education in the world. Thank you, and I will be very glad if my presentation a little bit helped you to understand the existing situation, and I will be very happy if you at least partially share my ideas on the need to improve and develop distance learning and its legislation and its organization. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Dogonadze. Thank you for your interesting speech. And yes, this piece of research is timely because, yes, all of us, all teachers, everyone in academia, we face this tension that now that we have to go completely online. And yes, we have some experience to partly deliver some content online. However, I don't think anyone in the world was fully ready to go completely online and deliver the content and manage the instruction in fully online mode. So this is the end of our opening sessions and keynote speeches. Unfortunately, in this case as well, I cannot actually allow any questions here because we are slightly behind the schedule and we need to follow the schedule. I do apologize for this, but I think we all have the understanding that online communication is very specific, and to avoid any further complexities, it's better to follow the agenda. I would like to use this chance and to once again thank all the participants, and especially our dearest invited guests who participated in this opening ceremony. I would like to once again say a big thank you to Dr. Julius Zeit from US Embassy to Georgia, and Lika Bunderidze was with us from English language programs of the US Embassy to Georgia. Nana Yoseliani of PH International is here with us. And of course, I would like to thank our keynote speakers for their wonderful and informative and very much, I would say, research-based keynote speeches. Once again, I'm really happy to observe that we are moving to more and more rigorous research in our conference. Once again, I would like to thank you. And now some technical details. Please check our conference webpage, and there you can access links to rooms, and please consult the conference program and go to the assigned sessions, and it says room number 1, room number 2, room number 3, and please get yourselves ready for the presentations. Thank you once again for your participation.
Nick Wei, hello. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Mehmet.
Yeah, please, dear participant, please go to your room, and I will take you in because I need to admit everyone who is who needs to join the room. Okay, who is in room 1 will be here. Room 2 and room 3 will join to their room. Okay, Nick Wei, you are coming to your room, yeah?
Yes, okay. I will move there.
Okay.
So room number 1, we don't have to do anything. We can stay here?
Yeah, you can stay here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Room 1, first presenter is Yonca Özkan and Erdoğan Bada from Turkey.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, could you please share your screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
You have 15 minutes and you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, first of all, I would like to say hello to all of you. And since due to time limitation, I will start now. And we are, it's a joint paper. In fact, my colleague and I from Turkey, our study title, Teacher.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, Teacher Competency Modeling and Remodeling.
Once again, let me present myself. I'm Nicolas Podjanate. I work for International Lexicographic University. I'm a professor in English philology. However, I deliver courses not only in English philology, but in education management.
Just a minute, Yoncan.
Educational research as well.
Sure.
I would like to use this chance to once again.
Okay, you can continue, please.
Yes, I and my colleague from Turkey and from Adana, one of the Mediterranean cities in Turkey. Yes, and here I would like to move with the related research regarding our research. Here, teachers would teacher-centered syllabus adhere only to prescribed materials aiming to achieve goals and objectives preset and predefined by higher authorities. So they are in a position to assess and evaluate their own instruction in a rather cyclical way. And so instructions such as materials, classrooms, teachers, and administrations these are all necessary elements for an ideal setting. So, but when we observe the literature, students are no longer in a receptive position only, or should not, let's say. Production for them is extremely necessary. And without it, they may have to revert to their traditional receiver role. So this is an urgent need, and we are always discussing about this in the ELT domain. Switching from a teacher-centered approach to student-centered one is challenging, but it's necessary. Incorporating students into language education requires teachers' genuine cooperation, confidence in students' potentials while doing so, professional readiness, expertise, and certainly willingness. So when we focus on our own context, local context, I would like to highlight some of Ministry of Education and Higher Education Council's regulations. In our local context, teacher training programs at university level. So here it's a transformation in 1998-2006 by Turkish Higher Education Council. The unification of education in 1924 and establishment of Ministry of National Education and Council of Higher Education reflects some of much earlier reform movements, which targeted to train and educate student teachers more effectively so that they could keep up with the digital era and globalized issues in education, particularly by enabling them to develop sensitivity for inter- and transcultural matters, which is one of frequently researched topics nowadays: transculturalism, multilingualism, and multiculturalism. And so here, the Turkish Ministry of Education, there are two main categories related to teacher competencies. First, generic teacher competencies and field-specific teacher competencies. And here we have 6 categories mentioned in this report by our ministry. First, personal and professional values, knowing the student, learning and teaching process, monitoring and evaluation of learning and development, school, family, society relationships, knowledge of curriculum and content. Yes, as for English teacher competencies, which is the focus of our study, 5 categories emerge as planning and organizing English teaching procedures, improving language skills, monitoring and evaluating language development, school, family, society collaboration, improving professional skills in English teaching. Yes, so pre-service English teachers' views on generic and field-specific teacher competencies set by Ministry of Education. Here again, there are subtitles: professional knowledge, professional skills, attitudes, and values. Yes. And I'd like to continue with the focus of our study. Here we have 2 questions. We try to seek answers to these specific 2 questions. Are pre-service language teachers aware of this Ministry of Education teacher competencies? How do pre-service language teachers evaluate themselves regarding their competencies at their practicum schools? Practicum is compulsory course with our senior pre-service student teachers. Here, 20 pre-service English language teachers joined the study. It's a small-scale study and still will be continuing in fall semester. The participants range from 20 to 22 years in age and were all seniors at our department, ELT department in Çukurova University in Turkey. Yes, the competency levels of pre-service language teachers in terms of generic and field-specific teacher competencies here, as I mentioned earlier, set by Ministry of Education. This is a descriptive case design, tries to delve into pre-service teachers' elicited views and on 2 different categories of competencies. 20 pre-service teachers who enrolled in a state teacher education program. Çukurova University is one of the state universities. The participants were asked to complete a questionnaire involving a mixed type of items, both Likert type and open-ended one. The questionnaire was adapted from Ministry of Education. Face-to-face interviews also conducted to verify the questionnaire data. Based on the Likert type of items of the questionnaire, the participants assessed their competencies depicted by the ministry little competent, first one; second, somewhat competent; third, fairly competent; and finally, highly competent. At the end of the questionnaire, an open-ended explanation was requested from participants in order to enable participants to discuss whether or not the targeted competency items is relevant to their teaching in English teaching in particular. Also, self-assessment forms of generic and English teacher competencies set by ministry were released from the participants. Yes, the participants responded to items related to personal and professional development as well as professional ethics. They all completed self-assessment questionnaire with respect to lesson planning, creating appropriate learning settings, using appropriate pedagogical materials and sources, adopting appropriate methodology, techniques, tasks, technology integration, so on and so forth. Related items were all integrated. Yes, when we come to findings and discussion, here I would like to share these findings with you. Pre-service teachers regarding competencies perceive themselves having good ethics towards their potential students. The highest percentage was with attitudes and values. The lowest was related to professional knowledge, specifically inadequate knowledge pertaining to laws and regulations. The participants felt rather incompetent in such matters. This may tell us that teacher educators and trainers need to focus more on educating their students regarding updated Ministry of Education laws and regulations during weekly practicum sessions, especially discussions and gatherings during practicum process. Yes, pre-service teachers found themselves in a high-ranking position regarding using appropriate methodology and activities, but they cannot create their own materials based on technological elements mostly. So digital literacy, being digital literacy or due to this globalization and digital era, we need to enhance our student teachers' competencies by an effective training. So here digital literacy could be enhanced in teacher education programs in order to fill this gap. With the material adaptation, they need more assistance. Such courses in teacher education programs could be enhanced through workshops and individualized learning so that they feel more competent and motivated adapting, especially technology embedded materials. While pre-service teachers assess themselves quite high regarding contribution to institution development, while they express the views negatively when it comes to competence in policy and regulation information. The majority of the participants voiced their high competence related to valuing students and believing the staff's capacity to succeed. However, they lack competence in giving importance to national and global values since they were not exposed to relevant courses to global issues in their teacher education. This study aimed to find out the competency levels of pre-service English teachers in Turkey in terms of generic and field-specific teacher competencies by the Turkish Ministry of National Education. The majority of the participants in the study were unaware of the competencies and various categories. They expressed views that they were not informed about the program. In any teacher education program, the curriculum should allocate a room to train teacher candidates on competencies targeted and related strategies should be dealt with. So, in addition, student teachers should be assessed with respect to gaining targeted competencies during or towards the end of the program. So, in practicum practices, the supervisors should check their performance in relation to these competencies and have a tutorial sessions with each pre-service teacher as a formative assessment procedure, in which case we can expect student teachers to achieve what they have been exposed to in their teacher education programs. So, formative assessment is a must. This is the implication of our study 101 implication. Supervisors and lecturers should have a very sensitive role in accomplishing such professional tasks. Moreover, at practicum schools, mentors and administration could help pre-service teachers in constructing a bridge between the theory and practice. Supervisors and mentors at practicum through scaffolding could gain very effective outcomes. Frequent meetings and academic gatherings among and with mentors, supervisors, student teachers could expand their schema related to diverse competencies, generic and field, and how to implement such competencies to the fullest. The quality of teacher education is significantly related to instructors' behavior and attitude towards student teachers, which may also play some part in determining teacher candidates' behavior and attitude towards language learners. Without harmony between instructor and teacher candidate, we cannot count on a sound teaching and learning atmosphere. Yes, well-trained teachers who would not impose their beliefs and convince students, endangering each student's personality traits and characteristics. Here, we are emphasizing the fact that such teachers should assist their student teachers each in equipping them with theoretical and practical knowledge, as well as keep them abreast with changes and developments taking place in educational, legal, and procedural policies of the local authorities. this reinstating is very, very important. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Askan. And do you have any question from, if there is any question from our participants, you may ask. Okay, if there is no question, could you please stop sharing, Ms. Askan?
Thank you very much.
There is no question. Thank you. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Okay, the next presenter is Zaruhi Sogomanyan from Armenia.
Yep, but I can't share the screen now because the screen is still sharing.
Okay, good. Yeah. Could you please share your screen?
Yep, sure. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
So basically, I am Zara Sogomanyan from French University in Armenia, and the topic I will be covering today is entitled like this: English as a baton for guiding the development of the 21st century skills. Basically, I had a different beginning for this presentation, but today in the morning, I came across a very, very tiny video I would like to share with you.
Yeah, please share your computer audio as well while sharing.
Yeah, I have already. Yeah, okay. I have already.
Mimi niliamua kutengeneza hiki kifaa baada ya kutangaza ya kwamba kuna ugonjwa wa corona. Niliamua kutengeneza hiki kifaa baada ya kuona kwa TV wakitengeneza magari na pia kwa CBC shuleni.
Basically, we do not really need to move any further. I don't know whether you have paid attention or no, but this kind of text caught my attention because this very nicely fits into what I'm gonna be talking about. I did this after I saw on TV as well as in the competency-based curriculum at school, meaning that currently in the 21st century, it is no longer enough to talk about teaching knowledge, to talk about assessing knowledge. This is no longer actual, I would say, and more countries and more universities and governments are increasingly more concentrated on the skills and in particular on what we call as 21st century skills, because this omnipresent knowledge-based teaching and learning paradigm has long been challenged by the necessity of endowing the graduates with the skills and with the competences they would need when being recruited, for instance, for their continuous professional development, as citizens of the country they represent, as parents, and etc. Yet, notwithstanding the fact that conversations around the skills and competencies have been there for more than 3 decades now, still tertiary level institutions find it hard to teach, train, and to assess those skills. This can be proved by casting a look at expert panel reports of quality assurance agencies, and this holds true for Armenia as well, because when we are having our national quality assurance agency coming and trying to carry out institutional and program accreditation, very often the expert panel reports have this element of kind of recommending the institutions to pay more heed to teaching, training, and assessing the skills, which is, I would say, omnipresent in the Republic of Armenia at least. Despite the increased push for academic establishments all over the world to develop the 21st century skills among youth, scholars have found it cumbersome anyway to identify these core skills because of the vast number of domains those skills need to address and because of the rapid pace with which changes and innovations take the lead. For instance, literature review of the 21st century skills indicates little consensus on the core skills areas and definitions of specific skills. Institutions, for instance, like the Partnership for the 21st Century Skills, the American Association of Schools of Librarians, and the International Society for Guidelines of the National Association for Technology and Education offer different frameworks and guidelines for the 21st century skills. And notwithstanding the fact that there are a lot of differences, still they have come across three major, I would like to say, domains, which target, for example, learning and innovation with creativity, critical thinking and collaboration involved there, information, media and technology with digital literacies, and life and career skills, which represent this whole core of leadership, time management, innovation and self-directed learning, working with others effectively, and etc. Though there are different definitions and different divisions of skills, however, for this particular paper, we're going to concentrate on 6 major ones, those being the 4 C's, of course, obviously, the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, the 5th, technology, media literacy, and leadership. The problem here is, I believe, that with all this turmoil around the 21st century skills, when all and every teacher training is concentrated on teaching the skills and etc., it seems to us as teachers that we need to have a separate lesson plan devoted to skills, which can be the case, obviously, but not always, that we need to work really hard in order to have a separate set of activities that we need to think, to rethink in order to be able to develop those skills, because they are so important, because this is what every single journal mentions and etc. But my aim today would be to try to show a couple of simple things that we can do by altering just a bit almost, I will not be afraid to say, almost every activity in our course books, because the modern course books are all designed in such a way in order to allow certain modifications to target the skills that we want, in order to develop the skill or to train the skill that we really want. In particular, I will be targeting Market Leader Coursebook, Intermediate Business English Coursebook by Cotton, Felvey, and Kent. And I will be targeting, I'm not going to zoom this because you don't really need to see it in a larger version. I will be targeting topic 1. And there is a text called Made in Europe. And the very first question, which is so-called activating question in order to activate the schemata of the learners, in order to set the right mood for the lesson, etc. It asks the learners, why do some companies make luxury products abroad rather than at home? Particularly, this question has already certain elements of critical thinking. Even if you leave it like this, still you can, the students can come up with certain critical ideas and maybe self-reflection and doing certain research or surfing the net and etc. But I would suggest the following. For example, if we want to boost the critical thinking and collaborative skills among the learners, one option to be working with this particular question, and I'm talking only one question, is to deliver the question, why do some companies, and then the rest, to deliver some contradictory answer options. For example, that's always more prestigious, workforce is cheaper, they do not want to pollute and contaminate their motherlands, it's a nice option for the CEOs to travel abroad many times per day, per year, or per month, and other, leaving an option for the students. Then I would go with dividing the class into groups, and then assigning a task of choosing, I don't know, 2, for example, options, and reaching a consensus in the group. They should be the keyword when delivering the task, because when we are talking about developing collaborative skills, we need to make sure that students are capable of collaborating, exchanging ideas, and finally reaching a consensus. The critical thinking should be, once they, for example, pick up the workforce is cheaper, they will need to comment and to ground and to state why they think that the workforce, that the workforce is cheaper. In case, for example, we're aiming to boost the creativity of the learners, so again, the same question, but then again, dividing into the group, but then asking them to come up with the most and the least possible answers. And this is where the creativity appears on the stage, because with the most possible answer, this is easier, but when we are talking about the least possible answers, here they need to be a bit more creative. When talking about communicative skills, this is where we think, well, okay, communication is what is happening because we're teaching them, for example, speaking skills, and this is where communication happens per se. But unfortunately or fortunately, this is not the case, especially in our era of modern technologies, when we are texting, sending messages, when our communication is deprived of the vocal tone, for example, is deprived of emotions and etc. And that's why it is becoming even increasingly important to make sure that we are developing the communicative skills among our learners, because this is what they're going to lack in the future, following different literature review and following the opinions of different experts. And another quite tiny activity, I would say, based on the very same question, why do some companies make luxury products? After the question has been delivered, the answers have been delivered. Again, you are dividing the students into groups, assigning a task, but the final outcome of the task should be for the leader of the group or the group as a whole, presenting and communicating their findings to the group of people. And here you can assign them different communicative tasks. For example, like pretend you need to persuade these people via communication that your choices are the best ones. Or imagine you are very shy and you are having problems communicating the task to the people, and try to kind of work it out, work this scenario out. And the communicative tasks can be different, but it is really very vital, very vital to concentrate on kind of training, teaching, and developing this skill as well. Well, actually, I would like to highlight that it is literally impossible to target all the skills within one lesson, even half of them. Sometimes it might be even problematic to target one skill, though sometimes I've heard teachers saying that actually, how can I teach all the skills in one 80-minute class or one 45-minute class? It is literally impossible. You might have certain lessons that are devoted exclusively to developing this or that particular skill, but of course that depends on your lesson, on primary and secondary aims of the lesson. So it all depends on the context and what and how much and in what depth you want to develop this or that particular skill. It is evident, I would say, from what has been discussed, that the content of modern course books can be easily modified in order to target the development of certain skills and sub-skills. Even more, a lot of research has indicated that when we are targeting teaching certain skills, we are increasing the autonomy of the learners, because we are kind of trying to use different types of teaching methods, like, for example, the inquiry or inquiry-based method, the task-based method, and etc., which is boosting the student-centeredness and boosting the autonomy of the learners. Finally, if I try to talk about boosting technology media literacy, again, within the scope of one and the same text that we have, for example, one possible option could be deleting this part where you see that it is taken from the Financial Times, and asking the learners to come up with the ideas from where the text comes from, whether they think this is, say, taken from a newspaper, whether this is a resource from internet, why they think this is a credible source, why they think this cannot be considered to be a credible source. So by doing so, we are concentrating their attention on certain tiny elements that can help them, of course, not only by doing so, but that can help them to differentiate whether the topic that is presented can be considered to be a credible one or no. So basically, I think that I don't have enough time to go on, though I would like to talk a bit more about the literacy, computer literacy skills, but I just wanted to show you that by having the course books that we currently have, it is really quite easy to concentrate, to target one skill based on this particular material that you're going to cover during this particular lesson, and to try to come up with certain additional elements that you can add to the existing texts, to the existing materials, in order to train these kind of monster skills that everybody keeps on talking about. But one thing is definite: it is good for all the stakeholders that are involved in the academic process. It is good for us, because the role of the teacher is kind of, no matter how hard you try, you can't any longer have teacher-centered lesson when you are focusing on the skills. And it is, of course, very good for the learners, because as we have seen in the video and as we see in real life, skills are increasingly becoming equally important. I wouldn't say more important, but equally important when we are kind of, sorry for the word, producing graduates for the labor market, for their entire life, for their continuous professional development and other areas and all walks of life. I believe this much. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. If you have any question, please ask.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Maybe less of a question than just a comment or two. In terms of, I often work with developing critical thinking skills with my own students and have also written a few books to help them with that. But one of the things looking at the materials you showed us, one of the things that comes to mind is that when developing critical thinking skills, one important point is to consider the issue from multiple points of view. So, and let students come to their own conclusions. And that's something we can do in the group work. So the article you showed was from the Financial Times, and it seems to me like a good jumping point to have them to search as a group, you know, even in class using their cell phones or some other method, but to find 2 or 3 other articles from completely different sources and look for multiple points of view and then decide what their point of view is. And sometimes that really leads to a deeper discussion and eventually informed opinion formation, which is part of critical thinking. So I thought that was, anyhow, very, that's one thought. And the other thought, because I'm a vocabulary specialist, when I look at this article, immediately I begin to think about the many difficult words that are in that article and whether or not your students can read it easily. And one of the tools I've created, it's another free tool. It's called Online Graded Text Editor, OGTE. If you search for OGTE, you'll find it. But that tool will allow you to copy and paste any article like Made in Europe. You can copy and paste the article into the tool and it will immediately let you know by color which words are high frequency, which words are low frequency. And it can help you to very easily simplify the article. So what you can do is take as a step 1, give them a simplified version of the article so that they can read and get the schema and understand it. And then towards the end of the class, then give them the unsimplified version, and that could help them too. So those are just 2 observations or comments, but a very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, any question? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rohi. And the next presenter is Emma Nemishalian. Sorry for the, from Armenia. Yeah, please share your screen. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here and to present my topic. Just a moment. Well, my topic today is about corporate linguistics. Actually, I'm doing research in this sphere, and that is the reason why I've chosen this. And I'm going to talk about the practical usage of corporate linguistics in classroom. First of all, I would like to give a short overview of the points that I'm going to cover in my presentation. First of all, I'm going to talk about difficulties and obstacles that every teacher, I think, of the English language comes across. Secondly, I'll speak about corpora. I will define what is corpora, what types of corpora there are. Down the line, I will speak about why we need to use corpora in the classroom and how can we use it. And at the end of my presentation, I will present some exercises that we can use, for instance, which are based actually on the material from corpora that we can use to hammer certain grammar structures home. Firstly, let's agree that we all rely on course books. Course books are the main resources for us to teach the language. And of course, it entails a lot of advantages, like, for instance, they are structured guides for teachers, because imagine how difficult it would be for us if we didn't have course book. We had to look for certain materials. We had to think about the materials to include during the classes. Another advantage is that it provides actually balanced content for practicing the 4 skills that all the students need. For for instance, listening, speaking, writing, reading. And along with this, they also provide us exercises, some activities that we can do to ensure that they have practiced the theoretical part, for instance, or they develop their speaking skills and other skills as well. But along with the advantages, there are also disadvantages. Like, for instance, I have noticed, and I think some of you will also agree with me, that when you heavily rely on coursebook, the lessons become kind of boring and tedious for students. And the biggest problem that we usually have with coursebook is the fact that sometimes the presentation of grammar issues are not that aligned with the needs of students. What I want to say with this is that sometimes the specifics of mother tongues of learners are not considered in the coursebook. I will speak about this a little bit later. Actually, the whole presentation is connected with this fact. So we face a problem. On the one hand, we have our mother tongue, I mean mother tongue of our students. On the other hand, we have the English language, and there is a gap that we need to fill as teachers. What I want to say, for instance, today I'm going to speak about passive structures, which is kind of problematic for Armenian learners. Why? Because there are certain structures that are not that perceptible for our learners, because, for instance, he is believed to be, it is really very difficult for them, because when they translate word for word, it is not perceptible for them. And we face a problem, which is that either they don't use those constructions or they misuse them. So we have a problem, and what is the solution? Solution, from my perspective, can be corpora. Well, I will explain it later. Firstly, I want to speak about corpora. What is corpora? Actually, corpora is, if we put very simply, it is collection of texts, of written text. And there are different types of corpora. And actually, the types are defined according to the genre, according to the languages, and according to the timing. Well, here today, I will present some types of them, like native speakers corpora. We have multilingual, parallel, learner corpora, historic or diachronic corpora, I'm not going to talk about all the types because it is out of the scope of my research. I'm going to concentrate on the native speakers corpora and learners corpora. So first of all, what is learner corpora? Learner corpora is just a collection of texts produced by the language learners, and native speakers corpora is the collection of texts produced by native speakers. Why do we need to include the research results of learner corpora? Because if we carry out research on learners corpora, we understand the usage patterns of our students. That is to say, we understand what are the things that they master, what are the things that they have kind of digested, retained, and what are the things that they are prone to mistakes. Like, for instance, I've already highlighted the passive constructions, right? And why it is important to use native speakers corpora? Because it gives, it motivates students. They are more enthusiastic when they know that they deal with some authentic language, some real language in the classroom. And of course, there is a question, why to use corpora in the classroom? Because it entails a lot of benefits. First and foremost, it has cognitive benefits, because when students know that they are dealing with authentic language, and you give also information on those grammar structures, they are more enthusiastic to learn it. For instance, again, like taking this the same grammar construction, if you tell them, like if you take some information from native learners corpora and you tell them that this is part and parcel of advanced English language, which is commonly used, let's say, in media, in journals, in magazines, newspapers, in legal English, in formal and informal language, I think they become more enthusiastic to learn and to retain and to turn it into a part of their speech. It is also useful pedagogically, meaning like that you do not suffice and limit yourself to the classroom, but also you bring certain other reality into your classroom. And it is also motivational for students, particularly because they are really enthusiastic and motivated when they know that they're dealing with authentic language produced by native speakers. And also with the help of this, they can develop self-confidence in their language, knowing that they will be, for instance, ready and prepared to communicate with native speakers. Well, actually, I have carried out a small research. The research has been carried out on 100 essays by my students, actually by advanced students. And I have tried to, and the research has been done actually by me, not by the help of some softwares, because they were handwritten, that was the reason. And I have tried to understand, for instance, how often learners of the English language use okay, how often Armenian learners use passive constructions, and the results were that actually very few essays, approximately 13 essays, contained passive structures, and they were not very advanced structures, like for instance, it is said, it is believed, so on and so forth. But very often we had the occurrences of people believe, people think, others think, so on and so forth. And the conclusion was that either they misuse the structure or avoid using it. Actually, I have presented the results of a very limited number of students, but of course I'm planning, as I'm doing my research in this field, I'm planning to create Armenian Learners Corpora, where the material will be much richer, not like this one. But also throughout the years of my experience, like of teaching English, I've noticed that this is a real problem, not only based on these essays, but also throughout the experience, I've noticed that many students just are struggling with the usage of this passive constructions. Why is it important for a teacher to know what are the problematic parts of the language that you're teaching? And because when you know the problem, you know that your students, like Armenian learners, are prone to make this or that problem. And when you know this, you can solve it easier. And I think that you can even tackle the issue before it even occurs. Like for instance, when you start teaching the language, you do not suffice yourself to the explanation given in the textbook, but you try to do your best to include, I don't know, some complementary materials, some supplementary materials to ensure that the grammar issue is retained, is understood, and is practiced. And as a result, you will have students using this or that grammar structure more accurately and as frequently as it is needed. So I have come up with two actual activities, considering the fact that we are limited in time. And for instance, what is this? Actually, I have taken some samples from native speakers corpora, and I have changed it. I have changed the passive structures into active structures. And I have come up with this kind of instruction. Guess how would natives say the same? Well, I have tried to make the instruction as enticing as possible for our students, because we all know that the aim of every student learning English is to make their speech as closer to the native speakers as possible. And that is the reason that I've come up with this instruction. So what they have to do, like for instance, you can give some time to them for them to turn these active structures into passive structures. And then I provide them with the authentic material, and I ask them to compare and to see what is the difference between their, let's say, their version and the versions by the native speakers. And another activity that I have thought of is taking some samples from their own, not from their own essays, but from the essays of their peers. And what I just ask them to do is level up your peers' work, which is, again, can be very motivational for them. Try to make it better and to work on it. So in this way, they turn it into passive structure, and we check and discuss the results together. So these are, this is practically what I have prepared for today. And well, there were a lot of other things that I wanted to include, just because of the fact that we're limited in time. I couldn't. So practically that's it. Thank you.
Do we have time for questions or comments? Maybe we lost the person.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes, and you can ask question, please.
One of the things I'm very involved in, these word lists are based on corpora. So I'm basically a corpus linguist. And one of the terms that is being used very often these days is called DDL, data-driven learning. And a lot of corpus tools can be used to help students to learn from authentic texts. And so, if you have time, I would say, take a look at some of these, for example, vocab profile, COCA, there's any kind of concordancing tool. All of these can be used for data-driven learning. And the idea is inductive learning. What we want is for students, rather than teaching the grammatical rule and having them memorize it, rather than that, to give them many samples of authentic English and work in groups and pairs and analyze the many examples and try to come up with a rule themselves through inductive reasoning. And so I think you're on the right track. It was a very interesting presentation. And but I mean, corpus linguistics is a very exciting area to be in right now. And I think as you continue your research, you will find that there are many wonderful online tools there. I think what I'll do in chat, I can already see a question from the previous presentation. I'll write down the names of some of the tools in the chat for you guys to look at, okay? Thank you.
Thank you too. Actually, I wanted to speak about some software that we can use as teachers that we can also provide to students to use, or some websites. But just again, like considering the fact that we're limited in time, I couldn't present all that information. And thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And any question from the participants? We have 2 minutes, or we can continue. Okay, so the next presenter is Wen Chun Chen. Yeah, hi. Could
Hello.
you, yeah.
Yes, I would like to
please,
start by sharing my PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my first Zoom presentation. Hopefully, everything will go well. I'm Dr. Wen Jun Chen from National Zhongzheng University in Taiwan. Today, my topic is instructional module design for new English learning. And right now it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Taiwan. And I would like to give a little bit background before I get into the core of the presentation. So this course that I'm currently teaching right now is titled New English International Literacy. The reason why I proposed this particular elective course to the departments of foreign language and literature is because I realized a lot of my students, including the students from outside of the departments, they do not like to read or watch news a lot. And this actually concerns a lot of faculty members because we do realize that getting students to involved in global issues is one of the primary missions that we have. So right now, the ongoing semester here in Taiwan, we still have our regular schooling, which means the schools here are still open. But the administration allows us to transit between physical and online courses. So I took advantage of this flexibility and also incorporate some of the blended learning components into this course. So even though this course is under a research project, but today I'm going to share more on the practical aspect of the course design. And per this course title, and obviously I basically have to guide the students to read or to watch, to process the news information instead of from a local media, but instead we're targeting an international press media. The reason is that students in Taiwan, we rely on local agencies to translate most of the international news instead of processing international news directly from some of the mainstream international media. And that would be a shame, because for students to get themselves exposed to international literacy is very important. And then because of the geographical distance between Taiwan and China, right now, all the Taiwanese people, first priority is to prevent further outbreak of coronavirus pandemic. And for this matter, the first thing of the course for this particular instructional design is to help students understand how this pandemic has generated any impact on Taiwan or the rest of the world. But as we all know that understanding news English relies a lot on interdisciplinary knowledge that students have studied from all different kinds of subject matters. Therefore, it's very, very difficult for me to conduct the class by myself. So I also invite some of the field experts from other departments to help me work on this course together. So I'm going to tackle the instructional design that I put together for my current students. So the current students I'm teaching right now is a group of 26 college level students. Originally, I offered this course in the departments of foreign languages and literature. But unexpectedly, this course also attracted a lot of the students outside of the discipline. So right now, I also have students from politics, from psychology and all that. So we actually have students from different backgrounds to work together on this particular elective course. Except for the first class meeting in which I conducted needs assessment and orientation, which are super important for ESP teaching, I start the module from the second class meeting. And then this little blue box that I have actually listed all the procedures we actually have for each module, and the whole semester contains 3 modules total. So I always kick off a module by introducing the theme of the module. And for the first one, that will be how the pandemic has impacted Taiwanese people as well as the people outside of Taiwan. I also help them learn some news research techniques. So they will be able to take advantage of a lot of online databases so that they could help themselves put the big picture together regarding some important news issues around the world. And then after those skills established, they will engage in intensive news reading and then put together their research findings on a poster and share with the fellow classmates. And with the establishment of the basic knowledge, they then attend the workshop from the field practitioners I invited from outside of my own disciplines. And for the first module, there will be an expert from communication. And then she comes in to share about the journalistic discourses as well as some of the components that students might find useful while processing the news material. And we all know that in order to understand global news, it relies on a lot of the background knowledge. And one of the most important difficulties, I would say, to really get students interested in reading about or watching the related news is to really create some personal relevance to those global issues. In order to overcome this difficulty, I designed a two-phased role play. Two-phase refers to one's online, the other is in person. And I put them in the simulated press conference so they will be able to put themselves in a different position and think about why government officials, for example, would deliver certain or now certain important policies while in other times, that would be why would some of the journalists or reporters would publish certain news materials based on in response to those important government policies. So this role play is actually featuring this particular innovative course that design, and then I wrap up the whole module with the virtual briefing from the students. And before students can really engage in any kind of the intellectual discussions regarding the news topic, they will have to look at a lot of different news articles, and I particularly asked them to include a lot of the news resources from different media, like the presentations we heard earlier. Media literacy is also very important nowadays. So students will understand there are a lot of hidden agendas from different kind of press media. And then also Dr. Brown talked about inductive learning. I will also like them to look at different kinds of articles and generate like a structure they could use to process the information they read on all kinds of newspapers. And also, other than the news articles, students, they watch press conferences every day. Like this one is in Taiwan. We actually have press conference at 2 o'clock every day to tell us the increased number of confirmed cases. They also will see a lot of the countries doing their press conferences. And students were also curious about the information delivered in those conferences. So, and I actually take advantage of their interest and then design the role play based on this particular format. So these are the snapshots that I took while we are kicking off the first module. First, we'll introduce the theme, and then I will start training students to use online news databases to pull out some of the information to build a timeline to identify the development of some international conflicts, and then also share their findings. And students are all very excited about it when they're working together, and then they put together their own posters as a group. And this is a closer snapshot. There you can see they picked important keywords, which will form some of the learner's corpora. So that way they will be able to put all the keywords every group contributes together, and then develop a further understanding on the vocabulary list. And then for each article they picked, they will also identify the objective of the author, and then also summarize the key messages from each article they choose. And after the basic knowledge is established, the field experts come in. So in the first module, Professor Chen from a different department, from communication department, came in to share about some journalistic components students often can see regarding the format of the press conference, the objective of press conference, and the publish of the press kit government will put together before the press conference, and also some examples. And all of this will help students to generate their own news production at the end of the unit. So after the field practitioner comes in to share the journalistic discourse as well as the components for the press conference, students will engage in role play. And then the role play setting is press conference. It's pretty much like what they see every day on TV. Some of the students will play government officials, while other students will play as journalists from all different kinds of press media. And then for the phase one, they will go online to this particular roleplay website, roleplay.me. I have to say that it took me a long time to find this particular website because I didn't want to expose my student to any kind of cyber risk. So this one is considered pretty user-friendly one, and also something that's pretty appropriate for educational purposes. So before students start the online role play, they have to build their personal profile according to the role they're playing. And then after that's prepped, students will start doing the interaction as the government officials or the journalists from different kind of newspapers or other kinds of media. And when they're warmed up in the online role play, I then brought them into the classroom to do this press conference in person. As you can see that in the classroom, all the government officials, they're sitting in the front row facing all the journalists from all different kinds of media. And then students would take turns to ask questions to the government officials, and the government officials will answer them based on the research they have done in the past few weeks. So after the role play is completed, we would then wrap up the whole module with a virtual briefing. Students would do an online presentation first to demonstrate their ability to debate with each other for different opinions. And then they'll also have to tell us what they have learned from this module. And then finally, they will share their achievements and challenges during the learning experience. So up to this point, students have read a lot, trying to practice the speaking and also some listening. So the final part of this module is to have students generate some writing pieces. So the students who are taking the roles of government officials, they would generate this piece of press kit for the media to understand some of the important policies announced in Taiwan. Of course, this is the product after several drafts with my comments. And then on the other hand, the students who are taking the role of different journalists from different media, they will also generate news articles to report on the changes of some important policies they learned from the press conference. As y'all can see that they actually took some pictures from the press conference, the simulated press conference, and also came up with some pretty nice titles for the headlines, and then engage in journalistic writing, news writing in English. I actually got some of the students' excerpt from their virtual briefing. Some students tackle on the fact that from the role play, they learned to think from government's perspective, understood the difficult decisions behind a lot of the policies. The other students also talk about the growth of the development of the literacy, the media literacy. They understand that there are lots of hidden agenda behind news article, and then sometimes information can be misleading. They have to be very careful and more sensitive. For the students who didn't read English news before coming to the class, they now realize that it's actually important for them to get exposed to basic structure and discourse frequently used in the media, and it started to become easier and easier for them. And also for the students who learned a lot of the advanced vocabulary under the theme, they realized the vocabulary proficiency is also very important for them to be able to not only read the news article, but also engage in intellectual discussions appropriately and use the terms correctly. So that's pretty much all for my presentation. Hopefully I didn't go over time. And this is my email address. I'm Dr. Wenjing Chen, and then hopefully I'm always looking forward to work with international partners on all kinds of telecommunication projects. So if you are ever interested in working with us, with the students in Taiwan, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Do we have any question for Dr. Chan? Okay. Thank you very much. Could you please stop, Dr. Chan, could you please stop sharing?
Yes. I need a second to figure out how this works. Hold on. Sorry about that.
Excuse me, I had one question, if I may.
Okay. Yeah,
sure.
please.
Quick question, Dr. Gina, about did you use any technologies, like students, any use technology specifically for the comprehension of text, because there might be some words in the news articles that were new about that, if you could tell. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I lost the final part. Can you repeat the
So
half?
to assist students with comprehension of new words in the articles, like what was the approach for in that case?
Yes, actually, I kind of predicted this kind of difficulties because students some of the students come from different disciplines outside of language department. So for this matter, I arranged them to work together with language majors. So that way they can scaffold each other when they are trying to deconstruct the news article, and then they can help each other explain the content. And then gradually through the discussion, they were able to get a little bit, gradually they will learn to process the information better and better. But of course, I understand some of the students still find it's a little bit difficult to read as like a large quantity of the news articles, but I always tell them that they should always build up the background knowledge first on a certain issue before referring to the same issue written in English. So that way, it helped them kind of like putting the background knowledge, use the background knowledge a little bit better when they are engaging in news reading.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more participant raised hand. Who? Okay. Any question? Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Chan. And the next presenter is Sopiko Dumbadze from Georgia.
Yes, hello everyone. Okay, happy to be here and to have a possibility to present my presentation. Actually, my presentation is not connected to the teaching and learning process, but it's connected to the development of the language. And the reason I wrote this article was that too many linguists, Georgian linguists, are worried about the fact that too many English words enter Georgian language. So I wanted to express my idea concerning this fact. And as you see, the title is Dynamic of Lexical Unity in Language as its inseparable factor. Okay, so I will go through. So language alternation, the work deals with the dynamic of lexical units. So I want to note that language undergoes changes not only due to internal factors, but also due to external factors, of course. So some social or political movements inside the country cause the changes in a language, and not only inside the country, but outside factors also have a big influence on a language development. So the changes occurring in speaking habits are connected with the necessity to make an idea or opinion more comprehensible and easier to understand. The lexical units of a language represents the most easily volatile components. Intercultural relations always leave a trace in a language. There is nothing to prevent the process of entering and establish lexical units from foreign languages. So in this picture, I want to note that, of course, too many words enter Georgian language, but it's too difficult and it needs centuries to enter the base language and enter the core language. They actually come at the enter the outside level of a language, and so leaving some trace they leave, but they cannot actually get into the core center of it. So it seldom happens. This influences little trace on original language. They simply enter and leave in most cases. Okay. So, and of course, Georgian language is not exception. These facts happen in every language, and of course in Georgian as well. But it's not a new phenomenon for languages. The process is connected with the appearance of new realia. For in some cases, new words are created because of new realia. The realia were born, and it was necessary. But in some cases, there are some cases when we have words, our own words in Georgian language, but still receive and borrow English words. Okay, so I want to make analysis of these stages through history, and that's why I want to talk here about synchronic and diachronic approaches and linguistics. So as it is known, synchronic linguistics is connected to the one state of a language, so to the one period of a language and its development, and diachronic means studies the development of a language over the time. And I want to note that in order to change one synchronic state into another synchronic state, it needs centuries, and just several years cannot affect or influence on a radical change in a language. So, to compare, I have given here some examples. For example, to compare Georgian language that was given in the 12th century, it was absolutely different, or in the 5th century, it was absolutely different rather than we have now. But so we can see that centuries are passed to make these changes in a language, and we can also compare English language and see that Old English, of course, differs from new modern English. But again, many centuries have passed to cause these changes. So I want to know that language is like a country. It has strong borders, and words are like people moving into and out of it, having no radical effect on it unless centuries are passed. And during these centuries, some words enter the core, and so the words are added, and in the end, after too many centuries, we have a big change of a language. And to make this picture more vivid, I compared two big influence on a Georgian language, and this influence of Russian language that had about 40 or 15 years ago during the Soviet Union on a Georgian language, and nowadays we have influence of English language. Okay, so almost 2 centuries Russian words were entering Georgian, so not, I have a mistake, not 2 centuries, but almost several years, about 40 or 50 years ago, Russian words were entering Georgian language, while contemporary Georgian influenced abundance of English words. The influence of Russian was caused due to political issues. The influence of English is caused due to many factors, and due to the globalization. Globalization is the most important factor. The Georgian language undergoes changes. Okay, so I have given here examples that here are the words that entered Georgian language through Soviet Union time. The sentences are given in Georgian language, and I have not translated the examples that are taken from newspapers, from so old newspapers. And title of a newspaper is Communistic. So, and here is a given year. Okay, so and the words it's so far, for example, Komkavshiruli, Propkavshiruli, so they mean Young Communist League, trade union. Other examples are Kantora, Kolmeorne, so Kantora is the same as an office, Kolmeorne is a collective firm. So anti-communism, polytechnically, so anti-communism means anti-communism, of course, and polytechnically is a type of a school. And some other examples given from another old newspaper, and I have got these examples from the library. So aspirant postgraduate students were called like using these words, this term in Soviet Union time, comparties and so on. And so above given examples are from newspaper of Soviet Union time and are clear examples of the influence of Soviet Union period on Georgian language. In this or that period, some movements made inside the language are so intense that no direction can evade them. During Russian domination, Georgian language was full of Russian lexical units, but as soon as Soviet Union was turned down, most of them disappeared. If really stops existence, then the lexical units are also stops their appearance. And they, of course, don't leave the language without any trace. They move to archaism. Simply, they are not so actively used nowadays. Nowadays, dominant and worldwide language is English. Apparently, it has had a big influence on Georgian language. Almost every field is filled with Anglicisms, and Georgian is not an exception as well. And here I have given some examples how many English words are used in Georgian language nowadays. And so if we look anywhere, any field we see and come across English words. So for example, soundtrack, so taken from English word soundtracks. Fashion, the word fashion visage taken from English words again. So other examples, and art installatia, taken from English phrase art installation, fitness service. So the words are taken from English, and they are directly applied in Georgian language through using transliteration methods. So the sounds of the words are the same, exactly the same. They are simply replaced with Georgian alphabet. Okay, so it means that Georgian language borrows this word, and in some cases we have the necessity of, but in some cases we don't. So the necessity of it exists when we don't have the real itself. For example, the word computer was itself a new word when it entered the language, and we could not stop it. But in some other cases, for example, sound and so fitness and so on, we have the words in Georgian language, but still apply the English words. So this process, I want to say that it is non-stop. Here are some other examples. For example, looky, so talking about appearance. Your look is magnificent, for example. So the word is taken from English language. And media and TV is full of English words. Of course, we have too many English words in media, used in media. For example, drive action, it's clear that they are taken from words drive action. Past fashion, so it means previous fashion. And so on. So according to the above analyzed examples, we can conclude that words that appeared in Soviet Union epoch had no equivalent in Georgia. So we are connected directly to the Soviet Union. So the words that appeared in Soviet Union were coined, derived because of the necessity, because they were created new. So Soviet Union was created, and it brought everything, every change with it. So consequently, language accepted new lexical units without any hesitation. Nowadays, these words can be found just in the history of the language. And with the abolishment of Soviet system, the words disappeared time by time. They became passive lexics of a language. In the contemporary world, English words are spread everywhere, but the state is different, as in many cases, English words are used. They can easily be replaced with Georgian ones, but for public, using English is preferable. The fact that has many reasons, and one of them is to make an impression on society. Georgian language undergoes boom of English words, but everything this is an evidence of language existence. We can also assume that from English words mainly enter through transliteration as a way, how they are borrowed. They are examples of barbarisms, while Soviet Union words are derived with the appearance of new alias. Okay, and the movements in the language, as we see, are non-stop, inevitable, and caused by different factors. Nowadays, as English linguists are worried about this fact. But looking through diachrony of language, we can assume that language is able to protect itself based on the example of Georgian language, as it has overcome many alterations, and Georgian still stays Georgian. All these actions are temporary and pass by the passage of time. They will go by a passage of time. Language is unique and it has unique policy of self-protection. So, of course, there are some other things I want to make comments and speak, but so for nowadays it's enough. It's all I have prepared, and thank you for your attention. So I'm ready to listen to your questions in case you have.
Thank you. If you have any question for the presenter from the participants.
Not exactly a question. I would just like to hear whether this is the same in Georgia as it is in Armenia, because in Armenia we are creating artificial words in order to replace, to keep language intact and to replace all these foreignisms, but they sound so artificial. Is this the same in Georgian context as well, or no?
So linguists are worried about this fact, and there are many judgments about it. And of course, there were some attempts to create new words, but here are people from Turkey, as I know, and they can make comments like that. As I know, in Turkey, people also tried, government also tried, linguists also tried to create new words. For example, they didn't receive the word computer, and they created their own word, dakika, or I don't remember the exact word, but it didn't work. Because people could not catch up the speed of development, and I think that of course the entering so this process mustn't be so free, but creating of new words, I think it's not effective and it won't work. So we should try to avoid barbarism and foreignism, but we cannot stop this process, I think so.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any question? Okay, could you please share? Stop sharing. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, from now, Professor Dr. Eka Pipia will continue. Will lead this session. Please, Eka.
Thank you, Mehmet Bey. Thank you once again, and hello to the participants. It's my great pleasure to join your session. And the next presenter that we have here is, they are Mr. Zalgi Guita and Levan Pachulia. So please share your, yes.
Hello, everybody. Now I'll do my best to share my desktop. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, we do see your screen, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it is a paper which is part of the series on earliest English resources, lexicographic resources, English, Caucasian, not only Laz, but others. And I did it together with Professor Levan Pachulia from Sukhumi University, Georgia. He is not now online owing to some technical problems, but he contributed fully to this presentation. As it is about Laz, I think I have to say a couple of words about the language. There are international codes, and as for International Standardization Organization Code 639.3, its code is LZZ. And as for Glottolog, its code is LAZZ1240. Laz belongs to the Caucasian language family, to specifically Kartvelian or South Caucasian branch, together with its sister languages, Georgian, Megrelian, and Svan. However, there are linguists who claim that Megrelian and Laz are varieties, geographical varieties, that is dialects of a single language, that is Zan, but that doesn't matter. It is an endangered language, and it is mostly spoken in Turkey. But there are a couple of villages in Georgia too where it is spoken. Laz is the least investigated and the most under-resourced languages among the Kartvelian languages. The earliest lexicographic resource, well, as for the last people, they were mentioned and their way of life was described even by ancient authors, but now we are dealing with about lexical data. And initially, Laz vocabulary, Laz lexicographic data were presented by the Spaniard, Lorenzo Hervasi Panduro, but he wrote some of his works in Italian. Here's the one written in 1787, multilingual vocabulary with an introduction of more than 150 languages, published in Cesena. Another one is by German Julius Klaproth, Asia Polyglotta, published in Paris, but the book is in German, and it has last translations of 65 German words. The next one is by Georg Rosen, Über die Sprache der Lasen. It is a book, a small book, but it's completely about Laz. And finally, a lexicographic resource by the British diplomat Demetrius Rudolph Peacock, published in 1887. When I mentioned a series of papers and presentations on earliest English lexicographic resources, we started with Peacock's work. I mean, Professor Pachulia and I. This is our starting point, because Peacock's vocabularies of 5 West Caucasian languages is the first ever English Laz lexicographic resource. Here is a cover of the journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland, and it is 1887. Well, all the details and the page range of the paper. It has, its lexicographic part has 224 entries. Among them, there are 99 words, 103 word forms, and 22 sentences. Well, the list of words and sentences was provided by the Bengal Asiatic Society. It was a standard developed by the society for the languages to be studied and resourced. Here is how the words are organized in Peacock's lexicographic resources. If we go to the leftmost list, we will see English headwords. And each entry consists of course, an English headword and its translation into Georgian, Megrelian, Laz, Swan. He refers to it as Swanian, but it is Swan, and Abkhazian. So the languages spoken in Georgia. Well, as for Georgian, Swan, and Megrelian data, there have been some publications with more or less comprehensive discussions, but well, it was Orlovskaya who touched upon the Georgian data. It was Ketevan Genebashvili who spoke about Swan. Levan Pachuli and I wrote about Megrelian, and it was at our conference 2 years ago. But no one has written about Laz and Abkhaz. So we decided to start with Laz, but especially, specializing and paying attention to how Laz and English are combined in lexicographic sources and what we have and how we have. So I must say that some authors have criticized Peacock, especially Nicholas Marr, that it is not significant. However, he says that Peacock's work was based on word of mouth, but if it was based on word of mouth, it means that it is significant. But we have to see whether it is significant in terms of its representativeness, how those English head words are translated into Laz, whether they are translated in a proper way, and whether those lexical units appear in later lexicographic materials. Well, the 20th century gave absolutely nothing in terms of Laz English or English Laz lexicography. There were some lexicographical works, but English, of Laz, but with no participation of English. What you see now is the cover of the book, published in 2004. So it is the next century, the 21st now, and it was published by the Dutch scholar Tine Henriette Amze de Jong in English, of course. It's Laz English Dictionary, published in Germany, in Freudenstadt. The publishing house, Caucasus Verlag, belongs to a linguist and Laz language activist, Wolfgang Feuchtstein, who acted as an editor of the book, and he designed an alphabet for Laz, because Laz is not a written language. Amze de Jong used that alphabet. Not very popular in Turkey and among Laz intellectuals in Turkey. So let's go. Well, she says that the only scientific dictionary known to me is of 1910, and she refers to Nicholas Marr's book, but it is hardly accessible. I don't know why. It is accessible even in electronic format. What is most interesting, she says, if the dictionary does not have your word, it is quite possible that it is a Turkish or a Georgian loan word. As any Turkish word can appear in a Laz, it is impossible to include all of them. And she advises to look in a good Turkish or Georgian dictionary. Well, this is a table representing only some of those words which are missing in Laz English Dictionary by Amze de Jong, but which are presented in Peacock's resource. And we'll let us see whether those words are borrowings from Turkish or Georgian. Take 50, Jurneci David. This is typical Laz, nothing Turkish or Georgian. Iron, Demiri, clearly Turkish. And thus we understand why demiri, the last word, doesn't appear in last English dictionary. The same is the situation with gold, altuni. It is a Turkish word, and silver, remiş. But if we go to shepherd, çeşi, then there is nothing Turkish in it. But as for Georgian, it is not a Georgian word. It just has a Georgian cognate. Similarly, is y, mushene, and do, and many others. So we see that, of course, last English dictionary by Amze de Jong is a full-fledged dictionary. It is not just a lexicographic resource compiled by Peacock, but anyway, Peacock has up to 20 lexical items which are missing in Amze de Jong's dictionary. So, and the next one, it is not my dog. Unfortunately, I do not have one. And this is a cover of a quinquelingual, that is 5-language dictionary, published in 2015, Georgian, Megrelian, Laz, Swan, English. Well, here it's details. Well, it has 4 compilers, Ramas Kurdadze, Dodoshonia, Lile Tandilava, and Lia Nijaradze. However, there are a number of scholars who contributed to it, but they do not appear there as authors, but maybe as editors and contributors. So what is interesting, this dictionary has all the lexical items which appear in Peacock's resource. What I have to show is how the entries are organized. So the leftmost column is Georgian, then comes Megrelian, then Laz, then Swan, and then English. So we can say that we have a certain Laz English lexicographic resource. So, and it is interesting that of course, all dictionaries are limited in a certain way, but this dictionary has almost all other lexical items which are present in Peacock's work. So based on the fact that we are very short of time, so I designed a brief version, and to conclude, vocabularies of the 5 West Caucasian languages published in 1887 by Demetrius Rudolph Peacock is the earliest English lexicographic resource. And I'm not adding here knowing to us for this period of time. No, it is the earliest of all. But as far as Laz is the least investigated and most under-resourced of the Kartvelian languages, studies of Laz data available in various, particularly so far thoroughly unexamined sources, can serve as a particular contribution for its representativeness, and lexical items and their translations from the aforementioned sources were compared, taking Peacock's data set as a point of departure. But this is very important because of the historical principle, and because some authors just criticize Peacock, used to criticize Peacock without providing any argument. I think that these sources can be used both as historical material and a source for more complete, more advanced dictionaries of Laz to be compiled in the future, bearing in mind what the English lexicographer Samuel Johnson said some centuries ago. Dictionaries are like watches. The worst is better than none, and the best can be expected to go to be quite good. So I don't know what, if it is comparable to watches in nowadays, but as for dictionaries, it is quite true, and I agree. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Zal, granting us the opportunity to have a look at your valuable research. Thank you for that. I'm afraid to say we're out of time to have questions. Maybe we can have those questions posted in the chat so that Mr. Zal will be able to respond to your questions there. And we have the next presenter. So Natia Basadze for the topic communication skills of ESP learners.
Okay. Hello to everyone. Just a minute to share my desktop. I'm glad to spend my Saturday sunny morning with you and scientifically as well. And let me take the opportunity to thank Ms. Natella for organizing this wonderful conference and to share our views and so to say experiences with each other. So let me deal now with my presentation, and it deals with the identification of communication skills of ESP learners in the framework of digital technology. Since the world has currently encountered with the pandemic virus COVID-19, the teaching and learning process has promptly moved on distance education worldwide, including almost all the higher educational institutions in Georgia. Moreover, learning institutions try to adopt and use various types of e-based tools for continuous educational process. During this spring semester, learners are tightly bound with to the digital equipment, revealing their communication abilities through 4 basic language skills by using soft skills as well. The 21st century is an era where digital technology plays an essential role not only in everyday life, but in the teaching and learning process as well. This one is proved on the immediate transfer from face-to-face classes into the remote meetings using different types of e-platforms worldwide in order to keep the teaching and learning pace and not to announce the spring academic semester terminated. Since the educational institutions promptly went on distance teaching, one could have a question: were the institutions ready? Were the lecturers and students equipped with the right technology and internet? The answer is uncertain. However, everybody tries her best to follow the right track and to fulfill all the necessities required by distance learning teaching procedure in order to keep the spring semester completed. Nowadays, ESP is demanded as the learners master their professions based on the specific purposes. Generally, as it is known, ESP is not concentrated on the grammar and language structure, but teaching learning context and vocabulary. That is why communication skills play a leading part in distance learning while mastering English language and especially specific English. Learners try to apply all 4 skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking distantly. The virtual sessions are held mostly on Zoom platform and at higher educational institutions in Georgia and at the universities where I teach. Additionally, tasks are uploaded at the university-based portals and the assessments are made there as well. At this stage, digital technology acts positively on students' communication skills. It helps ESP learners to demonstrate and effectively communicate with each other and one another based on the different types of activities, making presentations, be enrolled in group and peer activities, and conduct some task-based reports. Based on the experience, role play is highly appreciated activity for ESP learners as this activity encourages creativity and imagination, naturally develop and use their cognitive abilities. It improves communication and language, and also develop thinking, learning, and problem-solving skills. This task is well done in the Zoom platforms, and it allows to break out rooms and let you separate students in a meeting into smaller groups, where learners can have their own private conversations and then come back to the larger meeting later. Digital learning process among ESP learners has a positive so negative effect on their communication skills as well. Based on my observation to the e-platform provide us with almost every issue required to face-to-face meetings, though some ESP learners face difficulties. The very common and spread issue is that most learners are not equipped with the proper technology and internet that does not allow them to be fully enrolled in the activities. Learners cannot take part in speaking and listening tasks since their microphones do not work and they are muted. Therefore, this is the reason ESP learners cannot reveal their speaking and listening skills properly. Some of them face difficulties in writing, and again, this is due to the improper technology. That is why they write in their copybooks, picture them, and afterwards upload on e-based university portals. Reading skill is one which is scoped more or less positively, since once the material is downloaded, it is no longer requires internet. That is why the skill is well adopted in the scopes of the digital learning. As you see, this is a graph, and it is done on this observation I made on my students who are the second-year students, and they are mastering maritime English. And as you can see, the writing and reading skills are well coped, and they take digital technology or using digital technology, whereas speaking and listening are more or less difficult, and it has some problems in a remote teaching process. Digital technology is a major tool when the time of COVID-19 pandemic, though it challenges and acts on students' communication skills in a restricted way. Moreover, besides much effort and desire to learn at the maximum level, most of ESP learners face difficulties to reveal all full necessary communication skills properly. Apart from the mentioned, it has also some advantages as well. Students are flexible and in their schedules, they are more task-oriented, and learners become digitally literate from the learning perspectives. Thank you for your attention. In case you have questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Wasadze, talking about the topic, which is really very important nowadays that we all educators face. Yeah, I'm happy that we have some time for the questions. If there are some, please feel free.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I guess we don't have questions, and we have next presenter. Sorry?
Good luck to everybody.
Okay, thank you, Natia. And we have next presenter, Ekaterina Topuria, with the topic, the individual acquisition forms and learning styles in the second language teaching. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so I'm Ekaterina Topuria. I'm extremely happy to be the part of the conference. Now I will start the presentation, share the screen. Hopefully, we will have the productive, let's say, presentation to share the experience and some scientific outcomes. Well, as Eka has already mentioned, the name of our presentation is the individual acquisition forms in the second language acquisition. So correspondingly, the keywords of the presentation appear to be learner type, learning style, language acquisition. Now, to start with, I should say that, as everybody knows and agrees, the second language acquisition practice leads us to the logical outlook that individual typological approaches in language teaching distinguish different types of language learners. Scientific interest for the categorization in this presentation distinguishes two types of personalities. On the one hand, rational logical, on the other hand, intuitional emotional types of language learners. Now, a few words about the aim of my presentation, that is to categorize the language learner types and the learning strategies in search of acquiring principles of a foreign language at the universities, and I tried to bring the example and led the experiment at the higher educational level in Georgia at my university. Now, a few words about the research methodology. The presented research methodology is the classification of learner types in individual and individual cultural background, and I have adopted it from Russian methodologist and psychologist Belyaev. The theoretical value of my presentation in the article correspondingly is the categorization of two types of learning acquisitions. One is intuitive emotional and the other is rational logical types of acquisition of the same types of learners. So in the article and in my presentations, two principles of categorizing the foreign language acquisition process are combined. On the one hand, it appears to be linguistic. On the other hand, of course, psychological one. Now, as for the practical value of my presentation and correspondingly future article is the detected individual lecture planning, which will help teachers to foresee the individual and cultural differences among the language learners to plan better second language English as a second language classes at the university levels. Now, the rational logical type, let's distinguish these two types of learners and actually individual lessons. Learners belonging to the rational logical type acquire the language via practice. They don't find the mastery of theoretical knowledge necessary. The grammatical correctness does not appear to be essential for them, as the communication and the only communication appears to be crucially important in their language communication. As for the intuitive emotional learner, correspondingly the approach proves that in any language there are phonetical, lexical, stylistic norms used in language practice. Thus, for example, those who master the language phonetical system well have a good ear and can differentiate and articulate any sound better, what makes it easier for them to master the new language phonemic system and its articulation in a language practice. They can easily acknowledge the intonational characteristics differentiation, actually, and especially in the process of English language intercourse, finding the differences between the peculiarities in their native tongue and in the English language. They have speech movement skills and a stern listening associative intuition. That's why they are intuitive emotional learners. Now, judging the above mentioned types of the language learners, we may fully support the intuitive emotional one as the most characteristic one to our Georgian language learners than the rational logical thinkers. So as it is able to connect as they are able to connect the foreign language and the native language peculiarities in the process of the English intercourse. Now, corresponding learner types and strategies are especially important to be distinguished while speaking about intuitive emotional learners in Georgian classrooms at higher level of education. So to evaluate the teaching learning strategies, which are important, very important and essentially crucial while planning an individual class for the higher level of learners at Georgian classes, especially at universities, I have recalled the following methods, actually the learner types and methods, which are as follows: analytical, global, kinesthetic, audiolingual, visual, reflexive, impulsive, and correlative methods. Well, I've remarked at the end of this slide that don't get surprised with mixing the learner type with methods. Well, because in this case, we're distinguishing learners and correspondingly the same sorts of methods which may serve correspondingly important for these kinds of individual learner types. Now, the experiment details. As I have mentioned in the very introduction of my presentation, I have led the experiment among my students. Those were from B1 level to B22 level students. And now I will show a brief, let's say, outlook of my experiment. And later on, I will speak about the outcomes. So individual learning style techniques were being tested among 145 students. 104 were estimated as strong ones, as the evaluation was over 65 points. All the rest of my students had not higher than 45 points, and I acknowledge them as weak. The questionnaire which I prepared for the experiment covered the above mentioned learner types and methods, which I have already mentioned in the previous slide. Those were analytical, global, kinesthetic, audiolingual, visual, reflexive, impulsive, and correlative methods. Now, as you can see from the outcome, these are actually the practical outcomes of my experiments, and I tried to distinguish my strongest students, which are, as you can see in the title here, which are reflected in color of blue, and weaker ones in color of red. Actually, the green ones appear to be somewhere in the medium. And now the statistical analysis after the first domain, it was the qualitative domain. Now, as you can see, I'm just diverted to quantitative one. So statistical analysis for strong and weak students in my class were depicted like this: column 1 for stronger students, column 2 for weaker ones. And here are the methods and learner types which I have applied to and detected among my learners. So you can see the final data. For example, if stronger ones are applying to analytical methods like 7.5, hence the weaker ones reached only 3.9 points. For kinesthetic, as it appeared to be the high level of learning teaching classroom, kinesthetic was actually 0, among weaker ones 1, because some physical response appeared to be easily applying and very productive for them. As for reflexive one, 2.4 among strong ones and absolutely 0 among analytical. Impulsive learners appeared to be 2.2 and 0 among weaker ones, because they were not, unfortunately, ready to answer the questions and respond immediately, as you know, because that's why they were weak. So as for audio, 3.4 among stronger ones, 1.2 among weaker. Visual 4 to 6, because as it appeared from my studies, the weaker ones still preferred to have the visual material more productively presented at the class rather than the weaker ones. As for correlative learners, 4.9 among strong, actually 0 among weak. As for global approach and the discussion connected with the textual material or the grammatical material, as you can see, the gap between stronger and weaker ones is huge, because in first case it was 8.6, 2.1 in the second case. Now the experiment outcomes, those are conditioned partly by teaching methodology, partly by the Georgian national mentality. For example, if we generalize the results, impulsive learning style is a part of our national way, Georgian way of thinking, and is intensively used, not only in our English as the second language classes, but in our everyday way of thinking, dealing, actually communicating. As for the correlation of styles, it exists only among the strong students because they are already well adjusted to change different styles and actually to apply nearly to all learning styles and strategies, because they are strong and they know how to deal with that difficulty, while a weaker one is always attached to only one style, and it may be a common characteristic for all nation classrooms actually, because usually a weaker student is oriented upon just one learning style, being afraid not to fail while answering, yes? Now, after at the end of my experiment, I came up to certain conclusions and recommendations, and I tried to express them as follows. So the recommendation 1, every individual, either a student or a teacher, has his or her individual style. Thus, the unique method for teaching and learning process does not exist. So let's break the stereotypes and don't become attached to only one style in our classes. So 2, we might have intuitive, emotional, or the rational, logical individual learners in our English as a foreign language classes, and it's absolutely normal process because you may not have only one type learner. And the final one, choosing the learning style, we should acknowledge the following ones: analytical, global, kinesthetic, audiolingual, visual, reflective, impulsive, and correlative methods, which might be conditioned by the subject, context, age, knowledge, motivation, and ethnical differentiation of Georgian English classes, actually, which we have to lead at our higher level of teachers and studying process at Georgian universities. Right, here I have got the final issue, that is the reference, which I have productively actually used for bringing the presentation for today's session. So thank you once again, and that is my email. If any questions, if not for today, maybe for future, I would delightedly answer in written form.
Thank you, Ekaterina, for sharing your study with us. We have another Ekaterina, so 3 Ekaterinas. You have a lucky days, guys. Okay, so yeah,
okay,
please.
So
yeah, if you have questions regarding the presentation, I think we can use the mode of messaging in chat, because we're just kind of running out of time, and we have our international guests waiting for the webinar. So I do prefer to start with another presentation, and then others you could post your questions in the chat for Ekaterina Topuria. Thank you, Eka, and welcome another Eka.
Thank you.
Ekaterina, we cannot hear you. Please unmute your mic.
Yeah, right now.
Yes, please stop sharing your screen so that another Eka will be able to share the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone.
So many Ekas.
Yes, that's why I said you have a lucky day today.
Okay. Very nice to have ability to participate in this conference. It is the 3rd time I'm participating in it, and it is great experience for me. Now I will share the screen to share my presentation. Okay. It is here. So my paper is Contrastive Social Pragmatic Analysis of Polite Fatigue Complements on the Material of English and Georgian Prose. First of all, now I want to say that fatigue communication is a kind of communication which looks like small talk, chit chat, and so on. The origin of fatigue communication comes from Greek word which means communication, and it is communication just for communication. So polite expressions can be found in almost all languages. There is no language that doesn't have polite expressions like greetings, farewells, invitations, blessings, condolence, compliments, and so on. But their functioning and realization in different languages are different and stipulated by the culture of the nation and the peculiarities of the language itself. So everyone will agree that social linguists and sociologists concentrate on the functioning of language to establish social relationships. All linguists admit that language is means of communication, as no social act can be conducted without language. By means of communication, we express our feelings, exchange our point of views, and make impressions on others. We also reach our goals, make expressions on others, as I've already mentioned, and form our authority. Communication can be considered fundamental base of human life and society. So, knowledge of fatigue expressions and topics, rules of fatigue communication provide successful communication not only among the members of the same community, but among the members of different communities. It also helps us to avoid culture shock and misunderstanding between interlocutors of different communities. Okay, the aim of the research is to identify similarities and differences in polite phatic expressions of compliment in two unrelated languages, and they are Georgian and English, in terms of politeness principles by Leach, Lykov, Brown, and Levinson. As for literature, I want to say that the scientific research of phatic communication is connected to a Polish scientist, Bronislaw Malinowski, who first used the word in his article, The Problem of Many and Primitive Languages. So he said that the language is used in free, aimless social intercourse, also for inquiries about health, comments on weather, and greeting formula. So he said that language is to a natural man, another man's silence is not a reassuring factor, but on the contrary, something alarming and dangerous. The breaking of silence, the communion of words in the first act to establish links of fellowship, which is consummated only by the breaking of bread and the communion of food. The modern English expression, nice day today, or the Melanesian phrase, once comest thou, are needed to get over the strange, unpleasant tension which men feel when facing each other in silence. After the first formula, there comes a flow of language, purposeless expressions of preferences or aversion, accounts of irrelevant happenings, comments on what's perfectly obvious. I wanted to say that Bronislaw Malinowski used the word communion, which consists of two terms, communication, and communication can be not verbal like shake hands, and verbal hello, hi, and also social activities. They are eating together, praying together, and so on. Okay, in order to discuss the polite compliments in terms of politeness, I chose so the theories of Lykov, and he has three maxims of politeness. It is distance, don't impose, deference, keep options, and camaraderie, make a good feel, be friendly. So another principle is by Leach, maxims of politeness. They are the following: tact. Minimize the expression of beliefs which imply cost to others. Maximize the expressions of beliefs which imply benefits to others. Approbation. It means to minimize the expression of beliefs which express dispraise of others. Maximize the expression of beliefs which express approval of others. Generosity. Minimize the expression of belief that express or imply benefit to self. Maximize the expression of beliefs that express or imply cost to self. Sympathy, minimize antipathy between self and other, maximize sympathy between the self and other. Agreement, minimize the expression of disagreement between self and other, maximize the expression of agreement between self and other. And modesty, minimize the expression of praise of self and maximize expression of dispraise of self. Okay, another important view about politeness is by Brown and Levinson. They speak about positive and negative politeness. The first means strategies are directed toward the hearer's positive face and express solidarity, close, friendly relationship, and informality. As for negative politeness, they mean strategies that are directed toward the hearer's negative face and express reticence, formality, and distance. Okay, common English phatic compliments used for physical appearance. As we know, people are pleased when they hear compliments about their mental and physical abilities, about their maybe family, about cooking abilities, and so on. As I mentioned, the phatic communication are used to avoid silence and to make friendly relationship with interlocutors, and phatic compliments are one example of these communication. So the common phrases used for compliment in English is you look nice, marvelous, lovely, great, etc. And I have extract from Lessing's so prose to room 19 here. She said to Matthew in the bedroom, I think there must be something wrong with me. And he said, Surely not, Susan. You look marvelous. You're as lovely as ever. And I want to read the rest of the text. As for Georgian equivalents, Georgian polite emphatic compliments for appearance, we have the following expressions. How beautiful you look. You look excellent, brilliant. You're very beautiful. And I have an example from Otter Chiladze when we're walking on the road here. Here in bold, I have these compliments. You're so beautiful. You are very beautiful. I won't read this Georgian text. There are a lot of foreign visitors here, and it would be obscure for them. Emphatic compliments used for clothes. We can make compliments not only on our appearance or mental and physical abilities, but also on clothes, because a lot of people are fashion conscious, and clothes are not only means of covering our body or to cool or to warm, but also it get our taste and our origin history sometimes. So the common English compliments used for praising clothes are: they suit you, it's very beautiful, you have great eye for clothes, that color is perfect in you, and I have extracts here. I won't read the whole one. Let me read it from here. To her bewilderment, Fiona did not seem to agree. That's a beautiful blouse, Moira. Fiona played her part perfectly. Clara was looking at it too. You have a great eye for clothes, Moira. That's top class silk. Okay. And as for Georgian equivalent, so here we have gifteba, it suits you. Dalian gifteba, it suits you very much. What a beautiful dress you're wearing. You look amazing in this dress. And so this whole text is a background for underlining this Georgian compliments. It suits you, or did you have it so long time? Emphatic compliments for interlocutor's personality. As you know, personality plays one of the important role in making friends or have a good relationship with someone. That's why they are quite a lot. I mean, compliments. You're really something special. You're give to those around you. You're an angel. You're so kind, thoughtful, and so on. So here we have this phrases. One took Ethel back to Golden Square. You're so kind, she said, and they walked reluctantly home through the twilight. If it wasn't for you, I don't know where I should sleep tonight. It's a pleasure, said Swan. So it is from Kingdom by M. Gibson. Common Georgian polite compliments for personality. Kocha, she said, good job, you're wonderful. And you're angel. Dalian, you're very kind. My darling. So this last one particularly important because there's no correct and excellent translation for these words. They are very emotive and very friendly, which we use with our relatives, family members, and so on. Good job, we may translate it. Your angel, Magdalena. Okay, English emphatic compliments for mental abilities, as I mentioned, it is one of the common emphatic compliments when we praise our children, someone's children, or our friends and interlocutors in general. Good idea, excellent idea, you're very clever, you're a great example to others, you have a good head on your shoulders, and so on. Do you think I should put something on the website about your brother? Good idea, he called through the door after a moment's consideration. Excellent idea, the casual vacancy.
We have limited time. Could you please finish?
Yeah, I know I'm finishing. And Georgian emphatic compliments for mental abilities. So they are the same. You're clever. Good job, you're a clever girl. Excellent idea, what a wonderful idea, and so on. So, okay, good job, you're a clever gal. And conclusion. So in conclusion, I can say that on content level, Georgian and English phatic complements show similarity. As for expression level, Georgian complements are more emotive and expressive, especially when I mentioned the Shinichiri, Mishinge, Natsvale. In both languages, complements are based on positive politeness strategies because there is no distance between interlocutors, and English phatic complements are based on principles of deference and camaraderie and also maximum approbation. In Georgian phatic complements prevails principle of camaraderie and maximum approbation. Okay, thank you so much. That was all. I will stop sharing the screen, and if I have any questions, I can answer.
Thank you very much. Are there questions regarding the presentation?
Okay.
All right. Still have that opportunity to post the questions in chat if we need to discuss the topic with Dr. Vatsadze. Thank you once again, Ekaterina. And we have the last presenter, Ms. Huda, with her presentation. She was not able to present in another session, so she is welcome.
Ms. Huda?
Okay. All right, then Nick, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello once again to everyone. If the presenter Huda Holowachi appears and joins us, we can allocate certain time after the webinar. Okay, there are again second set of sessions, and we can allocate time there. Okay, how are we doing so far? I think we are doing okay. I did not expect, to tell you the truth, but yeah, maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe I'm overestimating, maybe I'm foolish, but I like it. So I think we are doing fine.
Me too. Me too.
I'm with you, Nick.
This is great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you once again for your enthusiasm and for. I would like to use this word for showing this much courage. I know it's difficult times for everyone, and it's difficult to think about these issues. But yeah, I do appreciate, I personally, and I'm sure my colleagues from International Black Sea University share the same vision, what I'm trying to deliver now. Oh, we have one exceptional participant in the sessions. Okay, then let us begin what we called webinar. It was Professor Natella Doronadze's idea again to add more value to the conference, to offer these webinar sessions integrated within the framework of the conference, so that we come up more hands-on experience and like practical pieces of advice, how we could improve online teaching and learning, and what we could offer each other while we are working in online mode. Now, I have pleasure to present our former English language fellow, Kevin Hershey from Northern Arizona University. Kevin was with us for 2 years, and again, he's a really good friend of ours, and he cannot ever get rid of us. He will be always with us. Now he is working on his PhD dissertation, and he has tons of assignments and tons of tasks to attend to, but he could not reject our, I would say, offer to participate in this session. So we do appreciate his participation in this session, and I'm sure he has great ideas to offer. And actually, I'm not exaggerating. He was nominated one of the best English language fellows, and our university was nominated as one of the best hosts of English language fellows throughout the world. I'm not exaggerating. Kevin will not let me lie. And I presented our university last year in the US at TESOL convention as one of the best hosts of English language fellow programs. And once again, I would like to thank the US Embassy for this opportunity, and I would like to thank English Language Fellow Program, and of course, I would like to thank Kevin for spending this time with us last 2 years, and of course this time now during the session. Now, Kevin, I will shut up now, and the floor is yours.
Zayan Didi Madlova Nika Gamar Jobak Felis. Hello everyone. It's so good to see you and to see familiar names and meet new people as well. I'm dialing in from northern Arizona, where it is just about 2:30 in the morning, so I'm about 20% awake. So I have to apologize for that. But I have to tell you, it's been worth it to stay up and listen to the presentations. I've been kind of falling asleep and getting back up and listening to more presentations. I am just so inspired and impressed with all of the amazing work that's happening at IRCEELT. This is also my third IRCEELT, and I have to say, I do think they get better and better, even though the modality changes. It's so good to see, like I said, all of you, and I really feel like I'm at home in this group. And so thank you, Madlova. I'm going to transition us to this next part. Even though I'm knee deep in my own research right now, I'm not going to talk about research today. I'm going to talk about teaching because it's a lot of fun for sure. I will try to stick to our strict time limit of 5 minutes. We'll see if I can do it. I'm going to give you just a couple of tips that I've run into that I've found useful in teaching speaking, and particularly pronunciation, which is my area of specialty. In the online modality, which is new for all of us. We transitioned about 5 weeks ago to online learning. And so it's been a steep learning curve for me as well. I'd much rather be doing this in person. Even though it's nice to see all these faces from around the world, I'd much rather be at the IPSU campus eating hachapuri da lobiani and enjoying this. But okay, so let's dive into this. So teaching and practicing speaking, in particular in synchronous and asynchronous online classes. First, I want to talk about some of the major constructs in pronunciation. A lot of these will be really familiar. So we're thinking about things like segmentals, so vowels and consonants and diphthongs and all of those things that we practice so much. We also can have word stress or sentence stress, lexical stress, some people call this. Intonation is a lot of fun to practice. You can kind of sing along and realize what all the meaning is behind all of these things. Of course, talking about speed and breakdown, because that makes a big difference as well. You can really dive in deep and look at some of the acoustical features of these. I don't think we do this so much in the classroom, but it's definitely a possibility. I think what we end up doing are really these things right here, looking a lot at segmentals, and then a little bit of these super segmental features of word stress and intonation. However, I want to bring our focus over here to this side, looking at comprehensibility and intelligibility. And this is particularly important in the Georgian context because there's so many English speakers with so many different accents from so many places all over the planet. It's really a magical place because of that. And what's important is nobody sounds like me. Nobody sounds like a British person. Everyone sounds different. And for the most part, everyone understands each other, which is really, really cool. So this is what we have to focus on. We're not looking for exact consonant pronunciation every time. What we're looking at is can we understand these people? Can we understand our students? So let's look at a couple of tips. I'm going to talk about 6 tips in particular. First, for synchronous classes. So I use Zoom in my online teaching as well, and I've come up with a couple of things that are really simple to do, that you don't need additional technology. You don't have to do a lot of planning or anything like that. So the first one is use visual aids to describe pronunciation. So if you're kind of giving a lecture, you could do something like show a picture of the crosscut side of your mouth and say, this is where vowels are located in the mouth, and you can practice it that way. So you can have people try to repeat at home and go boot and say, oh, don't you feel that back here? And then you can say, okay, now say Bob. And don't you feel that down here? And so this is a way to kind of enhance the lecturing just through some simple visual aids. The next thing that I like to do is use the chat function for really short responses, maybe just a single word or even just a single letter. And this way you get an immediate feel for what students are understanding and what they need help with. So I just put this together today. So type I if you hear bit, and type E if you hear beat. Right? So we can kind of play with the spelling sound relationships and practicing this. And then you can see, I know it's kind of small on the screen, but you can see students would answer one way or the other. So that listening to speaking connection can be really enhanced with this immediate feedback. And then, of course, you can also give links to resources to access outside of class. This is the color vowel chart that's available on americanenglish.state.gov. And the website version, you can click and listen to these vowel sounds. These also align with the location in the mouth of the vowels. And so you can practice these a lot of different ways. And also there are so many YouTube videos out there that you can share. Rachel's English is one of them. I think there's maybe a subscription version, but there's so much stuff available for free. If it's relevant to what you're teaching, go for it. And so lots of things to do to enhance the otherwise limitations that we would have for speaking. Okay, so what about asynchronous learning? So what can you do between class sessions if you have them online, or what can you do even after that? For asynchronous learning, I've come up with 3 things that I think are really helpful. The first one is really low tech, and I just like to use voice memos built into smartphones. Almost all of our students have smartphones. And so you can say, just record yourself saying the sentence, or here's a situation, how would you respond to it? Or practice these 5 vowels, record that and send it to me. And usually this will get students to practice multiple times before they send it, which is great. And then you kind of get that feedback later on. And if you, depending on how you organize it, you could have an email chain going back and forth saying, try this sound again. Or you could have an online learning management system kind of manage this for you. The next one I want to talk about is Vocaroo, which was new to me just a couple of months ago. One of my colleagues here told me about it. It's a super simple website. There's no payment involved. It's completely free. You click a button and it records you. It works on mobile phones. It works on computers pretty well as well. When you're done, you excuse me, you get this, and then you can click save and share, and it'll give you a little URL to email to someone. So it's a great way to just grab a quick speech sample file and send it to someone. The last one I want to share with you is JotForms. And JotForms works like Google Forms, but it has a plugin that's also free to have recordings. So you can have multiple recordings here, and then it'll say recording saved, and then they can go hit submit at the end. And one bonus thing is you can combine Vocaroo and put it inside JotForms. So you can click here and listen. I'm teaching French right now, so this is in French. You can click here and listen to the example, and then click here and record. And you can repeat this as many times as you want. So you get lots of good practice out of this. So in sum, for synchronous, we have visual aids, chat function, and free resources. For asynchronous, we've got voice recorders, we've got Vocaroo, completely free, and JotForms. JotForms are free up to 5 forms. And especially with the recording plugin, you get all sorts of great things to do with it. That's it. That's my 5-minute presentation. I think we've got some time for some questions. Let's see if...
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. Any questions, please? Yes, Dr. Brown.
Well, first, just a shout out to Northern Arizona University, one of the greatest universities in the planet for applied linguistics. And do say hi to my good friends, Bill Grabe and Frederica Stoller. I'm sure you know those guys.
Oh yeah, I definitely do. Will do, definitely.
And this great presentation. I was thinking about some of the, I do a lot of work with voice recognition software for language learning. And one of the principles that guides some of the work I do is the Dick Schmidt's notice the gap principle. And you know, the idea of having authentic English and then recording your voice and then putting it in kind of a loop so until the learner kind of notices any dissimilarity between the native and their own pronunciation. And I was wondering if that was what's in your mind in the last slide. You kind of combined the teaching of French, and it looked like you had, you know, like maybe authentic, you know, so maybe, you know, authentic French, and then the student records their voice. And then if there's a way to loop, I find that if students loop 2 or 3 times, that's often enough for them to catch something that they're, you know, where there's a gap between their pronunciation and the native pronunciation. And that's often enough to help them to push forward a little bit. That was Dick Schmidt's theory, but I think technology can help us to sort of implement that in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if that's what your thinking was there.
Definitely. And this, when you hit record here in JotForms, at the end, it automatically pops up play. So you're kind of prompted to do that. And then the instructions that you package around this, you could give specific instructions to replay 4 or 5 times, or even have 4 or 5 different recordings. I think the next generation, and something that I'm working on in a separate project, is visual feedback. So showing actual acoustic measurements.
Absolutely. I think that's important. And I've noticed that, you know, even though it's very hard for learners to kind of, you know, figure out what the sound diagram means, actually having it does help them. And what we've done is rather, you know, we put the sound diagram there just sort of to help them feel the science of it. But what we found is useful to the students is color coding at the phonemic level, and sometimes at the word level. You know, so words that they've pronounced well would be in green, words that might be problematic would be in yellow, and words that there's a definite problem with would be in red. And that visual feedback is actually much more, you know, at the word level, is much more relevant or discernible to the students than those waveforms.
Yeah, especially with that extensive training. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
definitely.
Right.
Yeah, great, fantastic. I think there would be a way, kind of using this for a teacher to give similar feedback. It would be a little labor intensive.
Yeah.
Or a teacher could collect kind of common errors and go over them in the next session as well. So I mean, so many different ways, so many different possibilities to kind of come back to this feedback element that's really important in pronunciation.
This is great though, because they're very easy to implement, both the synchronous and asynchronous. I mean, that's what we need. That's what we as teachers need, is very easy to implement solutions. So yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And it's nice to meet you.
Yes,
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions? Any comments?
Okay.
Yeah, please. No? Someone wanted to say something? No? Okay, then. Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us. And now you can retire. You can get rid of us.
Thank you so much. I would love to stay on for the rest of the night, but I will not make it. So I really appreciate this opportunity, and I'm really glad that the strong tradition of research and pedagogy is continuing with IRCEELT. So I wish you all the best. Please keep in touch and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me present our next presenter, Dr. Jacob Reid, a good friend of ours in the support of our program. He's PhD supervisor for our students in education sciences program. Dr. Ray, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I do have to admit, I'm very impressed with Kevin getting up at 2 in the morning or staying up. So I'm not sure if I would have managed that. And for all of you who are in Tbilisi, it really is a beautiful day today. So I'm very thankful for the sunshine outside. And after this, I'll probably go outside. Okay, so I will share briefly about online presence. And I'm going to set a timer on my phone just to keep myself honest, to be faithful to the guidelines that were given to me. So online presence, here we go. And I need to move the slide. A lot of us were thrown into online teaching over the last few weeks. I know I was. We probably didn't sign up for this or necessarily hope it would be this way. And as a result, sometimes we just transferred our in-person class to the online world. And I think we found out pretty quickly that online instruction is difficult. This quote here, the fictitious perception also lingers that online instruction is easier on instructors and necessitates less effort to implement, consequently requiring no need for faculty to exceed minimal expectations. I think we've all found that to be true, or rather not true, that online instruction is difficult. I'll talk about 3 types of instructor presence. This is from Garrison: social presence, cognitive presence, and teaching presence. Social presence is interpersonal trust, safety and belonging. Cognitive presence is critical engagement with the course content and within a learning community. And teaching presence is balancing those two in a wise way. This is the way I think of it. Social presence is kind of the foundation of the class, and it is built over time. And it provides a foundation for what else, the rest of the things that happen. Cognitive presence then is the academic interaction that we have with each other, with the course expectations at the beginning, and then more and more with course content. Without a strong social presence, though, it's difficult to interact in an academic way. And then teaching presence is the dance between the two, making sure that inquiry is facilitated, and at the same time that community is sustained, that people don't get their feelings hurt, that there is enough challenge without marginalizing our students. Social presence is really about showing that you are a real person online. And there are a number of ways to do that. And one way is to model how you want students to treat one another. So this is just a simple example from an online forum that we did. We had students post videos and comment on them, but I tried to be the first one to comment every time, just because I wanted to set an example for what I was hoping my students to do, how to complement one another, how to add suggestions without hurting others' feelings, and in a way that would be constructive. My 5 minutes is burning up, so I'm going to keep moving here. There are ways to communicate social presence, and I found Facebook groups and WhatsApp to be helpful. And some people even use Twitter. I don't use that. And then another thing that I've found helpful is Loom, which is a online video or a screen capture, but it puts your face on the video on the screen capture. Not that your face is that important to the content, but it shows that there's a real person behind the screen, so to speak. And I think it personalizes it. Cognitive presence is pursuing the academic goals of the course. And I send out a weekly email reminding students of what they need to do. It's generally has a very positive tone, so I try to be socially trying to support them, but at the same time reminding them of the things that we need to do. Adding short videos to the course learning management software or whatever it is that you use, if it's Blackboard or Moodle. Shorter videos are helpful. Some people also recommend virtual office hours where students can come and talk to you virtually about course content. As far as teaching presence goes, it's one of those things where I don't know that it's any different than face-to-face in the sense that you have to be a good teacher online or in person. It's a matter of the modality being different, but not the skills. And it looks like my time is about out here. Just a few more comments. So one thing is there's a tendency for teachers to either not be present enough and think, oh, my students are going to discuss. And actually we need teachers to be directive enough and active enough to make sure that things are going in the right direction, but at the same time not dominating. So the challenge, I think, is finding the balance between direction and facilitation, balancing correction and encouragement. And I'm gonna stop there, but I would encourage us to think about how our presence is mediated to our students. Do they recognize us as a real person, and how are we developing a strong social foundation for the cognitive and pedagogical things that need to happen in our courses? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, any comments? Yes, Eka, please.
Well, excuse me. Hello.
Eka, Pipia, you wanted to ask something.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear
Hello,
you.
Jake.
Hello.
Yes, Nato, please.
No, it
Okay,
was not
thank
me,
you.
sorry.
No?
No.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, please ask your question. We can hear you.
I'm Dr. Huda Halawaji from the University of Mosul, Iraq. I would like to ask Jake, do you believe that working on the net right now for educators and professionals everywhere in the world is workable?
What do you mean by workable? Like, can all educators teach?
I mean positive.
I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you.
Could you please repeat your question? We could not get your question.
I think she asked, is it workable? Is it possible to teach online, to make this? We're all being forced, all of us around the world are suddenly, being forced into a situation where we have to teach online. I think your first slide, Jake, was talking to this point, and I think the answer is that it's requiring an extraordinary extra amount of time and effort that is not widely understood or appreciated. So this is a very tough time for teachers, and we are all doing our best, but this is, workable is that is a very, I'm not sure. I mean, I think this is not sustainable. I think it, but Jake, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just but I think that's what she was asking.
Yeah, I mean, workable in the sense of, are we doing it? Yes, we're doing it. Are we doing it as well as we could? I know that I'm not. I know I already have regrets about things that I have or haven't done over the last few weeks. And so this webinar has actually been a chance to stop and think, how well am I present in my courses, and what are some adjustments that I can make to be a better instructor online? So I think we can all improve, but I think we're all looking forward to the day when we can see one another in person.
Can I ask, Jake, are you using the breakout feature of Zoom? Have you tried that? Does that help with the interactivity for you?
Well, actually, the university that I'm working for now uses Google Hangouts Meet, not Zoom. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to use the breakout feature because they don't have it for that version.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think we're all struggling with trying to figure out different ways to have what you said, the presence with the students, the right amount, and not to be just sort of lecture oriented, distant, feeling kind of classrooms, but there are various ways that we can overcome that.
Yeah, it is a nice feature if you are using the paid version of Zoom, the breakout features. I've used it for other things, and it's really a helpful thing for smaller group work.
Any other questions, comments? Jacob, can I have a quick question? Like when we talk about presence, there is one phenomenon, one aspect present all the time in the classroom, which is culture. And now I think you have a chance, and probably this question could go to Dr. Brown as well. How could we teachers deal with this aspect of culture? Because we can have some micro culture in terms of classroom, and we can have macro culture in, for example, the Georgian culture in this case. What do you think in this respect? How can we ensure that culture is present and we are dealing with this cultural component of interaction?
That's a big question, Nick. I guess when I think of culture, I think of, first of all, of the classroom culture that is set, and generally it happens toward the beginning of the class that you develop, you model what you're hoping students will do, you set guidelines. And I think that's closer to what this is talking about with social presence, modeling how we treat one another, the community that's built. But I mean, one of the classes I'm teaching right now, we have students that are in the UK, Lebanon, Georgia, maybe even a couple of other countries. I think we have someone from South Sudan also. And to be honest, I don't know that I've figured out the culture part there yet. I think we were all thrown into it without quite being ready for it.
And if I were to, follow up, I'm glad you put up this slide. I think this slide is wonderful because I think that for me, especially in Asia, where so much of the English language learning experience prior to university, where I get them, has been focused on rote memorization, oral, like grammar translation. The students have lost their confidence, they've lost their motivation. And so for me, a big part of what I do the first few weeks and months that I'm with my students is to work very hard at developing an atmosphere of trust. And that students trust that, that I will listen to them, that they trust that they can make mistakes and it's okay. They trust that that communication is important. And I think that culture, that culture of trust, you're calling it social presence. I think that's extremely important in my own teaching in Japan in face-to-face. I'm on sabbatical right now, so I haven't had to go through the same thing that you have. But I really believe that the first issue that would be important to me would be to figure out a way to establish that trust, that social presence with students online. And so what that usually means for me in a face-to-face situation is that we almost throw out the textbook for the first few classes. And the activities, though they'll connect to the textbook, they're more focused on getting to know the human beings in the classroom and then getting to know me. And so I think the same, probably more so, would be true in online learning, that we need, we would need to find a way to break down those barriers and get people to trust each other in this virtual environment. And everything else, once that trust is there, everything else goes faster, it goes smoother, students are more motivated. And so I think we can't get lost in the technology and forget the pedagogy, you know, the pedagogy and methodology we believe in. And I think if we can get that right, that sense of trust between student and teacher, that you know, decreasing the distance, then many other things begin to go right.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Thank you. Thank you. Eka, you wanted to ask something? No? Okay, then let us move to our next presenter. I would like to give floor to our doctoral student, Nato Pachuashvili.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Please, she will present on motivation, which is really important in this online teaching and learning mode. Please, Nato.
Yes, let me just maximize the slides and I will start, yes. Okay, good afternoon. I'd like first to thank you
in 5 minutes, Nato. Please.
Yes, I'll try to stick to 5 minutes. In my mini 5-minute talk, I'd like to talk about enhancing student motivation through collaboration in distance learning environment. I believe that online teaching is not just about setting up activities such as reading and writing or stuff like that, but it's more about keeping up students' motivation. However, motivation in online classroom differs from motivation face-to-face because there are many hindering factors such as distraction from family members, lack of interaction and collaboration, which I will be talking more about in a minute, because in face-to-face it's quite easy to interact with each other because students have shared goals, and but in online environment interaction is more or less focused, it's directed to general class rather than individual, and students may feel that if they don't interact they may not have any progress. There are other factors such as connectivity, physical space, of course this feeling of isolation and the pandemic induced anxiety which affects student motivation. So it's very important to encourage student motivation. Firstly, just like we do normally, like in a face-to-face environment, like easing students' anxieties by starting off with like a real-world topics. Also, and then more importantly, is to encourage collaboration. And I'd like to tell you that there's 2 different ways of encouraging collaboration. So one can be done through synchronous learning tools, and I will show this in a minute, or it can be done through some kind of strategies like this I've used with my students, like splitting the text into 5-6 different parts and assigning students randomly, different tasks randomly to different students. But more importantly, I'd like to share the tools I've been using to build students' motivation through collaboration. So one of the tools I've used is Google Drive. Dropbox and SharePoint are also fantastic, where you can give access to students and then they can upload, share, annotate, and comment on the documents you share with the students. This collaborative writing has been fantastic. These are whiteboards, collaborative whiteboards in Vision, Miro, and Padlet. Padlet is used for collaborative writing, where students can build their sentences. And what you can do is you can encourage 10, 20, 50 students in a synchronous way to come up with some sentences or writing, and you can give instant feedbacks. And in terms of whiteboards, you can see this screenshot for my students' work. So you can not only use as a collaborative writing, but you can also assign some tasks, like you prepare the vocabulary, for example, ask the students to split them in different categories. So it can be used more than writing activity. Then I've come up with a very interesting idea of using collaborative reading through Twiddler. So this is an application where you can share your reading and ask your students to locate their answers, highlight again, edit, annotate. It has many other features, as you can see, but in terms of reading, it's absolutely fantastic. And games, we have all been using games for long, but these have been particularly important in online environment because it offers interactive exercises, dynamic classes, and it also encourages online reading and activities. And then these are Quizlet, Socrative, Kahoot, and Book Widget. Book Widget offers actually more than any other platforms, because I'm not sure if you can see this one, but it's got like lots of different types of games you can engage your students with. So this helps them to collaborate and cooperate more with each other. And my last point is that it's really, really important to engage students in collaborative activities, because it enhances motivation and it provides learners with active roles. So you just assign the role to the students. They should feel responsible for constructing their own learning. And more importantly, it enhances student autonomy. You try to incorporate all learning styles through this kind of activities, and then lastly, it establishes communication with peers that I believe is more important. Okay, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you very much. And then if you just want to just have this is a summary of the applications I've just presented, and some ideas about them.
Thank you. Thank you, Nato. I mean, now I would like to address all the participants.
Yes.
Jacob already shared the presentation. If you are not against, you could share these presentations, or you could send that to my email, so that I kind of summarize all these resources and provide in one document, so that everyone can make a good use of all these resources.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Anyone wanted to say anything?
No questions, but just very good, very good, clear examples. And I think teachers are always very happy to get specific recommendations on software. So I'll be going and checking out a few of these that I hadn't seen before. So thank you very much.
Yes, I just wanted to share my experience, because these applications I have been using for the last couple of weeks, and they've been actually proved fantastic. And so my presentation is purely practical, so it's based on my practice and experience. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to participate. Good luck, other people. Okay.
Now I would like to present our good friend Stephen Gomez from PH International. So we are doing a nice project together with PH International on English language teaching and civic education, and Stephen is really very much helpful to us, and he's as I said, he's a good friend, and he's I would say, without exaggeration, expert in TESOL, and yeah, you can address this person if you have any questions, any concerns in terms of this teaching and learning methodology. Stephen, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm just going to start my timer here to make sure I respect the time. Okay. Okay, so today I wanted to talk about integrated teaching and the flipped classroom. And this presentation here is also something very practical that can be used in the class. And actually, a lot of Nato's activities can definitely be integrated into here. So let us begin. Okay, so what exactly is integrated teaching? So the definition here, as you can see, it's basically a way of teaching where you combine skills and knowledge from multiple resources. So we can have a variety of different topics, but what we've been doing here in Georgia with my team and teacher training relates to this. Specifically, we're looking at three things. We're looking at civics, we're looking at tech, and we're looking at English. If you are not teaching civics in the classroom, I strongly suggest this because in my opinion, my personal opinion as the teacher, as an educator, I think civics is one of the most important topics that's going to help build a responsible society, responsible citizens, and it's going to lead our society into a better form of democracy. So, okay, I won't carry on too much about that, but we'll move on to the next one. Okay, so now the flipped classroom. What exactly is the flipped classroom? The flipped classroom is, as it sounds, the classroom is flipped. So rather, usually at the end of a class, what is it that we give students? We give them homework. Instead, what we do now is we give students homework before we actually have the class. So tasks are given to students, and they complete them on their own time. They submit their work at a time that you decide. They complete some of the tasks individually, and then they complete some of them in groups. So you still have some collaboration. Then finally, you have a Zoom session where you will review and facilitate the same learning. You're reviewing the learning, but at the same time, you're giving the lesson. And this is when students have a chance to give a presentation. So now that I've explained what is going on here, moment. Okay, I want to give you a sample lesson of how this is going to work. Okay, so this is the objective of this lesson. And this lesson is fairly simple because I want to stick to my time limit, but you can definitely think of some of Nato's activities and integrate them in there and think about how you can change your lessons to fit this model. So the objective is that students are going to use vocabulary and civic ideas to develop a flyer with images to promote community awareness about recycling. We have 3 sub-objectives. So the civics objective here is volunteerism. We can call it environmentalism, where students are looking at different types of recycling and they want people to take action about recycling. For tech, students are going to use MS Publisher to create a flyer. They're going to use websites and of course, Google Docs and Zoom. For English, they're going to look at vocabulary related to recycling and modal verbs to encourage action. And of course, the other interaction that they have is in following instructions. Okay, so what should the teachers do? They should prepare a task packet. Now, this packet will be emailed to students in a Word document form. On the packet, they will have specific links for websites in which they do the activities. And I want to emphasize specific instructions. The more specific your instructions are, the less questions they will have and the more successful students will be because they will be working alone. Okay, here's an example. Task 1. Students follow a Google Docs link with images of various types of litter. Individually, they have to describe what they see and describe what needs to be done. Modal verbs are given to them, and later they can check with their peers. Task 2, we have a recycling game on learningapps.org where they can match images to words in order to build their vocabulary. Then later they can fill this out in their task packets. Task 3, students are given step-by-step instructions on how to use MS Publisher to make a flyer. However, on the flyer, they have specific things that they need to put in there. For example, they need to use images from the recycling game or images from Google. 1 sentence stating the problem, 2 sentences using a modal verb. And among students, they can decide which roles they take. Finally, they submit their tasks to the teacher and the teacher can check to make sure that they do their work. And then lastly, you have a Zoom meeting. So as I mentioned before, this is all homework. So in the Zoom meeting, you're actually kind of reviewing the materials. You're reinforcing the vocabulary. This is the chance to check if students actually did the work. So if you know your students and you think little Georgi is not doing his work, okay, well, let me ask you a couple questions about this work to see if you understand it. So, and as the final part of the Zoom meeting, students can present their flyers, their completed flyers, and you can assign roles on who should do what. And those students who watch the flyers, watch the presentation, you can give them active roles so they're not just passively in the background, not doing anything. Okay, so what are the cons about this? The cons are that this requires tedious planning. Again, very specific instructions. And you have to plan logistics in terms of when should they submit the assignments, when is it due, how much time are we going to have on Zoom, how much time should they have on presentations, who should be speaking in the presentations. And another con here is that some students might struggle to work alone. Not all students are great in this aspect. However, this is why they're doing some of the work collaboratively. But because they are working collaboratively, some students may cheat. So again, this is where when you do the Zoom sessions, you can check on students. And one other difficulty is a digital divide. Not everybody has a great computer or an iPad. Maybe they just have a smartphone. Maybe they're using Big Sister's computer and they can't use it all the time. So it might not be fair to all students because they don't have access to a computer or technology. The pros of this is that it promotes student-centered learning, collaboration, learning content is accessible, and students already review the key concepts before the lesson starts. So it makes teaching, I'd say, a little easier in terms of being on Zoom, but it does require preparation. Okay, that is my time. I went a little over, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much. Yeah, usually we are not rushing this much. Usually we have 2 days for the conference, and of course we usually have in-depth discussions and arguments, or sometimes we fight in an academic manner, of course. But this time we had to limit this. However, I do ask you, please, if you have questions and comments, please communicate through chat option with the presenters. Thank you, Stephen, once again. So I would like to present Anna Kadakhabadze, our doctoral student. She will present on distance learning assessment from students' perspective, and she will present survey results. So she will do a survey presentation.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you again for letting me being here. Well, actually, I will try to be as short as possible, as quick as possible. I asked several students how would they assess and evaluate this distance learning, actually, which has been happening more than 2 months and a half. So I devised a little questionnaire, and I would like to present it, if you don't mind. So first, let me start that 108 students took part in this questionnaire, and out of this, 57% and 38 were just 57 were sophomores, and the rest of them, 41 students, were freshmen. The majority of them were females, and 28% were males. All of them, almost all of them, like 98% were Georgians, and they voted for this. I asked the question, which online platform are you more satisfied with? Because we've got the chance to use Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and sometimes Google Hangout. And the majority of them, 86%, so they've chosen the Zoom. And the presenter before me was talking about the pros and cons about the Zoom. And I asked my students to, and not only mine, actually, other students also participated in there. They assessed the pros and cons of the Zoom. And the majority of them said that Zoom was of a normal quality rather than others. It gives the permission and access to every type of device, let it be a mobile or computer or tablet or whatever. Plus to that, they mentioned that it's easier to work in Zoom because it gives the breakout rooms and the possibility to work in groups, in pairs. From my personal perspective, and I'm an English language teacher, so of course I prefer them to work in pairs and in groups to give the more communicative competence and stuff. So all of them, actually 98% voted for Zoom. It's more convenient and accessible, and I do agree with them. And the next question is, do you feel that your confidence level has increased a little bit? 62% voted and said that it hasn't changed. 27 agreed, yes, somehow it has changed. In the case of question, does the online actually Padlet or any other platform give you the possibility to have more opportunities in communication? 41 students said that it was like neither nor, so they were somewhere in the middle. They didn't really develop their skills for communication, but it hasn't decreased as well. As a student, how would you actually, how do you like discussing everything with your group mates in virtual rooms with your pair work and so on? Again, I got the answer that it was somewhere in the middle, neither agree or not disagree. On the question whether your teacher uses some additional technical tools or digital tools to increase the students' motivation, 89% voted that they are using, and that's great. And how do you feel? Do you feel more relaxed or more stressed during this distance learning? The majority of them, almost 67%, voted that they were feeling more relaxed. And in terms of managing time, how they developed time management skills. The majority of them, like almost 57%, said that yes, the time management skills have been developed really. So this is a short, actually, overview and evaluation from students' perspective, specifically focusing on practical subjects like practical English class, how they see what they've developed, what they've changed. And so instead of me, I prefer to represent the students' perspective and their likes and dislikes in this virtual reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, these percentages are great, but could you please very briefly outline what major trends, to summarize for us, what major trends you observed through this survey?
To tell the truth, in oral interviews and in oral speaking with my colleagues and so on, I definitely see that the motivation has really increased in students' behavior and behavior, actually, because in the classroom they were just really working in pairs, even in groups and so on and so forth. But this new chance, new opportunity, new platforms, it gave them like new perspective, new encouragement, I don't know, new push to the development. So to tell the truth, I'm really very satisfied by working in the online virtual reality. It's much more comfortable. Of course, Zoom is one of the best for me because it gives, again and again, I will repeat that it gives me possibility to have communication classes, to have some debates, discussions without any kind of interruption, though last time it was disaster. Okay, yeah, it depends on the Wi-Fi accessibility and so on and forth, but during the situation when we were moving from one face-to-face reality to virtual reality, I thought it would be much more difficult. It didn't turn out to be like that. It's smoother nowadays. So all in all, I'm satisfied. And again, the communication and interaction with my colleagues proves that it turned out to be of a high quality rather than we expected. So this is the reality that we're facing now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is me, but I've been talking the whole day, and by now I know everyone is a little bit tired. We've had an intense day. So let me just very quickly share a video with you. Okay, let me show this presentation. Can you see?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Powtoon, I like Powtoon.
I can't hear the sound.
Yes, I think we're having trouble hearing the sound.
Nino, can you talk?
But Powtoon is a very easy software to use. You can make animations very, very easily. It's nice software.
Okay, everyone could see that, right? So actually, yeah, I was intending to discuss different issues, but let me tell you, this particular presentation was prepared by myself. I did that. So it's really, really, as Dr. Brown said, it's really, really easy, right? And I wanted to show just to actually our format is to provide each other with some kind of tools and applications which could ease this online communication. Okay, so this is like I based on my presentation on my own philosophy. I myself, I'm a let's say assured social constructivist. I believe that we can learn from each other. We can learn from each other in terms of experience, in terms of sharing and building this knowledge, constructing this knowledge step by step. Okay, and that's why I call this presentation authentic teaching and authentic learning and meaningful learning in this process. In this way, how I myself have used this particular tool is I usually ask students to present whatever they have to say in this kind of manner. And now, even in this online teaching and learning mode, I ask my students to present some ideas in this way. It's a better way, more interactive way to present ideas. And I don't know, many skills are integrated there. Many skills are integrated there. Like creativity is there, imagination is there, technical skills are there, language with all these aspects are there, plus content, organization, structure, and so on. I myself, I mean, I do understand that everyone is tired now, so I would not come up with this social constructivism theory and so on. Later, I'm sure we'll have more time for that. We can discuss that. But this is a kind of way to offer students a model of real life situation where they present their own feelings, emotions, they are creative, they are innovative, and they are free. They are free in their selection, right? In terms of content, these cartoons, music, and so on. And yeah, once you log on that particular platform, I'm sure you can very easily navigate, right? And you can edit existing presentations and so on. I mean, later we can discuss these bits and pieces if you want to. I don't want to overtire you with too much theory behind this presentation, but I do recommend using this platform. If you have any ideas, any comments.
I mentioned how I used it. I was helping to create an online university a few years ago. And we had a lot of very famous professors giving lectures. And I thought that rather than just begin directly with a lecture, I thought it might be good to have a short sort of animated summary, you know, sort of a schema builder warm-up activity. And we used Powtoons for that. And you know, just get the key points and make something interesting and funny that kind of summarizes the lecture even before we go into the lecture. And that seemed to help the students to get into it a little bit better. It's a completely different way to use Powtoons than you were using, but also it seemed to be quite good. I actually like your way better because it's more student-centered, and I too, very influenced by the ideas of, for example, Vygotsky, and the idea of students working together, co-constructing meaning, and projects like this where they're they're going to be better at Powtoons than we are.
Exactly.
So we can make a really bad one and show it to them, but then if you put them in groups, they will come up with something far better than we, and that's good. That's very good, because we can all, when the students are better than the teachers, then that gives them confidence. But it's a very useful software. Very easy to use, and there are many different ways to use it. I just wanted to share my way.
Thank you so much. So the next presenter is Maggie Sabanashvili, Dr. Maggie Sabanashvili, and she will give us tips and tricks for new online teachers. Maggie, are you with us? Is Maggie with us? No? Okay, let's not waste time if she joins us. Ah. Maggie, could you hear us? Can you hear us? Could you respond? Maggie, could you please respond? Can you hear us? Okay, I think we could move to the next participant, and then Calvaton and Maggie can join us later. Okay, so the next presenter is, let me check, Irina Chikovani, our doctoral student, and she will present new challenges and barriers while using Microsoft Teams.
So hello,
Yes.
everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, Irina, please present.
Okay, I'm really glad that I have a chance to participate in this webinar, and I'd like to say that it was really difficult for all of us to switch from online face-to-face to online teaching, but we have adapted, and I like to share my experience while using Microsoft Teams because I've been using it from the very first day of online teaching, and I think that it's very organized, structured, and easy to use. So as we all know, Microsoft Teams mostly is used for online classroom, and you can create different teams, and under one team you can create different channels, and channels can be divided into different subjects or different modules or different themes and different topics as well. So it's easy for teachers to control the material and to control the students and everything. So the next function that I like most is that we have function files, so we can upload different materials under each folder, so we can create different folders according to different subjects or according to different units. So it's easier for us and for students as well to find material appropriate for the topic. And also we can create new Word document or a PowerPoint slide, and it can be shared and available for members of teams. Another function that I like is class notebook. So this is online notebook where we can upload students' work. Here you see on the picture, you see that I have my student here, and under my student there are homework, handouts, quizzes. So whenever students send the material, I can upload everything here. So I have everything in one location, and it's easy for me to control everything. Another function is creating assignments. So while using Teams, we can create assignments for students. We can attach relevant files, or we can attach rubrics. And I mostly use different kind of assessment tools while assessing students and provide feedback immediately. So I use pre-assessment or formative or summative assessment tools, rubric checklists, and so on. So here you can see how can we create assignments in Teams. So we can click create and then upload everything there. And here you can see the status, so we can control if students viewed the assignment or if it turned in or not, and then we can provide feedback also immediately by clicking the feedback button. So the last function I like to share with you is forms within Microsoft Teams. So we can create new form and new quiz. So new form mostly for questionnaires and surveys where we can control responses every day. And then we can download Excel file where we can see each answer in details and one by one. And as for new quiz, we can create assessments for students, as I have already mentioned, pre-assessment, formative and summative assessments. So it's easier for them also that they just open open Teams and they fill in everything in one location, in one place. Questions can be multiple choice, where we can add pictures and write questions with multiple answers, optional answers, and also we can create open-ended questions where students can write in open-ended questions. Students can write answers, and we can also let participants write longer answers or give them restrictions. So then we have rating. Here we can use numbers or we can use stars. It's up to us, and we can also mark the question as required or not. Then we can also use data function. Here we can just write, when did you fill the form, for example, and they will just click their answers. And then the disadvantages which I have faced was that we can see only 4 participants on the screen, and we cannot control others, and we cannot see what they're doing during the lesson, but somehow we have managed it. And then the next one is that assignments were not visible for some students and they were visible for others, and then microphones were muted automatically. But as technical groups told us, it was just because of the fact that team was overloaded and everything was then fixed, and teachers lost their classes, their teams, and also this problem was fixed. So I can surely say that Microsoft Teams is really good for online classroom. So if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you. Any comments, questions?
I will share my presentation. So here you will see links and you can see everything in details.
Yeah, now we are testing everything intensely, I would say. And yeah, we need to have as much information as possible about different online platforms so that we make better decisions.
Yes, thank you. That would be great to have a PowerPoint.
Okay, so
thank you so much.
Thank you, Irina. Let me give floor to Tamta Shridobadze, our doctoral student. She will present on online task design and disadvantages of online learning. Tamta,
hello, everybody. I'm here. I'm happy to be here and see you, all of you. Hello. Today we're going to talk about online task design and disadvantages of online learning, because some people talked about advantages, and it has got many advantages, but also it has got some advantages. So we'll talk about these today. So today we'll talk about task design, how to design the task, especially online task, and principles of task design in general, and online task design and disadvantages of online learning. First of all, we have to mention that there is no perfect course book, as Sheldon mentioned in 1998. So every course book should be modified, and you have to add some tasks, and teachers have to exclude or include some tasks and design some more tasks for any type of textbook. First of all, to look at the task, we have to look at input. So input is divided into 2 components, main components, like content and target language, and the combination of these 2 makes a good task. General principles of task design is that it should be level appropriate, and you can have a bit challenging level, as Krashen mentioned, I+1, but you cannot have a lower level. You cannot have very simplified tasks. Also, it should include natural English. Sometimes we would see in textbooks and in handouts that not natural English is used, and it should be correct at all times. Also, it should be sequenced. So you have to start with the simplified version or simplified simple task, and then go to complicated, rather than vice versa way. And in reality, it should be adaptable, because teachers mostly they've got some anticipated problems and solutions, but sometimes you have to leave your lesson plan aside and do something else. So tasks should be changeable. Most important
in, especially online tasks and the other tasks as well, it should have clear instructions, because the instructions should be clear. Otherwise, in online context, you would lose so many minutes to go back and do the task again. It should encourage differentiated output, which means that weak students and also strong students should benefit from this task, and it should boost interest. So it should be interesting and motivating, and learners should be ready for the task, for the content, and for target language. It should be creative, which is not easy to do, and it should provoke thinking. Of course, we say that our teaching approach should be student-centered, and the task should be student-centered as well, and visually pleasing, which is easy to do. And especially when we look at the textbook, we would see that the tasks are more controlled practice-based rather than freer practice. So we will look at it should be balanced, and the content, the topic should be up to date, because sometimes we see that they cannot respond to the task, the students, because they don't have any idea about the content, and it should encourage feedback. This is the online task that I gave my students, and in online task you shouldn't forget the word count, also the task itself. It should be very explicit and clear, and warn them about the plagiarism, because if it's a written task, they usually copy from websites or many other books, from other books. And what I like in online tasks, it's task design, because you can add some other chunks of language. You can add input like target language or any other things that they can be useful in your task. Also, it encourages peer checking, and they write feedback to each other, which also encourages them to give some feedback and be prepared for feedback, and not get it as a criticism. And the last one, you have to insert the deadlines there. I've asked my students what they didn't like about online teaching. Yes, it is very good, online teaching, especially for introverts like me. It's very good when you teach online and when you learn online, but some students, they find it very difficult to be online all the time. So they mentioned technological problems, especially Wi-Fi, and some poor platforms as well, because sometimes you cannot hear the voice, sometimes microphone is not working. Demotivation for some learners, because like extroverts and some people who like pair work and interpersonal things, so they would prefer to meet each other face to face rather than online. And for some learners, it's a lack of concentration. They cannot concentrate. Also, they cannot do tasks on time online. Also, we have to. It's the most difficult is to control, and also to be controlled, like dominant student and the teacher talking time, because teacher talking time rises in online context. So we have to kind of control that, and also dominant students. Next one is becoming lazy. So not teachers, because for teachers it is like you have to add more tasks and you have to design more tasks online. But for learners, they kind of become lazy, some of them, and disorganized, because they don't have to attend the lessons. They're in their home, so they kind of enjoy being at home and become lazy. And next one is talking to the camera. Some of them hate just talking to the camera or talking to the video. So face-to-face communication is important for them. Involvement, I showed you the beginning, the principles, because if we drop some things from the principles, the involvement will lower, because if they don't like the task, they never they're not involved in the task, they don't like it, and then you don't have high involvement there. Okay, and the last one is regrouping problems, because like I use Teams and Hangout and Zoom has got breakout rooms, which is great for language teachers especially. But I also use Teams, which is good. It has got some advantages, but it has got limitations of breakout rooms, which is called channels, because you can only design manage 3 channels or 3 groups, not more. And I've got like 20 people in the room. So I had to use Zoom, and it has advantages. It has got advantages and disadvantages as well. So this is my presentation about disadvantages of online learning. And this is what I use, the books, what I use for this presentation. I can share this presentation in the chat box so you can see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tamtam. Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Emine Bala, our doctoral student, and she will present on assessment in distance education.
Nicholas, can we, are we allowed to ask any questions? Or to make comments?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to clarify. We are slightly behind the schedule, and could you please ask the questions in the chat, and the presenters will respond.
Actually, it's not a question, just a very short comment.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm surprised actually that, you know, part of the demotivation of the learners does not seem to stem actually from lack of knowledge of the teachers themselves, the instructors, because there are so many teachers who are not actually aware of the facilities provided. So students actually are far ahead of the instructors themselves. Now, I think actually instead of, for example, you know, training the students themselves, we've got to try to focus actually on how to train the teachers initially, and then expect something from the students. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you so much.
That's true. Thank you very much.
This has been a problem since the 1980s. In the language lab era, I used to run a chain of language schools owned by Sony. There was no teacher training, no teacher development, and we had lots of problems. It came into the 2000s with the CALL, computer-assisted language learning, same problem. All the focus on hardware and not enough on teacher support and training. And we're seeing the same thing right now, the same thing again. So I 100% agree. It's one of the reasons I became a teacher trainer, because I think that this is really, teachers want to do their job well, but if they're not trained, if they're not receiving support, very often there is a gap where the students know more than the teachers, and that's not a good situation.
I agree. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, this is what we all require, and unfortunately, every single government in the world does not allocate enough money for teacher training, so that teachers face these new challenges and they are ready to deal with these issues. And unfortunately, Georgia is not an exception in this particular case as well. Thank you. Yes, Emine, could you please present?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee to have us here to part of the Okay, Nicholas, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. I want to mention about the assessment in distance education. I think it is one of the fundamental components even in distance education. And I want to start with a well-known axiom: what gets measured and gets managed. That's why I chose that topic. I want to give a brief description of assessments and the purpose and the characteristics of assessment within 5 minutes. It is the process of obtaining information about learners' progress and also the achievement in learning based on 2 main purposes. The first one is to provide support and feedback to learners to whether they improve or not. And the second purpose is to report on what they have already achieved through grading system or reading comments. And Jacob also mentioned about the written comments, positive written comments and feedback in his presentation. I like that part. And then we can talk about formative and summative assessments, as you all know, also in distance education. Formative assessments should be continuous, and it should be designed to motivate the learners. Again, some of my friends here mentioned about how to motivate the learners through feedback. What they showed there in the presentation was formative assessment. And then also it helps them to understand how they are progressing. Otherwise, the students cannot make sure they make progress or not. And also the summative assessment, another part of the assessment. It is considered as the end of course test, could be maybe weekly based, monthly based, or yearly based. And also it gives a total report on learners' achievement of learning objectives. They could achieve or not, to give information about their achievement in course. And the new technology has brought frequent, of course, the varied assessment possible. Sorry, there's a problem here. Okay. New technology has brought frequent and varied assessment possible in online distance education environment. And also the assessment strategy should focus on learners' achievement in terms of instructional goals and learning objectives. Do they meet or not? Could they achieve or not? Also, the appropriate assessment opportunities should be provided even in distance education. And also the assessment tools or the strategy should be integral to instruction, should be continuous, and also should maximize feedback. Also the assessment instruments and assessment activities should be aligned with goals and the skills required of the learner. And also the assessment strategy accommodate the special needs, characteristics, and situations of the distance learner, according to Kim. While developing the web-based assessment, Kim suggested several key decisions to be made before developing the web assessment. Those are so important. That's why I want to include those questions here before, because now currently we are teaching also through Zoom or some these kind of platforms. That's why as teachers, we should consider those parts. Which perspectives for learning are going to be assessed? Cognitive assessments, behavioral, or humanistic? From which perspective we are going to assess the students? Also, we need to make decision who is going to make the assessment, the students, himself, herself, their peers. Also, we do also not mentioned about that topic in her presentation, I remember, or the instructor will assess. And also, will assessment strategies be learning experiences in themselves, or the assessment to be formative or the summative? As teachers, we should organize them, we should decide them first, and then declare the students. There shouldn't be any vague part in our assessment part. So we should inform the students before they get assessed. Are judgments of performance made against peer standards, norm reference, or established criteria, criterion referenced? And also, how can assessment provide a balance between structure and freedom, what is so important in distance education as well? Will the assessment be authentic, related to real life situations, or how? Also, I remember we discussed that point in our course before. Also, we can discuss after the presentation. Will the assessment be integrated, testing a range of knowledge and skills? And also, what about the reliability and validity of our assessment in distance education? Those are the points that should be made before, I think, our assessment part. We should inform the students before assessing them. They should know the criteria. Also, I want to finish the presentation with that axiom. What gets measured gets managed. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Amina. Thank you. Yes, questions, comments? Okay, then our next presenter is Guranda Habeishvili, our doctoral student. Tips for promoting students' engagement in online learning. Please, Guranda.
Hello. It's my honor to be part of this webinar. I want to share. Can you please stop sharing your screen because I can share while you are sharing? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So like I'll be talking about promoting student engagement and like using different tools. Okay. So we are facing a challenge now in our online classrooms, so we can say, in terms of engaging learners, retaining their attention, or stimulating their interest, even with like skills development, and also like in terms of maintaining the positive, let's say, classroom climate in an online learning environment. And there are some students who really find this online learning really boring, and the tools that I'm gonna just introduce to you, they kind of offer a solution in terms of it to make them more engaged in the online learning environment. And that I want to like one of the tools that I'm talking about is a poll everywhere. So actually, I've been using this tool for already like 2 years, and of course I use it in the classroom, but it's a great one to be used in online learning environment as well, as it aims at like creating more interaction, and it's really good to promote like students' engagement in our like lessons. And what it offers us is that we can just create, once we register here, like I will show you the website later on. So once we register here, we can create questions, and with their mobile phones, they can like respond to our questions, and all their responses we can see on our screen. And it's like a live responses, and we can just like look at these live responses, and it's a great way how we can trigger the discussion or a debate around any kind of topic that we are covering in a particular lesson. And it's also a good tool for giving them feedback, collecting the feedback. If we want to, for example, collect the feedback, and like get their reflection on their learning, for example, by the end of the lesson, we can have a question by the end of the lesson using the poll everywhere too, and they can just type their responses using their phones, and then we can see all these live responses instantly on our screen. And it's kind of then we can, based on this feedback, based on these kind of responses, we can give them feedback and see how they have comprehended different topics and so on. And so here, this tool offers us to create not only select response type of questions, but also constructive response type of questions, and word clouds as well. And I will show you some like examples so to kind of visualize how it works. So for example, word cloud looks like this, as you see on my screen. So like you can just like create a question. I don't know, you can just ask them to, for example, define any word, or just like type in kind of synonyms, antonyms of different words. So you can just then see what they are typing here in a word cloud way. And also there is a like open-ended question looks like this one here. What you see? Okay. So for example, you can ask them a question and you can see their responses on your screen. And as here live responses. So when you can ask any question to them, for example, like do you have any phobias, for example, and you can see yes, no, and you see here the response of the lesson, or you can just implement during the lesson time as well. And based on this response here, you can like trigger the discussion, and like you can just talk about this. So this is the website that is shown here. It's a really good one, and for creating interaction. And I want now to talk about next education tool that's called Socrative, and that allows us to create like quiz in online platform, and it's really good for collaboration, for engaging students, and also it's a good way how we can check their comprehension, and not only comprehension, but we can just give them feedback later on, because once we like give them some questions, okay, for example, here how it looks, this website, okay, for example, you can create a quiz here, or you can even create a space race, and like this kind of a friendly competition, it allows them to like cooperate with each other and like to answer your questions, and it's really good way. And you can just see here like who answers your questions, like here, so like their names don't repeat, like appear here, so it's a good way how they kind of engaged in answering the questions. And also as for the reports, so the Socrative allows us to, by the end of the quiz, you can just see their like reports, and you can even send this to them individually and use it for giving the feedback. And it's really nice because you can just see this report like on individual level and a question level, and discuss with students. So it's really nice tool. And I just wanted to very quickly to talk about these tools, and if you have any questions connected to any of them, I'm just I'll be happy to answer your questions, because of time limit, I just can't do any kind of let's say practical work with you, but hopefully I mean the website would be enough to maybe further kind of research more about these tools.
Okay, thank you,
Right,
Miranda.
thank you.
I thought that was very useful, and especially I like that you were able to create word clouds based on student response, because word clouds are you know, a corpus-based tool, and this is a very nice practical application. So once again, I'm learning another tool I didn't know. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So our next presenter is Ali Bala, our doctoral student, and he will present on how to use digital library in EFL classes. Ali, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you, Ali. You can present.
That's perfect. That's perfect. All right. Today, basically, I would like to very briefly mention about digital libraries and how to use them in EFL and ESL contexts in language teaching. Actually, digital libraries, as you all know, is a platform, online platform that is that includes the collection of books in e-book formats, and that people can access to it easily from anywhere online. Actually, the idea behind that, the traditional libraries are not very economically feasible because of these huge buildings and so many expenses. The idea of having a digital library actually facilitates for students, researchers, and academicians to access tons of documents. And at the very beginning, digital libraries were used at the universities, but later on, newspapers, even museums have some digital library access that people use. In this sense, this actually, I would like to say something very early. I believe that after this coronavirus pandemic, the world will not be the same, and I think we are going to be more dependent on these platforms. When we come to the digital library for English language teaching purpose, actually, reading is one of the basic component of language learning or language teaching, and this is one of the receptive skills, and we are trying to provide a rich content for our students in the class or outside of the classrooms. And from this perspective, mostly language teachers try to use some some reading text passages for intensive reading because that area is more controllable for the teachers, and in our curriculum design, we give more space for intensive reading. But when we come to the extensive reading, actually, this is one of the crucial and very important part for our students' language learning advancement, because it provides a really rich content for our students, actually. But there are some points that actually stops curriculum designers to utilize extensive reading tools like providing the material or spending too much time on classroom content, etc. But these digital libraries is mostly a platform that has a huge collection of the books from different genres. So we can say that there are fictional books and non-fictional books belonging to different genres, because in the essence of extensive reading, we can say that personalized reading for pleasure, for fun, is very motivating for the students. Students should actually love what they read, and in that sense, they can have motivation to read more. And these platforms are providing so many different options for the students so that they can have more interest in reading them. And one of the other important feature of these platforms, I can give some names like my own library systems or IRCEELT library systems for primary and secondary school students. The books are graded, and students can read according to their Lexicographic reading level, and it provides opportunities for the teachers to lead, to guide the process as well. For example, teachers can choose or can recommend some books for the students. Actually, these platforms that I mentioned, like my own and IRCEELT, you need to pay for them and you need to log in with passwords as a class, and so it should be part of the curriculum or part of the school policy. And in these library systems, this rich, authentic source from different genres provides a good opportunity for the readers, because in real life classroom, actually, mostly graded readers are readed. These are simplified version of the books, and from many different publishers, as you know, and this provides a very limited, let's say, language context for the students. Actually, this has some advantages and disadvantages. It's still discussions are going over that. We can say that, but we can express that authentic materials provide a rich, actually, context for the students. And these platforms also provides a wide lexical content for the students, which really helps them to develop their vocabulary treasure, vocabulary knowledge. And another additional, let's say, positive thing about that, it enhances the world knowledge of the students, because students can read from many different genres, from different sources, so that they can access to different books very easily. I can give a personal example from my own experience, actually. My kids are studying at a private school in here, and they are using one of this system. And normally, I was working before as an education coordinator in a private school chain in here, and we were selecting some printed documents for the students, let's say 4 books, 5 books for each term, and this was a very limited number. At the end of the year, students are supposed to read and have some exams and do some activities within the classroom. We were motivating teachers to do so. But within this online system, I can say that students can read up to 40, 50 books in each term because there are some additional motivational tools within this system. For example, when students are reading the books, they collect some goals, some let's say motivational things within the system, and there are some motivational robotic tools in that, and they can update these robots. So students, especially for primary students, they are very motivated to read, to gain more points.
I'm sorry, Ali, to interrupt. I'm sorry. We need to somehow summarize your presentation, and then people will chat with you. Like they will send separate questions. I'm sorry for.
Okay, just
summarize what you wanted to say.
Okay, just 2-3 points. I'll summarize very briefly. And these platforms are also providing some assessment tools for the students and reporting tools for the teachers and parents. So that I can briefly say that these digital library platforms providing a good opportunities for the schools and curriculum designers. So it should be considered as a part of new language curriculum design in this digital area after coronavirus pandemic. I can say that it really provides a good platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Brown.
Yes, I feel almost compelled to make a comment here. Certainly, I agree with everything that Ali has said. There's a very good presentation and looks like very good resources. I happen to also be an expert in extensive reading. We here in Japan, much of the work for extensive reading is being done here. I mean, there are many of the best researchers, content developers, digital platform providers are based very near me. So we're in a very good area for extensive reading. And I've pasted into the chat comments one of my other free websites, which is an extensive reading website called IRCEELT. There's about 1,000 free stories there, free reading, free listening, vocabulary development. It's not very sophisticated, but the price is very good, free. But the principles, I've given plenaries and keynotes just on the connection between vocabulary development and extensive reading. Each one has strengths and weaknesses, and they complement each other very well. So you can't do one without the other. Usually vocabulary learning doesn't have context. Extensive reading has lots of context. Vocabulary learning is very fast. Extensive reading is very slow. So they kind of help each other. And if you do them together, it can be very powerful. And the nice thing is both of them can be done online. So there are a lot of good online resources. I've worked very hard to develop some of them, but there are many other ones out there, many other great ones. But this is very, to me, very important point, very important topic. Thank you.
Dr. Bruni, I think the last comment, these platforms that we pay for, I think they only provide a management system, nothing else, because the other reading materials can be reached from any other sources.
Yes, and that's a whole nother issue. I wish we had more time because, you know, talking about learner management systems, nobody has talked about that yet in the presentation so far, and I think that's another issue, you know, related to assessment. Right, you know, so being able to create classes, set goals, watch progress, and so on. So these are all interrelated issues, and maybe we can just find another time in the conference to talk about it. But very good points, all of them.
I would be more than happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Brown, could you please write the address for the website in our chat, if possible. Okay, so let's proceed. Our next presenter is Mariam Kujawan, our doctoral student. She will talk about benefits and challenges of online teaching.
Hello, everybody. Today, I would like to briefly summarize the benefits and challenges of online teaching in the time of COVID-19. Let me share my presentation. Okay.
while Mariam is she shared the presentation. Okay.
Could you see my presentation? Or I have just technical problem. Sorry.
No, we cannot see Mariam. So while Mariam is sharing her presentation, Dr. Dogonadze had a question to everyone. Like when we are discussing these online presentation platforms or other platforms for creating teaching or learning resources, do these platforms provide an option to choose different types of alphabets other than Latin alphabet? What is your experience? Like Georgian alphabet, for example, could we use that? Did I correctly formulate your question, Kalbatan Matalma? Yeah, Dr. Brown, maybe you have experience with that?
What I would say is, at least in Asia, we do have, like Chinese alphabets, Japanese alphabets, Korean alphabets. And so the character systems are very different. And most of the platforms that are targeting the educational market here have made efforts to deal with other kinds of alphabets rather than Roman alphabets. So I would say that most of the large platforms, would have those kind of options.
Thank you. Thank you. Mariam, are you able to share your screen? If not, could you just present without the major ideas? You could have a look at your screen yourself and then you could give some brief outline of your presentation. Or maybe I should give you some time and I would move to the next participant and then I could get back to you.
Meanwhile, Dr. Brown, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Since you work in Germany, in Japan, you are in Japan, are you not?
Yes.
Okay, and I have read actually, and part of my research actually consisted of the Japanese alphabet, and that was, of course, the hiragana, katakana, and kanji, the 3 different character sets actually, employed in one single sentence. I was just wondering, I mean, it probably is not a big deal, of course, for a Japanese person, in fact, to master actually these, character sets. Is it really that difficult? Can they easily be accommodated, for example, in a sentence without much difficulty? And are learners really that familiar, of course, with these alphabets, and can they really master them so easily? Or do they prefer, for example, one particular character set, like hiragana, for example, to transcribe the Japanese words?
Well, the hiragana is used, there's 46 hiragana characters, about 46 katakana characters, and then thousands of kanji. The hiragana is used to write out and pronounce difficult kanji. So there are many kanji that adults even don't know. And so in such cases, they often use hiragana, and they also use hiragana for grammatical functions. So, when they're expressing endings on verbs and so on, they'll use hiragana. Katakana, on the other hand, is used to help pronounce foreign words. So there are thousands of foreign words that have been imported into the Japanese language, and katakana is used for that. So because the number of characters for hiragana and katakana is very small, most children, even, you know, by the time they're, you know, they're maybe 10 years old, have mastered all the hiragana, all the katakana, and started to master kanji. And then kanji just goes all the way through adulthood. But the problem is not in mastering the 3 alphabets. The problem is actually for English language learning, EFL, English as a foreign language, because the katakana becomes such an integral part of Japanese persona that they have to actually ignore the katakana in order to learn how to pronounce English words properly. There's a sort of a katakana pronunciation effect that steers them away from proper English pronunciation. So it's to answer the first part of your question, all 3 alphabets are mastered by everybody, but there is a problem for language learning. The katakana does present real difficulties for obstacles for people to develop good pronunciation of English.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mariam, are you ready to present? If not, I will move to Nino Awaliani. Nino Awaliani, our doctoral student. Nino, could you please present?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
please. And Mariam will get back to us.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, isn't it my video share? Oh, what is going on? All right.
We can see your presentation.
Yes, you cannot see that. Okay, wait. I'll stop sharing.
We can see. We can see.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, screen. So I'll do that once again. All right. So for now, hello everyone. And the topic I'm about to present concerns 3 website applications, and they are namely Gimkit, Kahoot, and Quizlet as effective tools for distance learning. In the presentation, I compare 3 of them in order to outline their pros and cons and identify the best tool for distance learning. The benefits of utilization of the given online tools within online classrooms. First of all, they create friendly atmosphere. Educator can check students' understanding, and it contains multiple choice exercises, jumble games, open-ended questions. And educator is able to give in-the-moment feedback as well as after finishing the game, as it is called. There's no more wasting of time, as checking of multiple choice and jumble style tests is no longer needed. However, there is a possibility to have open-ended questions as well, but they come with a price, of course. Some of them in quizzes, and in all of them you can find already created exercises that can be modified by you time after time. As for comparison of quizzes and Kahoot, first of all, you have to take into the consideration that both of them have live games where you can monitor how your students are going through the questions, and you can see their correct and incorrect answers. And it's up to quizzes that takes a little bit of excitement that Kahoot creates. And puts the whole experience in the student's hands. So it's more a student-based game concerning quizzes. It's more for introverts than extroverts. However, sometimes in a live game, you can still compete, but only on your own pace. So, as for traditional Kahoot games, students see the question and possible answers on the projector, and everyone answers simultaneously. It's up to the student who will answer the question quickly or not. So whoever wants to win the game and be the first in the competition is choosing Kahoot in most cases. So as for quizzes, they have different questions at the same time, and possible answers are displayed on student devices. So as you see, both of them have applications, and they have websites as well. And we can have them free of charge, and creating all of the questions, all of the things, and seeing the reports are for free. The only thing that they have to enter the game code and join the link. Join the link first, of course, and then they will have to just write down their names and start the competition. As for the next thing, as I have already told you, they can play live, and live results are on the dashboard while the game is running. However, it has homework function, which is very, very good for the educator, as there's no more checking of the exercises, as you can have as longer questions, as open-ended questions, and whatever you want to. Students can resume a help-done assignment later even. They can be given a deadline, and game automatically ends at the deadline. Okay, as for the results, as you see on your screen, we have, as for the case of quizzes and Kahoot. For Kahoot, you can see players, their questions, overview, and standards. You can see how many questions they have answered correctly and incorrect questions as well. And you can overview from each of them. As for Kahoot, you can see down there, you can download it as in a spreadsheet. So you will see what kind of obstacles they had, how many minutes did they have till the next question comes, and something like that. As for the pros of Kahoot, it's a shared experience, already existing Kahoot games that educator can use anytime and duplicate them and change them into another one, or they can combine even. Kahoot has got new homework function called challenge. So both of them have homework function, as you see. All right. Here we are. As for quizzes, it's more student-based, and educators can display student progress on the dashboard. And it has got a homework as well as Kahoot one. You can add audio, you can add images and math equations if you want to, but as for that part of area, we are using mostly it for language purposes. So in Kahoot, you can turn off the timer, and in that way, it will transform into quizzes mode. So you can decrease a little bit of excitement, but in that way, extroverts and introverts will work on the same terms. And you can analyze all of the questions, all of the answers and mistakes after finishing the assignments, as you can download them. As for the cons, in quizzes, when everyone has different questions and they have different time to answer it, they may lose the excitement. However, you can explain all of the answers and questions at the end of the game. And with Kahoot, it is better in terms of explaining every single sentence, every single question with their multiple choice question or jumble game. So, as for assessment through reports, it's more about formative assessment, as you see, but however, you can turn it into the one that will be summative as well. It's up to you what you do. As for exploring game results in a basic report, we have already talked about that. And Let's Face Game Kit, which is fresh and new. It has much solid look, as you can add assignments, you can add classes as well as in Kahoot and quizzes. However, you can import Quizlet words here. And it has got challenges as well, but almost all of the functions comes with a price, so it's not free of charge. You have to purchase it. However, there are a lot of options that quizzes and Kahoot also offer, and there are options when all the team, the whole team of your university, for example, English part of lecturers can purchase it all together, and it comes with a little price in that way. And in conclusion, so Kahoot quizzes are free of charge, and while Gimkit is a paid service, however, there are a lot of functions that both of them might not have. Quizzes and Gimkit allow the slower processor to answer at their own pace, and Kahoot appeals to the more competitive students. You have to take it into consideration. It's up to you, to which group, which of them will you give that exercises to. And Gimkit allows for questions to repeat on a random loop, allowing for more repetitions. So it's up to you which of that application will you use. And thank you for your attention. I hope you did not get too bored of that thing.
Thank you, Nina. It was interesting. Yeah, please, Dr. Brown, please.
One quick question, because I often use Quizlet in live classrooms, you know, before the coronavirus. But I'm just wondering, have you had the experience of using these three softwares, you know, not face to face, but in for example, like a Zoom classroom? Does it work just as well?
It works really well. Actually,
that's good. I'm glad to hear it. That's very good news.
I use Quizlet and Quizzes. Quizzes works really well because you can see the dashboard in that way, and they see the answers on their screens.
It's very motivating. Kahoot is very motivating for students. It's instant feedback, it's gamification, it's vocabulary learning in a fun way. Quizlet is also very fun, Quizlet Live, but I didn't know Quizzes. That's a new software to me, so I'll take a look at it later. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Nino. Is Mariam with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay.
Yes, Mariam.
Could you please stop sharing?
Yeah, sure. Wait, am I still sharing? No, I'm not sharing.
Okay.
Yes, Mariam, please.
Okay.
I have stopped sharing.
Okay.
Yes, Mariam Kuchawa, our doctoral student. Mariam, I think you are sharing the whole screen. Could you please share just the window?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Please open the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes. Now and
yeah.
Yes, I have.
Then
yes.
Okay. You can choose that one.
So I think
because
now you can see my yes.
If she needs help, I can.
I'm using Google Hangout Meet and Zoom is. Okay, I think you can see my.
No, we cannot see. We cannot
Really?
see Mariam. No, we cannot see. Okay, Mariam.
Okay, without.
Could you please send this presentation to Mehmet Bey and he can share later.
I can control yes. her computer from here.
Okay. So can I start without presentation, and I will share this presentation later.
Please summarize what you want to.
As I mentioned, my presentation is about benefits and challenges of online teaching in the time of COVID-19, and today I'm going just to summarize So with the outbreak of coronavirus being declared a pandemic by the World Health Organizations, people worldwide are facing a major challenge. Coronavirus has significantly affected all our lives, but it's also challenging our ability to adapt and be resilient. We are in a state of emergency and must react with different ways of working, shopping, learning, and communicating. Online shopping and social network are not new to us, nor in distance learning. However, COVID-19 is reviving the need to explore online teaching and learning opportunities. So the education sector is responding to quarantine with a sudden shift to online learning. And unless online teaching requires careful thinking about how learners and teachers are equipped for the shift and serious consideration about whether the teaching style is still effective when taken from the classroom and transposed to technological devices. Moreover, inequalities and accelerated when it comes to access to technology and go to digital devices. Many learners suffer a form of digital inequality, whereby they lack the connection and devices to learn remotely. So in fact, this outbreak widens the gap between those able to access digital learning opportunities and those who are shut out. Access is not equal, and we see inequality growing. And yet, even so, the immediate focus is now on technology and tools. The most compelling quality is still human compassion. Now I will continue with the useful tools as digital learning management system, communication tools, and e-learning platforms are playing a crucial role during this pandemic. Software and apps can help learning providers to manage, plan, deliver, and track the learning process. Now here I have the list of exhaustive and adaptive for adults education. So this is so digital learning management systems. I cannot share this here. The Moodle, Google Classroom, Docebo, Blackboard, and so on. And also communication tools, Zoom, Skype, Microsoft Teams, Google Hangouts. These are just a few tools that can help ensure continuous learning during the coronavirus pandemic. And as you already know, now technology will be able to replace your experience, your enthusiasm, and your human approach to education. So e-learning is beneficial because it's instantly accessible and offers flexible scheduling, but it's also beneficial because it's useful during times of crisis, such as work absences of pandemics. Through pandemics often results in people staying home for longer periods of time. Work has not stopped during the coronavirus pandemic. This is largely due to the implementation of telework by large and small companies alike. As with job, educational pursuits should not cease because of the pandemic. It's not necessary, especially since there are tools such as video conferencing systems that can ensure the continuity of classes. Teachers can use virtual classrooms to teach from home with all necessary tools at their disposal. This renders their online sessions to be just as effective as traditional ones and even more advantageous since they can offer a great deal of content, interaction, reinforcement, and real-time feedback during virtual sessions. The spread of COVID-19 has led to the closure of educational institutions all over the world, as I mentioned, and such closure accelerated the development of online learning environment within those institutions so that learning would not be disrupted. The coronavirus pandemic has tested the readiness of central institutions to deal with a crisis that requires online and remote measures. Many were not prepared, but it's important to review the reasons for offering students online classes go beyond periods of confinement. So let me continue with benefits. So one of the top positives about teaching online is the fact that the teachers cannot do it from home, can do it from home. That this means that spending time and energy of traveling from one place to another is a thing of the past. So teaching online offers the opportunity to learn new skills and techniques, which can only benefit both the teachers and students. Tools for teachers online, such as an interactive whiteboard and screen share, are not only useful but also fun to work with, involving the students are in all the way. So learning how to navigate teaching platforms and understanding the best ways in which to exploit materials in a virtual classroom enhance any teacher skills in the tech-savvy 21st century. Being part of the sharp rise of online education in itself indicates that teachers are current and ahead of the game in their profession. Whether or not teachers are ready or willing to embrace the fact that technology now plays a major part in education, the trend is here to stay, and one cannot stress enough the importance of online learning. Also, at first, the thought of trying to teach online may be a little daunting. With practice, it can actually open up exciting opportunities to learn how to teach effectively using tools of the future. In terms of challenges, so teacher needs to adapt their teaching style slightly to optimize the teacher-learner environment. Technical glitches, yes, they happen even when using just maybe Apple technology. Problems with electricity occur, or the student's Wi-Fi is slow. The teacher will always need to have a backup system. Some software used to teach online is more sophisticated than others and therefore might need faster Wi-Fi. If this happens, the teacher could switch to Skype or something similar until the problem is solved. So lack of confidence is using technology to teach. This is very common, as it's a fear of the unknown. However, it's normally quite easily overcome. The best policy is for the teachers to practice of a family member or a friend before trying to teach.
Maria, I'm sorry, please, could you please, Maria, could I please ask you to summarize,
yes, I'll summarize,
please? I'm sorry for interruption.
Yes, of course. Yes, I will summarize that there are three major categories. Include learners' expectations, readiness, identity, and participation in online courses. So lecturers' issues include changing faculty roles, transitioning from face-to-face to online, time management, and teaching styles. And content issue includes the role of instructors in content development, integrating of multimedia in content, role of instructional strategies in content development, and considerations for content development. To address these challenges in online education, higher education institutions need to provide professional development for institutions, trainings for learners, and technical support for content development. That's all. So I think.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank you. Anyone would like to comment or questions? Okay, then I think Maggie Sabanashvili could not join us previous time, but now I think she was able to share her presentation. So we would like to ask Maggie to present. Well, Maggie, could you please, we could see your presentation. Could you please present? And Maggie, we cannot hear you. Could you please unmute your microphone? Maggie, could you please present? Maggie, could you please respond? Could you hear us? Can you hear us now? Could you please communicate with us if you can hear us? Maggie, we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you. Now I think we are abusing everyone's patience. Okay, could you please write to Mr. Mehmet Shahiner, and he should be able to give you some advice if you have some technical tips. I mean technical problems. Now I would like to give floor to Ekaterina Kwankaliani, and then we will get back to Maggie. Now, Eka, could you please present why online learning?
Hello, everybody. I'm trying
education?
I'm trying to share my own presentation, but you can't share because somebody else is sharing written here.
You can share now.
Okay, I'll try.
You can share, Eka. No one is
Okay.
sharing.
Is it visible? My presentation. So,
yes, we can see. We can see.
Okay. Good afternoon once more. And so my topic is about why online learning fails in medical education, and it's the case of Tbilisi State Medical University, actually the university where I'm working. And the decision of choosing this topic is, of course, derived from the my working experience and from the reality medical school faced nowadays. Actually, the world reality today might be divided into two parts, before and after COVID-19. And if before COVID-19, I used to think that online education is generally the future of education because it's time-consuming, it's quite student-centered, innovative, interesting, somehow challenging for students, and the most important thing that any student can be awarded by the diploma of international university without leaving home. Nowadays, after the spread of COVID-19, the universities face new reality, and especially Georgian universities were not accustomed to online learning, and it became a great challenge for them. Most of higher education institutions overcame this difficulty, but the situation occurred somehow difficult for medical university. And I can explain why, especially. When I was trying to find out the problems and challenges at higher education, at medical university, I asked the questions to the lecturers, and one of the lecturers answered, you know, the only problems with online medical education is students, faculty, and content. As students, as I'm monitoring the online classes every day, and I'm trying to communicate to all the students, I'm in the center of the critique and in the center of their suggestions how to improve online classes. Most of them want that the courses are somehow boring, somehow tedious, and sometimes too broad. They say they're sorry, I cannot, there's no other page, yes, on my presentation. It's not visible, yes? No other page.
No, we cannot see it.
Yeah, because cannot. Okay, I'll just keep on talking, presenting. Well, most of the students said that there is insufficient feedback, no live atmosphere, no feedback from peers, because they think that peers' feedback is quite essential for them, and very insufficient feedback from the lecturer too. There's no measure of progress. The student is not sure whether he or she is progressing or doing something poorly. And of course, the course, they think the course is too broad. The second thing is faculty, as I mentioned. Actually, the faculty of medical education wasn't really ready for online learning. This problem occurred when they had to work with vaccines and plasters, and when the student had to attend online operations. One of the lecturers told, just imagine when you are trying to operate a person, and on the other hand, dozens of students are watching you online and asking you some questions. It's quite a big responsibility, and it's very difficult. Yes, it's okay when you are explaining something theoretically, students are writing, making notes, but not to attend online operations. And what about content? Actually, in medicine, we generally believe that the students are much more highly motivated, and they work harder than, we can say, than other students. They think, most of the students think that the content is very interesting, but they found it not very interactive while studying online. Some of the lecturers told that they tried to enrich their material, their content, by videos, by animations, but still some of the students were distracted somehow, and it was difficult for them to keep on their attention. To summarize, I just want to briefly conclude that most of the medical students interviewed told that they understand the situation and that the situation is temporary, and they hope that this reality will be soon over, and they will live in the reality they used to live before COVID-19, and they will go back to face-to-face interaction with their professors. Thank you for attention. If any questions.
Thank you, Erkan. Any questions, any comments?
Why wasn't I able to share my presentation? I don't really know.
Yeah, actually, this is a good chance to reflect on our own, I don't know, practices, and once again test what we can do online and what resources we could use so that we improve our knowledge and skills. So yeah, this is actually the idea and the rationale behind this webinar session.
Yeah.
Could I please ask, thank you, Eka, thank you so much. Could I please ask Maggie, can you share your presentation? Could you please try?
Eka, could you please stop sharing?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll stop, yeah. Have I stopped?
No.
Yeah, I have stopped, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Nick, she doesn't have audio. She cannot.
Maggie, can you hear us? Could you just try? If not, we need to proceed. Okay, so then let us double check with the program. I think some of the presenters of the second set of the sessions could not join us. And I don't know, we could agree here now, instead of going to different rooms again, we can all stay in this room and we can listen to these presentations. Yeah, but let's vote. Let's do it in a democratic way. Which way do you prefer? I'm always, supporting this idea. Autocratic leadership is not good enough. Except for some cases.
This is good.
Sorry,
Yes.
I don't think I was clear what we are supposed to do. We are voting between what and what. Could you repeat that again?
Let's
we
do,
have, yes, Mohammed?
let's start if there is anybody from English language teaching and linguistics. Let them speak.
I am.
Yes, Sarah, what I was trying to say, I looked through the participants and I looked through the conference program, and I noticed that in the second set of the sessions, which we are supposed to have now, many presenters are not attending this session. So my idea was, instead of going again to 3 different Zoom sessions, we could stay here in this room, and I think we have 2-3 presenters left, and we can all stay in this room and listen to these presentations.
That's a good idea.
Room 3 and room 2, they have already presented their papers, some participants, because they were from abroad and they couldn't wait.
Okay.
And others, let's start from English language teaching and linguistics session. If there is anybody, they can start.
Yeah. So Mehmet, you refer to the room number 1, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let me quickly double check with Maggie if she can do that. This is the last chance. I do apologize, Maggie, but if we cannot have this, I don't know, online communication, then I do want to recognize your hard effort, and I do appreciate, but we need to stop trying because we are spending too much time. Maggie, can you please respond? Okay, I think it's enough. Maggie, could you please stop sharing, and we need to move to the next session. I'm sorry, and thank you so much for your effort and for your time. We do appreciate your effort. Okay, let's have a look at English language teaching linguistics session. Haydar Jabr Koban is not here, right?
Okay, is Huda here? Huda from Iraq.
Let me quickly go through that, Mehmet, and so that we are not missing anyone. Michael Olagoke? No. Then Tervaze Philip Agbum? No. Then Adaje Ambrose Ochigbo? No. Falitat Tati Lola Adenuga? No. Mehdi Fatemi? No. Lela Ebralidze. I think Lela Ebralidze was with us.
I'm here.
Okay, could you please present? Let me introduce her topic. Lela Ebralidze will present on challenges of literary translation, dealing with a dialect in translation. A very interesting topic.
I'm sharing this screen.
Yes, please.
Can you see this screen?
Yeah, we can, but I would like to ask you to observe this 10-minute limit for the presentation, and then we may have discussion if participants have questions.
Okay, I will try to be very short. Challenges of literary translation, dealing with a dialect in translation, sharing the experience of translating prose and poems in Shavian dialect. Literary translation has always been considered a very special kind of translation. So this is the beginning. I will read this due to the challenges it faces, namely literary creativeness, in addition to the thorough knowledge of the source and target languages. It is not only the contents of a text that the literary translator has to transfer correctly to another language, but he or she has to reproduce the flavor of the original, creating a text that will have the same emotional effect on target readers. This is made difficult by the author's individual style, figurative language, dialects, the difference between source and target cultures, and other factors. A translator needs to find the equivalent means of expression in the target language. However, translators have to be careful as they are more limited in their choices than other authors are. One of such limitations concerns the dialects encountered in original works. The present paper addresses the issue of standard language use in dialect translation. Particularly, it concerns the translation of prose and poems written in Shavian dialect. Okay, that is my experience, but well, I will not read the whole paper, of course, but we'll try to read the examples and speak general to summarize some parts of it. Well, it deals with the different approaches and like double bind relationship. This is considering both the original and the target audience, target reader, and then again some scientific research about the translating dialects and the opinions that it is really a very subtle and very difficult issue, and it needs to be dealt with big care. Well, I have given some examples of different solutions of this issue of translating dialects, and one of them was inventing, so this was IRCEELT-2020 Santa Esperanza was translated into German, and the translator created a new dialect because the dialect was not a real one which was used in the original, and she created the new one from Swabian and Saxon dialects, and this was a very good solution. But such cases are extremely rare, and in most cases dialects cannot be transferred, and this is a loss, but this loss is better. So my idea is that this loss is better than replacing local dialects in the original with the local dialects, British or American, for example, because that would sound ridiculous and that would confuse the reader, because it is it is difficult to imagine a Georgian peasant or speaking Scottish dialect, for example, or Welsh or something like this. And so the best way out in most cases is to stick to the standard language and with some formal style, I mean colloquialisms, and to make it sound maybe to retain the humor by the good choice of words, with which, of course, needs deep knowledge of the language of the target language. And I have drawn I have brought some examples, translations of Maya Qiyasashvili, which are brilliant translations from Emiratian dialect, and this was Samanishvili's Dedi Natswali, translated into English. Then another, so the same translator translated some parts of Nadrische, which is the wishing tree, and this is already Kakhetian dialect, and very interesting how successfully she coped with this. I have given examples in my work, and then I have already share my own experience of translating dialects, and this is from Shabian dialect, which from the beginning at first really confused me because I couldn't understand some words. But so this is the Rajab Shabela's daughter's story about her life and her father, and this is the title was challenging. First of all, Mamaman Ghmerts Chamach Arasacheli, literally meaning father obtained a name or took by force, so something like that from God. And to avoid blasphemy and inaccuracy, I translated graced from God, that's more generalized. And then I have examples of some extracts how I translated. So her speech sounds like this, and this in the book which was written by Eter Tataraidze, these parts are kept, so everything, no changes are introduced to her speech. მე და მამას ერთ კალაპოტში გვიდგა ფეხები და ერთნაირად დავბერდით. მამა ჩემი იყო ტანჯული და ეხლა მენა ვარ ასეთი. მე და მამამ ხო წუთი სოფლისა ვერაფერი გავიგეთ. თავის დედის სახელი დამარქვა გულქანი. სიკვდილის წუთებში ეთქო გულქანი დამრჩა შუა გზაზედაო. ხუთ შვილში მარტო მეღავარ დამრჩვალი ბუვივითა. As buvivita, so this word confused me. I couldn't understand, but then I realized that it was like boo, boo's gavsat. ხუთმეტისა ვიყავ მამა რომ დამეღუპა, მოხრილი ვარ ძლივ დაცოცა, ვერაფერი ვერ ვიცი წუთის სოფლისა. ხალხი აქამდე მაშინებდა. ეხლა მივეჩვიე. So, first I thought that maybe I could make some mistakes, grammar mistakes in my translation, or somehow hint at the dialect, but it seemed too difficult and too risky and maybe confusing to English-speaking readers. So I used the standard language, but made it as simple and casual as possible, simple and casual. And here, so this book is to be published, hasn't been published yet, and so it is interesting for me how the readers will like it and how you will assess this. My father suffered a lot, and now I am suffering the same fate. Neither of us could find joy in our life. He named me after his mother, Gulkan. As I was told, father said on his deathbed that he was sorry to leave me like that, not having secured my future. Out of 5 children, only I have survived to live a lonely life like an owl. I was only 15 when my father died. Now I'm crooked and can hardly crawl. There's nothing good in my life. Before I used to be afraid of people, but now I've got used to them. And the other extract contains a verse, a poem.
Could I please? No. Could I please just interrupt here? Most of the audience cannot possibly observe I would say, intricacy of these examples. Could you please move to your research findings? What major, maybe stylistic devices you identified? What you relied on while you are translating these texts? What trends you identified? What, I don't know, in terms of language, in terms of structure, in terms of, I don't know, register or stylistic devices? Could you please present these research findings, if I may ask you?
Yes, so I have this, but I was trying to be short. I have analysis here.
Yes, it's interesting, but only few people could follow your narrative now, because most of the participants now are
yes, so they couldn't understand
speakers.
Georgian.
Yes, that's why I do apologize. That's why it will be interesting in terms of structure, what structure the Georgian language has, and how it is compatible in terms of translation with English language structure. Could you please generalize?
Of course, I understand. I will read this part then. I will omit the Georgian part. The Georgian translation here, which another extract contains a small poem, which I transferred as a poem, rhymed like the original. I also used figurative language in a couple of places to reproduce the expressiveness of the original. So this is a small extract. So it is in dialect and with mistakes, and my style is standard language, but simple and also casual and expressive with some idioms because her language is also quite strong and expressive, and it sounds like this. I'm not reading the original. It was raining cats and dogs. I think I was about 9 or 10 years old at that time. I was grazing cattle like other children. Soon everyone except me covered themselves with the things their parents had brought them. Only I had nothing to cover myself but a thin dress. Father was away. My dress was soaked through. I was standing there and freezing. I was frozen to death. So this is an expression, and then the summer sun shone brightly again and got warm, and I got warm and hungry too. I had a tiny piece of stale bread. Okay, I will read the poem. Why have you made me human, Lord? I wish I had been born as rain, a child of clouds, by them absorbed. With them in skies would I remain. This is the poem which I transferred as a poem, and maybe I will. I had another poem here, but maybe I will will move to my conclusions, and that will be more interesting since I'm short of time. So based on the analysis of translations of literary works involving dialects and the experience of, once I had published a paper or article about my own translations, and I got this advice not to talk too much about my own, own work. And that's why I haven't analyzed it. I haven't given some detailed description of this, because they said to me that it's not modest to talk too much about yourself, something like this. Based on the analysis of translations of literary works involving dialects and the experience of translating such works, it can be concluded that a dialect is an important literary device used to distinguish fictional characters based on their geographical and social background. Sometimes it is possible for a translator to produce a dialect similar to the one used in the original, but such cases are rare. More often, translators use standard language with little deviations to hint at the dialect. The most common ways of compensating for the loss of dialect in translation is through colloquialism or informal style. or it is not correct to replace a local dialect of one country with a local dialect spoken in another country, as that would lead to a strong form of domestication and loss of foreignness, national spirit, and local color of the original. So in my paper, I also touched the realia, the cultural realia, and that they should not be translated either. Translation of dialects is a challenge which should be dealt very carefully. So this is what I had to say about dialect, translating dialects.
Thank you so much. It is really interesting, especially for us Georgians. I mean, we are a small nation, but we have some great authors, and it would be interesting for other nations to read works by Georgian authors, like it is interesting when we Georgians read about other cultures, other nations, and we enjoy reading that. So thank you for your work. And now I would, are there any questions, any comments? No. Now I would like to give floor to our last presenter today, Huda Halavachi. Could you please correct me if I'm not saying your name in a proper way? A visual discourse analysis of iconicity in 9-web photograph post-war images. Huda, could you please present?
Yeah, I will close this. Yeah.
Thank you, Leila.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Huda. We can hear you. Could you please share your presentation?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like to say thank you to all the team of the organizing committee of this wonderful conference. This is my second participation, as I participated in 2018 with another issue. Today, I'm going to discuss a topic which is far away from teaching and learning. It's a combination between semiotics and the visual discourse analysis. The title of my presentation is as follows: Me and Your Cam Debate, a visual discourse analysis of iconicity in Nineveh photograph images post-war. As to the title, actually I am referring to me as a researcher or any audience, and the cam, referring to the photograph or the image which is shot by photographers. If we go to the abstract, please, over here, I started my abstract with a quotation which I like. One picture is worth 1,000 words. Yes, but only if you look at the picture and say or think the 1,000 words. This is given or said by William Saroyan. Emerging transdisciplines or cross-disciplines, so to speak, has added a lot to discourse analysis. Doing discourse analysis has no more been confined to studying action in talk and text, as the study of discourse exhibits itself effectively in humanities and social sciences disciplines. My contribution pertinently speaks to visual discourse analysis of Nineveh photograph images post-war. The corpora is a collection of 30 photographs shot by some prominent national citizens, activists, and amateurs in photography in different spots in Nineveh at different periods of time after liberation. Approaching the photograph's cam, the semiotic tool iconicity, as catching every sign in our reality or even in fantasy, is a good way out to reading the variety of messages in every single shot. Two questions are vital here. Number one, in the researcher's or audience eye view, to what extent I could decode meaning in the photograph's lens. And number two, what are the paths that iconicity provides in making meaning in each atmosphere post-war? My qualitative study allows the conclusion that different messages are interpreted via in and or animate icons, as light at the end of a dark alley is read as hope, or doves flying on a damaged steeple connoting peace. Let us move to another part of the presentation, some preliminary. Though I'm a linguist, but I have that passion in photography. I'm not that professional in photography or paintings, drawings, but I adore such things. This is one of the reason or one of the motivations actually after conducting such a study. And all of us, we know that we have our own photographs, albums of photos, pictures everywhere, the real pictures, fantasy in movies. All these may motivate us to think about the relationship between these pictures or images and the discourse after these pictures, which were shot by photographers. Semiotics is one of the parties shared by this study. And by semiotics, we are referring to the sign, which was first referred to by the linguist Ferdinand de Saussure. And then we have the categorization of the semiotics, which we can see over here. Okay. We have two parts of this the sign, as we know, signified and signifier. And we have the categorization, sorry, of the sign. We have three categories: the icon, the index, and the symbol. By the way, we can think about these three categories in one photo or one image, but I'm going to focus on only one category, which is that of icon. Simply speaking, icon means or refers to the relationship between any entity in the real world or even in the fantasy and the representation of that entity. Okay, let us move to the second party, which is the visual discourse analysis. Frankly speaking, I have not come across any study in my spot, I'm in the University of Mosul, regarding visual discourse analysis, though I'm my area or my specialty is discourse analysis, but I couldn't catch any study before this one. I believe this is going to be a contribution for me by even participating in your conference. By visual discourse analysis, we refer to decoding and understanding the meaning of visuals and what they were intended to represent, as well as how the audience interprets them. And this is why I'm indicating, or I'm referring to, or using the term me, referring to the audience and me as a researcher, because I'm a researcher and I'm an audience at the same time. If we look at these two arrows, I can believe that there is a mutual relationship between the two parties, I mean the two fields, semiotics, referring to before, and visual discourse analysis. The point or the what interferes between these two parties is the iconicity, because I can have iconicity over here in semiotics as one category of the sign, and I can have in every picture, or every photograph or image, a sort of icon which were diagnosed by the cam lens to refer to something or to mean to something very special. Here we have some parts of the conclusion, because I'm not going to give you the 30 actually photos or images. This is why I called my part results digest. Over here, or before that, I cut the discussion, the conclusion into, or sorry, the findings into parts, referring to two basic parts: the animate icons and the inanimate icons. Within the animate icons, we can have some positive icons and some negative icons, and the same thing is true with the inanimate icons. Over here, we can have a church, and this church is was devastated during the last savage war in Mosul, my city, where I do live right now. As I believe the birds are not so clear in your screens, but there are some flying white birds, let me say doves, which are flying around the steeple of, or the devastated steeple of the church. Actually, this icon of the dove, the animal, we know that birds and doves, white doves, are or represent actually peace. So this is an indication. If you see this photo or picture, and the devastated place or spot, and these flying doves, you can feel that there is something like what we call peace after savage war, after bombs. And this is one of the indication of the birds. Here we have the other party of the results, let me say, the inanimate icon. This is a very old bridge in Mosul, which is called the Old Bridge, and it represents a heritage to us as Muslim people. It was devastated, bombed, and it was struck actually, just like any other bridge in Mosul. And if you look at the sides or the two pieces, the parts, I mean, of the bridge, there is a gap. And this gap actually refers to, or even the broken bridge refers actually to the broken city, because Mosul was cut into two pieces after war. No bridge was available for us to pass to the other side. As I'm living in the left, in the right side of the city, I can't move to the left side of the city, and even the university was there, so it was difficult for me to cross the to find a way actually, unless we so recently actually they tried to manage one or two, then three bridges. It was so difficult for us. We spent maybe 8 hours daily to pass to our way. I mean, to the university or to our works to in the other side of the city. This gap indicates, or this broken part of the bridge indicates that Mosul was cut into two pieces, the left side and the right side, and it was terribly devastated by the ISIS and the results of the strike, and bombing over there. The conclusion: iconic images of Nineveh, Iraq post-war uncover the common characteristics and the threads of emotions, the portrayal of life and death, hope and depression, pain, suffering, and destruction. That is, they have different connotative meanings. The iconic photographs provoke strong negative and positive reactions, just like the way I referred to minutes back. We have some positive icons and some negative icons. The photographer over here shows the mirror of life as it is in the events and places. We can touch the sense of reality represented by the iconic photographs. Nearly most of the photographs are culture specific, except for the photo of worshipping that is universal. It's the pictures of war that depict the real thing and situation. I just wanted to say something about the last part. I mean, if this culture specific or not. I believe that yes, for some photographs, when I'm going to deliver or let me say recruit some people from my city, let me say native citizens, let me say, and deliver to them some photos to say words about these photos. I believe that it's going to be different from other people. I mean, from abroad, living in some other places rather than Mosul city. Their interpretation, as I assume, is going to be completely different from the citizens. And this is what I'm going to think about in a future work. Take into consideration two parties. I mean, people from my city, citizens. I mean, and some foreigners to comment on different photos about Mosul and see and compare the interpretations between the two parties. Thank you very much for being patient with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Actually, to tell you the truth, this is the first time I have actually been exposed to this kind of discourse analysis. But yeah, if we say that discourse is dealing with symbols, yeah, photography is also symbol, and why not? Yeah, we could probably be discussing, and yeah, these visions, these images are really influential symbols, I would say. And yeah, thank you so much for this interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I myself was, and I am interested in discourse analysis too, critical discourse analysis.
Great.
And,
Great.
Yeah, I have enjoyed Fairclough's and Van Dijk's and Woodard's works. And yeah, I would have a look at your article with much pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone would like to comment, to ask anything? Dr. Brown, would you like to comment, ask?
Well, on the as a closing comment or on this last presentation?
Last presentation, we will have closing,
well,
more formal, I would say. Yeah.
All I can
I
say
will announce that we are closing. Yes.
From the last presentation, it was wonderful and interesting, and provoked many thoughts, and of course made me want to visit myself to to look at what you're already experiencing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I say something, Nicholas?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. I've been to the place itself. In fact, I had the opportunity to visit the area itself, and very, very impressive indeed. What I would like to say, Huda, the images that you showed us, for someone, for example, who had not been exposed to the press, the coverage, for example, about the destruction of the city itself, to the literature, for example, that has been, produced, in fact, on the area. I think those images would probably have a different meaning. So different interpretation, of course, would come from people compared actually with those actually who witnessed, for example, the area itself firsthand, who read about the place, who kind of actually, followed all the events, in fact, the unfolding events, sadly, of course, being inflicted, in fact, to the city. So there's definitely going to be a difference actually in terms of interpretations between those who saw the place firsthand and those actually who read, and probably those who have not had any idea about,
Yes.
the city itself.
Yes. Yes, true. Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, you're true in what you comment. But I do feel that when I'm going to deliver the pictures with some particular questions concerning the icons themselves, indirectly maybe I'm going to come up with a different conclusion. Who knows?
Well, it makes me think of the power of political cartoons. I've sometimes done textbooks using political cartoons because, as you said, a picture can be worth 1,000 words, and you know, a well-chosen picture, a well-chosen image is far more powerful in explaining a reality or helping people to feel the reality than the actual text. So it's very, you know, this is very, I think, important information for all of us to think about, and something that we can apply to the classroom, I think, directly. It is the use of image to you know, to convey meaning, and to get students to take time to interpret, and we've talked previously today about the development of critical thinking skills, and I think this is one area where it would be very helpful for that.
Okay, thank you very much. I did this before, Dr. Brown. I made use of actually some photos in the final exam, and I asked my students comment on these photos or pictures. Yani. Thank you very much.
I would love to hear what their reactions were. I'm sure they were very interesting and meaningful.
Yeah, true.
Thank you. Thank you, Huda. It was worth waiting, I would say. Yeah, and thank you so much, because you had to present in, I would say, in the first half of the day, and you still waited and presented, and thank you for your patience and enthusiasm.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, so I personally have this feeling of accomplishment. So I think we managed that. It was a big challenge for us. Last year and the year before, we did have some online sessions for some of the participants, but this is the very first time that we have gone completely online. And of course, we would not lie, it was a big challenge for us, right? And we will learn some lessons out of all these in terms of structure, in terms of format, in terms of timing, in terms of content, and we will be more powerful. If we can see something positive out of this situation, this is definitely a big advantage that, yes, we will learn a lot more how to deal with these kind of challenges. And I think, as scholars say, this COVID-19 is going to be around for some time, and we will have to learn how to deal with this issue. And I'm sure even if it is around next year, we will know by that time how to actually overcome these issues, so that we can have this physical conference, because still it's more valuable when you meet people, when you make friends with people. And yeah, I personally have this bittersweet feeling that yes, we have spent the whole day together, and I was amazed to see that people never left. And I don't know, you were engaged and you participated, and I would like to say a big thank you for your participation, for choosing to participate in this conference. I would like to thank everyone from different countries who actually participated in this conference. Now, I would like to ask, I don't know, anyone and everyone who would like to express their feelings, emotions, please feel free to comment, to express yourselves before we officially close this conference. I think Dr. Gina wanted to say something. Yes, Dr. Kraika, Dr. Kraikow wanted to say something.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I would like to thank all of you. And I would like to really congratulate you on how you made this event successful. Frankly speaking, at the beginning of April, I really did not think that the conference will come true. So the end result really exceeded my expectations. So great thanks and congratulations, especially that you did that online as well with Dr. Mehmet in Canada and you in Georgia. So I think this is a wonderful piece of research work that you should definitely continue in the future. So thanks a lot and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask our professor and one of the organizers of this conference, Ekaterina Pipia, and then I will give floor to everyone, to Dr. Brown and to other participants. Eka, please.
Thank you, Nick. I feel really great. I have the same feeling that we managed it, and thanks to the team members, and special thanks to the participants. Thank you, Dr. Brown, for being with us. I know what time is it right now in your country, but still you are here with us, and throughout the day you were engaged in all the discussions, and I think it was very, very fruitful and productive. Yeah, I had a wonderful day with you, listened to brilliant and marvelous presentations. That was interesting. Thank you very much.
Mehmet Bey, do you want to address our participants?
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. It's almost 10 hours. It's 9 a.m. here. I started at 12 a.m. Thanks a lot for your efforts joining us. I hope we will meet in person next year in Georgia. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Brown, would you like?
Of course. Thank you so much, all of you, for inviting me to be part of this very special event. For me, it was very special. Of course, I love meeting people face to face, and I'm sad we didn't get to do that this time. But I think we did a wonderful job today. I think, you know, the enthusiasm of all of the participants, as several people have said, staying here for many, many hours without a break, that shows a real dedication. I think the measure of a successful conference is not how smoothly it went, but whether or not you took home something that will help you as a teacher or as a researcher. And I, for one, I'm going home with many new ideas. I learned from all of you, and so I feel very happy and blessed to be part of this. And I get the feeling that all of you learned something today too. So let's not worry so much about the logistics or the format. We can always improve that later. Physical conferences, face-to-face conferences, I've run several, and even face-to-face, after many years experience, we're still trying to make them better and worry about the problems. So of course, we will have some difficulties here, but overall, I think we made a chance for there to be dialogue, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and for me this was a very wonderful success, and I want to thank all of the organizers for not canceling this, for probably not sleeping for many days to put this on for us. I really appreciate it, and I think everybody who came here really appreciated it too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Badar, would you like to tell us something?
Let me share my views and feelings actually about this. To be honest with you, I've been doing this actually online courses for over 6 or 7 years. For the first time, I was able to join such an online conference, in fact, a completely online conference, let's say. And that's a success. That's a great success. And I'd like to congratulate you actually on this. You've done a good job, a fantastic job. Of course, my preference, would be probably, to be able to meet you in person, in fact, in flesh and blood. Sadly, we couldn't achieve this. Maybe next year, hopefully. But I think we may curse COVID-19. We may have grudges. We may feel sad about what's happening now in the world. There are a lot of things happening which are beyond our control. However, if nothing, we probably were able to get something out of this, I would call tragedy, sadly. And this is, in fact, we are reaching each other from different parts of the world. And that reminds me actually of Michael Sandel, the philosopher actually now who does the programs, in fact, for BBC World, where you have up to 70, 100 people from different countries, in fact, in those little tiny squares, and voicing their views, expressing their ideas about some very controversial issues. Ours, of course, did not have many controversial issues, but that could have been. But still, I think, we would have been able to manage pretty well, in fact, here, having been away from each other from different countries, Dr. Brown in Japan, and many others, of course, in different countries. But we all got together, thanks to you, thanks to this opportunity that you gave us. Once again, thank you so much indeed, and would like to thank all the participants as well for having joined this conference.
Thank you so much. Maya Chotwa is with us, our colleague from International Lexi University, coordinator of English philology programs and teacher training programs. Maya, would you like to address our dear participants?
I have to unmute myself. Hello, everybody. It's great pleasure to see you here online, everybody. As Nick mentioned many times, it was a great challenge for the organizers, and I'm really, really pleased and kind of satisfied with that event. We've heard lots of interesting topics, and we are really, we have been part of the really fruitful conference. So good job, guys. I'm really proud of you. So hope we will meet next year just in person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya. Our colleague from Armenia, Zara, actually, she is a good example of the quality of the conference. I would say, if I'm not exaggerating, it's a matter of like a degree of loyalty. Once people come to our conference, they keep returning. So Zara is one of them. Zara, are you with us?
Are you asking me, sorry?
Yes, I was saying that this is not the first time you are attending our conference, and okay, yeah, that's an excellent. Now we are talking about quality assurance and quality management, and we are again asked to provide key performance indicators and measurements, how to measure the quality. So here's one of the measurement instruments, I would say, the loyalty, and this is the greatest tool how to measure quality. If I'm not exaggerating, of course, yeah, we have to grow, we have to learn a little bit more, but we are pleased to see that people are happy with our conference and they keep returning. Thank you for joining. Anyone else would like to say anything?
Just again, if I may, to congratulate organizers, because like we all have been struggling with the Zoom sessions and stuff like that, and etc. We have been organizing lessons online, and we know how much of a trouble this can be in reality, and not knowing what kind of devices the participants have, not being sure whether the internet connection will be okay. You still took the risk Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for taking the risk, and congratulations, because I believe this was a success, because yeah, couple of things that didn't work well, but all in all, as has been already indicated, as has been already said, this was a success because we managed, irrespective of everything, irrespective of all the obstacles, we managed to get it together. And I also agree that this is time to rethink very many values that we have had and we still have, because it's time we start valuing every single second that we can spend together. Because this is my third time, you're quite right, and I really miss this real contacts with people, touching people, I don't know, hugging people. So time to reevaluate everything, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank my colleagues, and once again, I would like to present the conference organizers, the founder of this conference and the member of the organization committee, Professor Dr. Natella Doronadze, member of the organization committee, Professor Dr. Mehmet Shahiner. Now he is located in Canada, but again, we still managed to communicate and manage this. Professor Dr. Ekaterina Pipia, and myself, Nick Parjanadze. We are the people who usually deal with this event, and yeah, in the future, you know who you could address in terms of, I don't know, partnership or collaboration, any research ideas, anything you come up with. Yeah, we are open to these kind of communications, and of course the whole faculty of, we used to be education and humanities, now we are, I keep forgetting, Faculty of Social Sciences, Humanities and Education. So we are growing all the time. So yeah, thank you once again for your dedication and for your hard work.
Nick, I think Ms. Natella wanted to comment.
I know she had some problem with the microphone device, okay. And that's why, yeah, I consulted her, and yeah, she does not have microphone. That's why she cannot.
Nick, we have a guest from, I think, Ornat Trin from Israel.
Yeah, please. I cannot see on the screen. Yeah, definitely. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to repeat, I mean, we were 3 people from Israel, 3 colleagues of mine from Gordon College of Education. We're a teacher training college, and we are open to business and to cooperation. This is my 3rd time here, and you were right about the thing that why are we coming back? Because there's a special spirit in this air, something refreshing and new and daring. And I just want to thank you. I feel like you have not slept, all of you, for the organizer for a week, and this is for us, and we slept well, and thank you again. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Dolidze, is she here? She was the chair of the session.
Yes, I'm here, just joining you from Batumi seaside. So it was really my great pleasure to have been chairing the session, which was with a minimum participants, but so I enjoyed the whole day. I was with you, not leaving you so for a moment. And it was really, really scientifically very, very just a productive day. So for practitioner teachers, for researchers, for very experienced teachers, we got very just good tips for online teaching. Also, we updated our knowledge from today. Thank you very much to the organizers, to all the participants, because you really made our day. It was really nice that just I have been participating for this conference maybe for 5 years, even more. Just I cannot count, but it was still that I'm happy that you really did your best. Congratulations. Bye.
Thank you.
See you next year in person.
Thank you. Yeah, as a final note, I would like to once again thank, because when we have this physical conference, we do require financial support, and I would like to thank the University, International Black Sea University Administration for usually supporting us with the conference, and I would like to once again thank the US Embassy and PH International, and definitely without U.S. Embassy support, Dr. Brown would not be with us today. So I would like to thank all these people who contribute to successful management and administration of this conference.
Nikvey, sorry.
Yes, Mahmoud.
Every year we are organizing social activities and gala dinner. This year, as you know, we couldn't do it, but we have a Georgian music for you. I will show.
Okay.
Nice.
And yeah, Mahmoud, can we place that presentation again back to the
Yes.
website?
Yes, we can.
So that people can have a look at.
Do you hear the music?
Yes.
No.
No? Sorry, just a minute. I will.
Nick, while Mehmet Bey is dealing with the technicalities, Ms. Natalis said that she wrote something regarding the conference, the poem, and I was not able to see it. It's somewhere in the chat. Could you please look through it?
Yeah, tiny virus, great humanity-based doctors and teachers fight.
Mehmet Bey, one second, could you please?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is what Calvaton Natella wrote. Tiny virus reigns, humanity obeys, doctors and teachers fight, everything will be fine. That's what she wrote.
Great.
Okay, yeah, let's watch it now. Okay. It's a traditional Georgian folk song. Thank you, Mahmoud.
Okay.
Okay, so let's call it a day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Meet you next year.
Thank you so much for your effort.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye, all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Goodbye. Do widzenia.